Okay, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February the 12th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. And to my right, we have Jeffrey Woodruff and Francine Kober. And to my left, Greg Poshman and Patty Clapper. So a full board here today, and we have quite a long agenda. So for those of you who are here with us to the very end, strap in and find some snacks for the day. So with that, do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, we have one deletion, item 8, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, approving a lease agreement with SP Plus Parking. We did not feel like the documents were ready for final board review and adoption. We'll bring that forward on the 26th. As an emergency ordinance to keep the project timeline on track.
Okay, any questions for John from board on that?
Do we need to make a motion to strike that?
Yeah, we'll need a motion to amend the agenda.
So moved.
Or do we,
Second.
we don't do it at the time of the item on the agenda?
When we're deleting an item from the
Okay,
agenda, I think we do it.
Just want to make sure
yep.
we were.
Okay, I have a motion from Greg and a second from Francie. I will also note that for anyone interested in one of our land use items regarding Little Ditch 1 and Little Ditch 2, we will be continuing that, and we will have to vote to continue that. So I won't amend the agenda at this time, but just a heads up in case you were hoping to hear us. And that was at the applicant's request to continue it to the 26th. So I will call the question on amending the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Can
Thank you all.
Ask about the.
Yes, Greg, go ahead.
Continue our table on item 12 on the Nichols Family Trust review. Continue our table. I've never seen that before.
I think we'll discuss the process when we get to it, but my understanding is that after a certain period of time, if we've made so many continuances,
Oh, God.
you table it and then they renotice for a future hearing.
Copy
Yeah,
that.
and I'm
Okay.
prepared to give the board an update when that item comes up, so.
Great, thanks.
Okay, is anyone here or online who wishes to give a public comment to the board? And this is for items which are not listed for public hearing on the agenda today. If you are interested in an item that is listed for public hearing, we will take your comment at that time. So this is for any item not listed for public hearing today. Is there anyone in the room? Please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone in the room. Is there anyone online here for general public comments for the BoCC? Please raise your hand. I think that's star 6? Star 9 to raise your hand. Okay. I assume lots of people will be here. We have lots of public hearings today. Yes, do you have an item not on the hearing listed for hearing today? And you have to come up because we need to have you recorded. Yeah.
My first board.
Okay, well, welcome. We can answer your question if you have one.
If you want, you can come sit right here.
Okay.
You don't need to speak into the microphone, but.
Actually, I just have a question about Little Ditch and a continuation. What
Yes.
does that mean?
So that means that we will not review the application or take public comment on it today. We will go ahead and schedule it to review it by the board on the 26th.
Okay,
Did you want to make a comment
understood.
on that at this point?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and invite commissioner comments. Patty?
I wasn't going to make a comment, but I just want to thank the public for their outreach of support for the passing of Casey Piscura. He was the most incredible farmer and friend and pretty much a member of my family. And he was godfather to my grandson, and he actually officiated my daughter and her husband's wedding, lived with my family for many years, and a very tragic loss to the community. I want to thank Josie for the great article she wrote today in the paper about Casey. And there's a vigil tonight down Valley at Spring Valley Ranch at Gianetti's at 4:30. And then we're going to do a huge celebration this summer for Casey up at the Sunfire Ranch. And we will be continuing the High Mountain Seed Program. And we're going to fulfill orders for this year and work on how we're going to continue the amazing work that Casey started and created a global impact with his knowledge and his passion for the ground, the earth, and the plants, and the way people live. And he's going to be truly missed by the community. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Patty. Anyone else want to comment on that? Francie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Spring Creek's Ranch.
Spring
Yeah,
Creek.
and so that is at the Junior Nanetti's right outside of Carbondale. I'm really sad about the loss of Casey as well. He was an incredible member of our community, and he did really innovative work with hybridizing seeds and developing seeds that are well adapted to our environment. He was an incredible person. It's a very sad thing.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from commissioners today? All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. We have 2 items, the minutes of our January 26th regular meeting and our resolution to appoint citizen board members. I will note the citizen board members that we are appointing are Brian Littlejohn to the Pitkin County Retirement Board and Eric Palander to the Basalt Library Board. And many thanks to both for applying and serving the county. Does anyone wish to pull any of those from the consent agenda for discussion?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Please go ahead. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Greg, second by Francie. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. This is a 1 reading and public hearing for an application for a new beer and wine liquor license and a takeout and delivery permit submitted by Down Valley Hospitality, Inc., doing business as Boulevard Barrel on the Redstone Boulevard. And I want to just take a moment and acknowledge the quite significant public comment we have received in the last 2 months, really, on this, or a month and a half on this topic. And Justin, do you wish to come up as the applicant as well?
You want me to come up now?
Okay.
You want to sit over here? And we can just have it come right there.
Where are you? Here or?
That's fine.
That's fine. That's great. Thank you.
Of course.
So I will let Sam Engen kick this off. She is our point of contact for our liquor licensing authority here in the county. So Sam, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Sam Engen, Administration. I'm here today to present a retail, this is an application for a beer and wine license in addition to a takeout and delivery permit for Boulevard Barrel. The existing license at this property is a fermented malt beverage and wine retail license for off-premise consumption. He originally applied for his application last year, and you guys approved that at your meeting in June of 2024. At the time of that application, there was some conversation about having a tastings permit. You guys approved a resolution allowing tastings during that meeting, but that did establish some guidelines for us with the brief application process, certain requirements that we want to see, as well as some minor fees. Justin did submit that application later on, a few months later. But we never did a public hearing with the Board of County Commissioners, which is a requirement of that process. So I did end up sending that back. I know there was some conversation back and forth about maybe adjusting your liquor license boundary, which would also require a public hearing. So we wanted to make sure we had all of the material available to just do it at once. So just to be clear, the current liquor license at this property is a fermented malt beverage and wine retail license for off-premise consumption, no tastings permit. So with this application, I just want to talk about that, the existing license first. There have been some reports to the county, whether they were verbal or in writing, and some investigations were done by the state, and those investigations came back as no violations of the Colorado Liquor Code. So at this point in time, the license is in good standing with the county. There was a complaint also received about holding special events at the property, and I did include the letter that community development did send to the owner of the property itself about special events and the requirements around those. So before I move on to what the new liquor license is, are there any questions regarding the existing one?
All right.
I'll
Thank
keep
you.
moving forward.
Go ahead.
The new liquor license, and I know it gets confusing, is a beer and wine license. This license allows for on-premise consumption at the property. So in addition to the takeout and delivery permit, which is a separate application, this would still allow for the sale of off-premise consumption items. So he can continue to do sealed containers of beer and wine for sale for off-premise consumption. Some changes with the application. He is adjusting the hours of operation. He would like to extend them to 9 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and that would be the outdoor area. And then it would be 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then there's also a food requirement with on-premise consumption license. With the beer and wine, it requires just sandwiches and light snacks. There's not actual meals that need to be served. So he did go through the state and got his retail food service license as well. And then with this, there is an expansion request of the liquor license premise. Currently, it is just the building itself. He is looking to extend that beyond the building into the front courtyard or lawn area to be able to service customers and patrons in that area legally under this liquor license. That would make him, as the licensee, responsible for any alcohol consumption taking place in that area. I have sent out referrals to the Sheriff's Department, Community Development, as well as Public Health to see if there's any concerns, and nothing reported from them. We did post notice of public hearing on both the property and in the Aspen Daily News. He is in good standing with the state. And we did include public comment. I just want to be clear that we received up until the afternoon of Friday the 7th. There have been public comments, as you mentioned earlier, rolling in on this particular agenda item, as well as some others. So I'm sure you guys have received all of them, but maybe not have had the opportunity to review all of them, as some of them have been coming in while we're in this meeting. So what we're here today then is to ask the Board of County Commissioners, before making a decision today, whether it's approving or denying this application, is to take the facts of this application and any reasonable requirements of the neighborhood for this type of license. So it would be a beer and wine license for on-premise consumption, in addition to a takeout and delivery permit for off-premise consumption. The desires of the adult inhabitants, the number, type, and availability of other facilities in the neighborhood that have liquor licenses. And I just want to note that we do have 2 hotel and restaurant liquor licenses. We have another retail license, there's a tavern license, and then there's an entertainment license, all within Redstone. Any questions?
Any questions for Sam at this point? Greg?
Could you illustrate the type of complaints we've had, if any, from other establishments?
I have not received any from establishments.
Okay, and so the complaints we're hearing are basically focused on this one.
Correct.
Okay.
And you're talking about public complaints regarding other establishments in Redstone? I just want to be clear.
Right.
Yep, yep, no, I have not.
Yeah. Okay. Violations of the rules.
Correct.
Or anything. Nothing like that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if it's okay with the board, I'll go ahead and ask Justin to add any additional information as the applicant. We can ask questions of him or any clarifying questions of Sam, and then I will go to public comment and then bring the discussion back to the board. Works for everyone? Okay, Justin, please.
Sure. Thank you very much for your time. So, to clarify, I think I would like to step back a moment so I can talk about what the concept of Boulevard Barrel was from its inception and the way that it continues to evolve. When I applied for my license, I applied with the title Boulevard Barrel Wine Shop and Tasting Room. This was prior to the requirements that were instituted by Pickens County Commissioners and the board to require a tasting endorsement. So from the onset, my intention was always to provide an educational environment for fine wine, retail food eventually, and a place that my daughter and I could create foundation and roots in a community. As a single father, raising her on her own, Redstone became one that jumped up to the top. Many neighbors were consulted prior to me applying for the original application to do this. As soon as I learned of the requirements for tastings ceased entirely inside of the licensed premise. I understood and understand after consultation with both my legal counsel as well as the state liquor department that it was permissible and continues to be permissible in public space in Redstone for consumption to happen. That was outside of my licensed space. That continued to happen outside of my licensed space. And each and every time, the only thing that I was transacting was a bottle of wine that my license would permit me to sell, or memberships that would provide discounts to purchases on the wine. And I think that I don't know if my marketing is just that bad, but when I write BUY, buy the glass, it's not buy the glass, because the consumer receives a physical glass that's branded from the wine shop. That gives them the discount when they come in to buy a bottle of wine or anything else for that matter. So that's where the buy the glass kind of thing came. I'd also just like to point out that the reason that we held off, or that I held off on submitting and going through entirely with the tasting permit, was because after stepping back and looking at the type of education that I would like to provide, based on the restrictions of the tasting permit, I would only be able to essentially pour 3 1 ounce pours. And that is not the type of tasting that you would typically kind of experience, at least in the markets that I've had businesses in the past, as well as other wine kind of centric businesses. So when looking at my options, to me, it made the most sense to invest the money, the time, and the resources to get certified by the state for both food service, which I am now, to continue to get my personal certifications to manage both the food aspect as well as the liquor aspect with the new requirements, and then apply for this on-premise license to continue to still sell off-premise, because fundamentally I prefer to be considered a wine shop with education on site that provides that on site. We don't have liquor. I could have pursued a space in the neighborhood that would have maybe allowed me to pursue a liquor license. I don't want to serve liquor. Beer and wine is and continues to be my intention. Does not intend to be a bar. It never has been, never will be. And the occupancy of the space is small enough that at full occupancy, both inside and on the courtyard, I don't know how we would be able to functionally fit more than 25 people anyway. I think at best, when we've had our fundraisers for the hurricane victims and these other items that were special events, I think at best we've had 32, 33 attendees. So with that, I won't comment further on some of the anonymous, what I find to be kind of reprehensible attacks on my character, et cetera, especially given the anonymity of comments and lack of understanding of what my history is and the challenges that I've continued to face to raise a single daughter in this family, in this community, right? And the commitments that I've made to this valley and continue to try and make within the community. I'm fully committed to be in Redstone for the long run. And I think perhaps maybe some people just don't think that I fit there, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, I've continued to try and be a good operator, a good player. And some of these public comments are outright refuting some of the previous negative comments in terms of factual information. So I'll allow the commissioners at some point to review those, et cetera. But that is my general statement, I think, you know. And I will also say that I'm disappointed to find out that several of my neighbors are so adamantly against this project when I have made exceptional efforts, direct efforts, to mitigate the impact on the community. When I've offered to invest in landscaping, and when I've offered to invest in other noise kind of reducing items, when I've offered to eliminate, reduce hours on the courtyard, et cetera. And when I'm told there's really not much you can do except not exist here. That is a very hard thing to hear. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I would just say we have received a lot of supportive comments as well. Just the board
I
has
can't hear
received-
you. What'd you say?
Oh, the board has also received a lot of supportive comments of Justin and the vision. Are there questions for Justin
I just
from
wanted
board
to add to
members?
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
Francie.
Not all the letters we got were anonymous either. We have some pretty significant leaders in the community who wrote that weren't anonymous. Just want to clarify that. They weren't all anonymous. And some of the ones in support of you were also anonymous.
I was gonna
It was
add
a
that.
funny little mishmash of whether to be anonymous or not, so.
Okay, Patty.
That's what I was gonna clarify,
Yeah.
is there were anonymous comments submitted from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And not anonymous comments submitted by both sides, so.
Okay. I have a clarifying question. I think Sam and I discussed a little bit this morning, and I don't know if this was for Rye. There was a little confusion in our packet about the permissibility or impermissibility of open consumption in Redstone on the boulevard, and what the law says about that.
Sorry, Kelly, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. Maybe the sheriff does. I do see him here. I will remind the board about a couple things since I've got the floor for a moment. The board is sitting as a quasi-judicial body right now. The BoCC is sitting as the local licensing authority for this application. The criteria in front of you are and the findings you need to make, and this finding does need to be rendered into writing at some point. That the reasonable needs of the neighborhood are met, the desires of the neighborhood are met, and the applicant has a good moral character. And I wasn't going to bring this up before the presentation because I didn't know if this was going to be cured or not. At the moment, I think the record is currently deficient for the board to make a decision on this application either way. I don't see a copy of the application in the agenda files, or I'm sorry, in the agenda item for you today. That can be entered into the record now if that is something the board wants to do. Whether you all feel you have the opportunity to sufficiently review an application that's just submitted to you now, that's up to you all. I would note, though, that the application potentially could be reviewed by interested members of the public who may not have had an opportunity to do that. I also think the record is currently deficient. There's no proof of publication or posting in the record today. That can be cured during the hearing, and that is certainly possible. I also think for the record, it would be really good for either staff or the BoCC, sitting as the local licensing authority, to establish the neighborhood boundaries for the purpose of considering testimony and other submissions made. Usually, that would be done with agreement of the applicant in advance. I don't know if that has taken place. For this particular application, the BoCC, again, could define the relevant neighborhood for considering these things today. Redstone makes sense for that. If you wanted to expand it slightly beyond Redstone, you could do that, but that is something that you would want to establish for the record. As I noted, a decision of this board, sitting as a local licensing authority, needs to be rendered within 30 days from today's hearing, and that decision needs to be in writing, whether that's granting or denying the application. I'm more than happy to do that. My suggestion procedurally would be to see if these record deficiencies can be cured. Notice in particular is jurisdictional. Without the notice in the record, it would be pretty tough to move forward. The testimony of the applicant is just that testimony because you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body, and any letters or opposition you may hear today or support, again, that is testimony that you can accept as you're weighing this criteria that's in front of you now. So that's what I've got at the moment. I can also look into whether it's permissible to have an open container in Redstone. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay.
So,
Right, let me offer some clarifying info and then ask follow-up questions. So Sam emailed to the board last night an updated packet
Okay.
that I believe does include all of the application information, including the adjusted boundaries for the new permit being requested. I don't know if if it was only emailed to us and not posted publicly, if that is sufficient.
so there's two different requirements. There's
You
a
or Jeanette?
So correction, it included the state inspections, which were referenced in the AIS. They just were not in the attached packet, but they are on the website and in the public record. It did not include the application, which in the AIS, it did state that that is available for you guys at any time in our office for review. It just has a lot of personal information about the applicant that does need to be redacted in order to publicly make that available. So historically, how we've presented this, that is that it is available for your review at any point in time, and I do have it in my possession right now if you guys would like to review it any further.
That's very well and good. It needs to be entered into the record for today's hearing. Should the board want to consider it, if it needs to be redacted, that's fine. But it does need to be entered into the record, as do the notices for today's hearing, which again, that can be accomplished by presenting that information to you all. Again, I didn't get whatever email went around last night, so I don't know
have it
what
either.
that is. But yeah.
Okay.
And I wanted to clarify your question as well. To the extent that it's defining the boundaries of the premises, that is one thing that needs to be defined. You also need to establish for the record what the boundaries of the neighborhood that you're considering for this criteria. Being the reasonable needs of the neighborhood, you need to consider exactly what that neighborhood is. It probably doesn't make sense for it to be as geographically broad as all of Pitkin County. You want to define it to some identifiable neighborhood. In my mind, it makes sense to have it as Redstone and the surroundings, general surroundings around there, but again, that's for you all to consider what a reasonable neighborhood for consideration of this application is.
Okay. Well, I'd like to know what you would recommend to us, Rye. It seems like we should minimally take all the public comment as testimony for folks who are here today, and then decide among the board and based on your recommendation if we have procedural sufficiency to move forward. Brant?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. So what I heard you say was that we can't really make a decision until we have these furthering documents. So does that mean that we can put off hear everything today but not make the decision today? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, the cleanest thing to do would be to not take any further testimony or anything today.
Oh.
To the extent that staff wants to go upstairs and get the demonstration of noticing for this particular application to establish that you all have jurisdiction to hear this stuff, staff may want to do that. And if you want to take a 5-minute break to do it, that's fine. But as far as rendering a decision, I don't think you can do that today without these things being established. So,
Well, Redstone's a long way for
yeah,
people
sure.
to come.
If you want to take public comment, that's fine. So it may be a good idea to get the noticing into the record so that at the very least, you have jurisdiction over the hearing, which I don't think you currently do at the moment. Sorry to say,
No,
but
these things
it
happen.
is what it is.
Yes.
Is that something
And
they
we
can
will
do?
need to, likely, it makes sense, if you want to take public comment today, that can be made on the record, and then you probably want to keep the hearing open and set it for a date certain in the future to further consider the application in light of, making sure the rest of this record is clarified. But I take your point. It is a long way from Redstone, so you
Okay.
may want to get some stuff on the
So I
record
think,
today.
and let me just check in with the board, but I think what I'm hearing is that minimally we should pause to get notice entered into the record so that we can have jurisdiction to hear public comment.
Correct.
Any other questions for Rye or Sam?
I think Jeanette just went upstairs to get
Point.
the.
She went to print off the noticing.
Okay,
Correct.
sorry, Justin, what, yes.
So I'm sorry, just to clarify then, until those two items have been entered in the public record, there's no jurisdiction right now for you to consider my application. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's right.
Okay. And if that's the case, then public comment that is made right now can still be entered into record or not?
I think they're going to go get the noticing
No.
right now so we can enter some public.
And
comment.
then once the noticing has been entered in, then all of this public
Once
comment.
we've established
Got it.
jurisdiction, we can take public comment.
And that's established after this noticing
Yeah, I
has been
think
sent.
Jeanette's going to go grab it, so I don't know
Great.
if the board wants to take 5 minutes to let it get printed off, or we just.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Can I just get a sense from folks, anyone online, can you please just raise your hand if you were hoping to provide public comment for the Boulevard Barrel liquor license? I see one. Are there others? One online? All right, are there folks in the room here who are wishing to provide public comment? Okay, we have a handful of folks in the room. Okay,
Can
let's-
I, before we take a break, can I
Yes.
just make a quick comment?
Yes,
I have
Patty.
it right here.
I mean, I think it would be good to hand it to the board right
I
now.
see Josh.
I just want everyone to know that the board has received a large amount of public comment on this and another item on our agenda. And I want to, I'm going to speak for the board. We pay attention to the public comments submitted by people online. And I apologize. I was not able to respond to those that asked for a response to the volumes, because there was a lot. But I want to thank people and let them know that the board does take these comments that are submitted through our system. We do take them into serious consideration when reviewing applications, and I appreciate all of the people, all of the volumes of comments we received. I just want that to be known by the public. Thank you.
I'm going
Kelly.
to ask Sam to pass around that application folder for us while we take a break for any board members who wish to peruse it. And Grassroots, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and resume this application for liquor license. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your patience.
Sorry, I'm gonna print these really quick.
Everybody, the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February 12th. Thank you for your patience during a brief break. We are sitting as the local liquor licensing board and needed to collect additional information during that time in order for us to conduct this current hearing, which is on an application for new beer and wine liquor license and takeout and delivery permit for Down Valley Hospitality doing business as Boulevard Barrel in Redstone. And so I will go ahead and check in. We needed to enter two things into the record in order to properly sit as the liquor licensing board. County Attorney Ryan Neely, can you
Yeah.
please discuss what you were given?
Thank you. So I have an affidavit of posting from Mr. Abad. Is it Abad?
Yes.
And I presume he'll testify that he did in fact submit this affidavit of posting. Is that correct?
It is correct, sir.
And posted the property. There are some photographs of the public notice posted on the property, and it looks like I have a public notice publication from January 30, 2025. I assume staff will confirm for the board that staff did in fact publish this in the record. I'm going to pass that to Kelly for now. I do think it would also be good for the record for the board to establish the neighborhood boundaries to consider in connection with this application. You might want to just do it now. If you wanted to say something like within 1 mile of the historic town site of Redstone, including the historic town site of Redstone, that would be sufficient to do it that way. As I saw in what was in the record, I saw that the majority of folks that submitted and signed the petition for this were located in Redstone or the immediate surroundings, so that may be a good way to define the neighborhood boundaries. And I would suggest that one of the board members suggest that as the boundary, and the rest of the board accept that as the neighborhood boundaries for the purpose of considering this application.
Okay, okay. I have a question from Greg.
Only that
Clarification?
I kind of want to see a map. when
Do you have
we
a
do that.
map?
And just to see if there's an obvious, if it cuts a neighborhood in half, maybe we extend it a bit, or, just so we can look at the vicinity.
Yeah, I think the historic, and we do have a map that maybe Sam can pull up pretty quick of the historic district of Redstone, and we can wait and grab that.
I can see if I can find that.
Patty, did you have a other question? while
I
we
was
wait
just
for that?
gonna make a statement of acceptance, but Greg's point is well taken. And we may need to have that come back to us again with an actual map with the jurisdiction outlined on it, like we do in here for the actual restaurant itself.
Okay. While we're
Facility
waiting for
house.
that, I want to go ahead and just sort of poll the board a little bit. I've heard indication from at least one board member that we should continue this and take up decision at a future date, which would allow us to further completely hear the record. Now, I want to see if there is other interest from other board members. I would offer that we can still take testimony right now in advance of any continuance for folks, to accommodate folks who have showed up today. So let me check in with other board members if that is an amenable request. So we don't have to sort of rush to fill in the picture here. Patty?
Yeah, I would like to take public comment since people have taken the time to be here or to be online. I think there's just too much new information that I haven't really had a chance to compare my notes, and I have lots of them. So I think it would be more appropriate for us to vet out the issues that are still outstanding, see what we can clarify today now that we have clarified our jurisdictional opportunity, and then move this forward to continue it till we have the information. It's a very complex issue for many reasons with state involvement, liquor licensing. There's just too many things, and I want to make sure that we have the information before us to make a very sound decision at the end of the day. And today is not the end of the day.
Yeah,
yes,
I was
Francie.
going to say something similar. It's this is a life-changing decision for Justin when we make it, and I think we need to take it as seriously as we possibly can, and a lot of people have put a lot of time into giving us feedback about it. So I think it's probably a good idea for us to take our time, make sure we've got all our ducks in a row, and so I would recommend taking some public comment today, leaving public comment open, and having some time to peruse the documentation a little bit more thoroughly.
Any objections?
I support that.
Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and,
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question before the board proceeds? So if we haven't determined what the geographic boundary of Redstone is, then how can you consider all of the public comment that's being submitted?
Yeah,
Because some of them would be outside of that boundary, and if you're taking that into consideration, then that would therefore
thank
be
you.
either
I think we
positive or
understand
negative.
what
against
you,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna suggest that the board go ahead and establish the relevant neighborhood today for the purpose of considering this application. So we can expand the you don't have to have a map in the record to do this. We have a current county definition of the historic town site of Redstone in the historic district, which I believe is 1,000 feet from the historic district on all sides. I would suggest you expand that to 1 mile. If you want to expand it further, you can. You'd capture more of the Crystal River Valley if you did that. You could just state the entire Crystal River Valley is the relevant neighborhood for this application. So,
however, to clarify, anyone can comment on this, regardless of the neighborhood distinction is for us to define based on the criteria with which we need to review the appropriateness of this. Any person in Pickens County or elsewhere can weigh in and public comment on this.
sure, that was a very good clarification. For the purposes of considering the criteria, which requires you to evaluate the needs and desires of the neighborhood, you need to establish what the neighborhood boundary is
Okay.
when you're making that decision.
Well, as the chair, I'll take it as my prerogative to offer that we establish the Crystal River Valley as the appropriate neighborhood for consideration for reviewing the criteria that we must rely on when determining the appropriateness of this liquor license. Is there any objection from board members for that scope?
Can you define the Crystal River Valley for me? Is it from the confluence of the Crystal River and the?
Sure, the headwaters in, in Gunnison County down to the confluence with the Roaring Fork, the Crystal River Valley. Jeffrey?
I would be comfortable with 52 AD, which was first set forth by the Pickens County attorney, so 1 mile radius from Boulevard Beverage.
Who else? Anyone else want to put their flag in the ground? Yes, Greg.
I'd propose, I'm just looking at the map and I'm looking at mileage and I'm thinking that the boundary, if you did, say 4 miles on either end of Redstone, you'd pretty much pick up a lot of the hoods around the Redstone.
That makes sense.
4 miles? Is that what you said?
Boulevard, from the restaurant, from the facility itself?
Right, either direction, up or down.
And so
Okay, I'll take that as a friendly amendment. Anyone else? You okay?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, 4 miles. Greg, you want to restate your neighborhood definition, please, for the board's acceptance?
I would state the neighborhood definition to include an area within 4 miles either direction on Highway 133 from the applicant's facility.
And what about across the street?
Okay. And again, that is the neighborhood that we will consider when
Basin.
evaluating the criteria for the appropriateness of this liquor license. Anyone inside and outside that neighborhood definition is still welcome to provide us with public comment, and which we will begin to take now, unless are there other questions for?
I do have a question.
Yes,
Just,
go ahead.
regarding the application, there was a petition, and it looked as if at least maybe 6 of the signatures on the petition might not be qualified, either as redundancy, looked like phone numbers instead of physical addresses, obvious that the same person wrote the names and numbers in for a couple of occasions, and then I think there's one from Marble, but Marble's probably outside of the boundary we've just set, but nobody knew that before. Does that matter?
It does matter. For the purpose of considering, so usually the petition is utilized to establish the needs for the license and the desires of the community. So to the extent that folks on the petition, whether they're within the boundaries you are considering or not is something that weighs in that. So if they're not within the boundary, that would not support that there's a need for this license in the defined neighborhood. Similarly, if you're not able to determine because of a lack of an address or something like that on the petition whether the individual is within the neighborhood boundary or not, that particular signature would not weigh in favor one way or the other of the need or the desire of the neighborhood or vice versa. For the same reason, if you had an anonymous comment where you were not able to determine the location of that individual, then that would similarly not be a comment that would weigh into the decision of the reasonable needs of the neighborhood or the desires of the neighborhood, again, one way or the other. So,
Can I follow up?
Yes.
So, say if the petition's deficient, does the applicant have the ability to cure it?
the petition solely goes to, and I believe that the number, and I'd have to look on our website again, but I believe that our local licensing staff requires 15 signatures on the to support the application. Now, it's not necessarily again jurisdictional whether you have enough signatures or not. It really just weighs in favor of these criteria that you have. So if you had a petition that didn't have any signatures on it, and the applicant did not provide any further testimony from members of the community that there was a need for the application, then the application would fail on its face for that reason. But you know, when this decision is rendered in writing that you're going to make, one of those findings would need to be based on what's submitted in that petition. So I'm more than happy to help put that together once staff drafts a decision one way or the other for you.
Okay, so that's not something we need to worry about.
I wouldn't worry about it too much now unless there's no further showing one way or the other to support the application.
Patty?
Yeah, and I brought this up in discussion and with staff, and I think staff vetted the petition because the petition has 25 lines on it, and the applicant got more than that signatures after the 25, and so I think at the end of the day, but we'll let.
Probably enough.
Yeah, but we'll let that another issue
guys
that
can
will
figure
just
that
be.
out.
Well, and there's no state requirement on the number of signatures. As Ryan mentioned, we do generally ask for 10 to 15. The more the merrier, as Justin knows, is what I asked for. The more support for your business, the more you guys will see the success in that.
Great, thank you for that.
And Lucas and Thomas have the exact same handwriting.
Okay.
They all live in the same house.
Point of order, we're in an official hearing here.
Apologies.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on this. I will invite folks in the room to come up, and then we'll go to online. Who in the room here would like to go first? Come on up. Please have a seat, state your name, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Courtney Janes, and I've lived in Redstone for 15 years. I'm also a first grade teacher in Carbondale, where I've worked for 21 years. As a longtime resident and an educator, I am deeply committed to the well-being of this community and its future. I am here to strongly oppose the approval of a beer and wine license for Boulevard Barrel. While I understand that Boulevard Barrel has received letters of support, none of these supporters live directly next door to the business. We are the ones who consistently hear the music, see the neon light, and the fire pits from our front porch, and we have to endure the noise of people having conversations that we would typically expect from a bar, but we hear them right from inside our home. I shared a couple videos with you via email to illustrate what his business sounds like from the inside of our house. One of them was recorded on a Wednesday evening, a school night, when the noise from the business became a serious disturbance. This is not isolated. It happens regularly and severely impacts our quality of life. Furthermore, I want to address the manner in which Justin has conducted his business and his relationship with the community. He never approached us as his direct neighbors to discuss his business before opening. He gathered signatures for support but did not engage with those who are most affected by his operations. I also personally overheard him dismissing laws and regulations meant to protect the community, saying on several occasions and to several different people that Pickens County wouldn't enforce rules as strictly as other areas, even calling it a kangaroo court. These aren't the words of someone who respects the regulations in place to maintain a safe and harmonious community. This kind of attitude directly undermines the trust and accountability that should be expected of a business owner. Justin's behavior raises serious concerns about legal compliance. He was operating without an on-premise license for some time, and when questioned about it, he became defensive, publicly accusing someone in the community of trying to destroy his business. He even claimed that he was not going to stop trying to find out who it was until he had their names. This, along with the fact he served alcohol illegally, shows a lack of respect for both the law and the community. When the State Liquor Enforcement Agency investigated, it was clear they were understaffed and far away, limiting their ability to take immediate action. This is another reason to be cautious about granting him an on-premise license now. For these reasons, along with concerns we have shared in our written comments and prior communications, I urge you not to approve the beer and wine license for Boulevard Barrel. As a longtime resident of Redstone and a teacher who has worked here for over 2 decades, I am committed to ensuring that our community remains a safe, respectful, and peaceful place to live. Our children, our families, and our neighbors deserve a quality of life that is not disrupted by a business that disregards the concerns of those most impacted. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
you.
Coming over. Would you like to come up? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jason Janes, and I'm Courtney's husband. For the record, we are residents at 440 Redstone Boulevard. We're the adjoining neighbors to the south of the Boulevard Barrel operation. As Courtney said, we've lived in the valley for 25 years. We built our home in Redstone 16 years ago. And she made it a point to point out that we're invested members of the community, and I would like to emphasize that. I also serve as the chair of the Redstone Historic Preservation Commission. I want to be clear that I'm speaking only on behalf of myself and not on behalf of the Historic Preservation Commission today. It's important that we point these things out because we want to illustrate that we're not new here. We're not trying to impose our will, having recently arrived, or make Redstone something that kind of meets our needs specifically. It's also important that we point out that we're not anti-business. We've lived in our home in Redstone across from what was the Crystal Club, is now Propaganda Pie, and across from the Cliffs Lodge, 2 of the largest commercial operations on the boulevard, harmoniously and with positive relationship the entire time that we've lived in Redstone. We also recognize that it's a small, very small community, and there's significant motivation to get along and to go along and to try to support one another. And that's how we entered this process and this relationship. We understand very clearly that our home is in the Village Commercial Zone District. We recognize that that district is there to allow for small businesses that support the community. We also understand that there are rules and that there are land use code and that you're not allowed as a business owner to do whatever you want to make your business successful within that Village Commercial Zone District. Related to that, in 2019, there was a land use application that was approved that legalized a non-conforming use on the property. The building had been illegally divided into 3 apartments. That land use application made that right, created a primary dwelling unit, a caretaker dwelling unit, and a commercial space on the property. It also recorded a site-specific plan that, as a condition of approval, runs with the land and must be adhered to, that indicates on the property the location of commercial parking, the location of residential parking, the location of landscape buffer, and the location of the building uses. The building there is non-conforming. It's much larger than what would currently be allowed. The specific reasons for these conditions, I assert, is because that property it's a narrow 50-foot wide lot, And having those 3 uses and all of the required parking and supporting spaces is the maximum density that really can function on that lot. The location of the commercial spaces were specifically identified in the front area of the property, and the residential spaces in the back area of the property. The approved uses shown on that plan occupy the entirety of the parcel. While the physical parcel does not have new development related to the Boulevard Barrels operation that would trigger a land use review, the bar, and I want to be clear, it's been operating as a bar, is a physical expansion of that use and displaces some of the required components of that 2019 approved site plan, specifically the commercial parking spaces. It also results in an additional use density on that small lot, which has significant additional impacts that cannot be mitigated because of the proximities. In our written comments, I go into great detail with plan diagrams that illustrate that the recorded site plan, as well as the related impacts of displacing those required uses. The original and current license applications also inadequately illustrate the full context of the parcel and frankly misrepresent the accommodation of those requirements for the operation of the business on the property. And I would suggest that the 2019 site plan and the current applications be compared side by side. Ultimately, the notes about good standing and conformance with the requirements are not congruous with our personal observations, with the violations that occurred in September and October, and with Justin's own advertising for his business that has been continuous since he's opened. We've provided in our memo some additional screenshots of that advertising.
I do have to ask
Yes,
you to
thank
close
you.
up your comments.
The negative impacts of the Boulevard Barrel operating as a bar have been significant, and this is during a time where Justin has been motivated to fly under the radar, not having the appropriate licenses. We believe that if he is approved for an on-site bar license, the impacts will increase significantly. This is why we have decided to stand up in opposition, even when others have said they could not for fear of retaliation in the local community, to strongly oppose the approval of a beer and wine bar license for Boulevard Barrel. Thank you for your
very
time.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Anyone else in the room? Okay, I'll go online. I see Stephanie Helfenbein with your hand up. Please go ahead and unmute. Stephanie, can you try talking? Let's see if we can hear you, or hit *6 if you're on the phone. Go ahead. Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Stephanie Helfenbein, and I have lived in Redstone for 19 years with my husband, and now our almost 16-year-old son. I've known Courtney and Jason that entire time, as well as pretty much everybody on the boulevard. And it's a really tight-knit community. It's a pretty special place to live. We've seen a lot of change in Redstone over the last 19 years, and I'd like to say I did submit an email as well as I tried to submit online, and I didn't see any of it in the comments. So I'm just going to go ahead and read my email to you. One recent change to Redstone has been the opening of the Boulevard Barrel in July of 2024. In our opinion, it was a great and much needed change which has enhanced life on the boulevard for both residents and visitors. We therefore are writing this letter to express our support for the Boulevard Barrel's current application to their liquor license to allow the service of beer and wine by the glass. Since opening in July, the Boulevard Barrel has brought our community together in a way no other business has been able. The shop offers a very welcoming environment, allowing residents and visitors to sit and enjoy each other's company, creating new connections and rejuvenation of old connections. Additionally, we have the utmost respect for the owner, Justin, as he is a very dedicated single father of a 4-year-old daughter who is very committed to his family and the community. Justin hasn't been here very long, but he was quick to jump on the RCA and help out in any way that was needed. It's no simple task to be a single parent, let alone run a successful business as a single parent. Yet in our opinion, he's doing a great job at both. The Boulevard Barrel has demonstrated a strong philanthropic spirit, actively participating in local events and supporting charitable causes. This commitment has made a meaningful impact on many lives in our community and beyond. Allowing the Boulevard Barrel to serve beer and wine by the glass will enhance the customer experience and contribute to the local economy. We wholeheartedly support this application and encourage you to grant the Boulevard Barrel this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, can we go to the participant list online? All right, DJ, I see you. Go ahead, please. Unmute, and you have
Hi.
3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dave Johnson here. Justin was my neighbor for about 15 or 16 months before he opened the barrel. I know him very well personally. He's a great guy. He's been very responsive in listening to concerns of people, whether it's his business operations during his time on the RCA. He's been great. He's contributed a lot of volunteer time to our efforts for events. And, I don't necessarily agree with everything that the Janeses had to say, but I respect them for being public about their criticisms and attaching their names to that. And I'm sure Justin is respectfully listening to those concerns from them and other concerns that have been brought up by members of our community. What I'd like to address is I've seen it happen a couple of times to very good friends of mine just in the last 6-8 months, where people have been allowed to anonymously attack the characters of my friends online in submitting anonymous comment. And I wrote the letter to you. It'll be in the Aspen Times probably tomorrow as well, regarding the practice of accepting anonymous comment. I find that it too often allows people to engage in character assassination that can be untrue, and it leads to rumor and innuendo being made to influence important decisions in people's lives. And I think if anonymous comment is allowed, it creates a cesspool of problems that just are really damaging to the lives of people. And if anonymous comment is disallowed, I think we can engage in a lot more respectful civil discourse when it comes to these issues that are very important. And I'd like to ask the board to address that issue of, would you ever consider abolishing anonymous comment? If you write a letter to the editor of a newspaper, you have to provide your name, and they will verify your name and that you live here. And it just anonymous comment contributes too much to polarization in our communities and our country as a whole. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to hearing your response to this issue.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, let's see. I think we saw Josh online as well. Josh, go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the commissioners for listening to all these comments and everything. Obviously, I have been in this position with Avalanche Outfitters at their Coke Ovens lease. I do understand what Justin's going through, and having people do stand against you in a point due to your personal beliefs and stuff like that is a problem. I do support Justin. Since I met Justin, he did quickly jump on the RCA board, and he has actually committed a lot of time volunteering with the RCA events and everything like that, and as well as his community, which shows his love for this community and everything like that. I would like to say that Justin's been very great with helping the community, and I agree with the Health and Binds that he's really put in a new place for us to kind of hang out and get back together in a small environment, which helps push everybody to be around each other and talk. I do understand that the neighbors may have issues and stuff like that, and I respect their opinions and their beliefs, so I don't want to cut them down at all. I believe that Justin's trying to do something great for this community, and he's trying to build his life for his daughter as a single father with full custody of his kid. He's trying to do everything he possibly can to, do a business that he knows. And that's the biggest thing is he's trying to bring something to Redstone that he feels will help the community as well as help himself as to be successful in this small community, which is very tourist driven, but he's also gotten a ton of community support. I've met a lot of people there when I've gone to see Justin and hung around his fire pits and everything. That also has helped my business to book horseback rides and hunting trips and stuff like that, which has helped us all. And we try to push people to everybody in town, whether it be the Cliffs Lodge, Propaganda Pie, the Redstone Inn. I really don't care which business you run. If I have clients that are looking for something special, I try to push them to places. And sometimes this kind of bar setting of the inn or Propaganda Pie isn't for them, but being able to go to Justin's and get some takeout drinks and stuff like that, or taste wine, has really put a niche in our community that we needed for these people to get away from a bar scene and more of a community hang out, meet the locals and stuff like that. And I don't know how many times I've hung out there with Justin, with tourists and everything, that just absolutely walking down the boulevard, seen it, they loved it, they stopped in, and they made friends. They went to other businesses as they spoke with us of what we suggest, where to go and everything. It's been a huge help to our small community to keep the tourists happy and also hold them in town, to push them to the other businesses in town to help them. I understand as far as the living in Redstone aspect is tough. As a community member, sometimes we all do. By the end of the summer, I'm pretty sure every Redstone local is, whether they own a business or not, they're getting tired of the tourists and everything like that. But it's something that we need to keep every business and the community alive. Looking at your guys' 4-mile radius that you're looking at, I looked it up and kind of did some research. You're basically opening it up to the Placida Trailhead south of town all the way to Swiss Village, which I think is a very good community boundary for your stuff. I'm going to have to stand with DJ on the anonymous comment stuff, just due to the fact that these anonymous comments could be put in by people outside of the zone. And I could send an email to 500 people right now and say, I just need you to say this to support Justin, and he could have all this comment, just like somebody could with negative comments. So I believe having a boundary within the Redstone area is great for you guys looking at to help the Redstone community as a whole, because
Josh, I'm going to need you to wrap up your comments, please, sir.
Okay. Just having the boundaries, I think, is a great thing for what you guys are doing and everything like that. Thank you guys very much, and I appreciate letting me speak.
All right. Thank you for taking the time. Okay, can we check online and see if there are other individuals who would like to comment on this liquor license application? Anyone else in the room?
Can I ask a
Going once,
clarifying
going
question?
twice. I am going to suspend the public comment for today. We will keep it open as we decide to continue the meeting. Yes,
I just
Patty.
want to do a point of clarification here. We drew a boundary, but we still accept comments from outside that. So I want the public to know that boundary doesn't say if you live across the street from the boundary on the outside, you can't comment. It's a comment that can be received from visitors and guests who live anywhere in the country or the world on either direction. And as far as anonymity, that's a whole nother discussion for the board to have at another time. It's not part of this application before us today. I understand the concerns, but there's the other side of that story too we need to consider for people who prefer to comment anonymously. So, but that's something we're not going to be taking up today, I don't believe.
Okay, so if I correctly understand where we're at, we have entered the application materials into the record. We've entered the notice of hearing into the record. We have we've defined the neighborhood boundary for consideration of the criteria to review this permit, and there's been a request by board members to take some more time to review the documentation. We sort of have an outstanding question relative to enforcement of open consumption of liquor in Redstone that will come back to us. And the direction I've heard from the board is to continue review of this application and the public hearing on it to a future date. Do we need to define that as a date certain?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a, should it be the 26th in order to comply with the timeliness requirements of the application?
Yeah, I think you'd want to do it on February 26th.
Okay. So with that, any further clarifying questions from board members right now? Yes, Justin.
I just wanted to ask if in the next hearing for the continuance, we'll have an opportunity to address some of the concerns that were brought up by both public comment as well as those who were here in person today. Will I have an opportunity to address those directly?
It
I
is
believe so.
appropriate for the board to allow the applicant to provide some rebuttal testimony to whatever testimony they heard from other members of the neighborhood community.
Okay, there's your answer.
Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue to a date certain of February 26th with a caveat there that the board seriously look at the agenda for the 26th and maybe not continue to add things to it. The other, I think we need time to, the reason I'm supporting continuing this is it's a very complex issue with lots of different party players involved, and I think we need to have time to review it all clearly. That being said, I appreciate the time taken today, especially the time taken from the community members to take the time either to be in person or submit their comments in writing. So that is my motion, is to continue to the 26th along with public comment.
Okay, we have a motion by Patty, a second by Francie. Any further discussion? We heard some concern relative to this site development approval conditions and its interaction with this permit. How do you recommend we handle that?
If the board is interested in considering that, I would ask staff to get that information from the Community Development Department and include it in the record for the hearing coming up.
Because it would be
on the
appropriate for our
26th.
consideration of the boundaries as drawn for the liquor
Yes,
license permit.
exactly.
Okay.
And it's the 2019 site plan, I believe.
And they likely would have to do a site visit just to keep in mind of timing of everything.
Well,
You
Because
would
I
have to
did-
do it. We wouldn't have to do
No,
it.
no, 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 community development, because I did forward that particular public comment to community development, and they would not have time to do a staff visit between the receipt of that comment and today's hearing, if there were to be further clarification needed. So I just want to keep that in mind. I will touch base with them to see if it's something we can do before the hearing on the 26th.
Great. Okay. Any other
Did we get a
questions?
somebody second?
Yep, Francie seconded. Just further discussion. Greg?
Yeah, I don't know, I don't want, if I'm out of line, tell me to shut up. Is there anything the applicant and the neighbors can do in the meantime to try to reach some sort of a understanding? Because what I've heard so far from both sides of this are so disparate that it's total cognitive disconnect. And it tells me that it's time for a mediated neighborly conversation. And if you could all do that before the 26th, I'd be a lot more excited about having this hearing. I'll just put it that way and leave it at that.
Thank you, Greg. Jeffrey?
Can I offer 3 suggestions that might advance Greg's offer, which is, one, is there an opportunity for seasonal hours? So
Absolutely.
Winter versus summer. And you don't have to answer like off
Yeah,
the bat. So
I'm not-
so
I'm not
agree
gonna
to a
allow
condition,
dialogue.
Excuse
but
me, yes,
just-
of course. But yes is the answer, and that is the intention and business model.
The second would be staff showing good compliance with both SOS, CDPHE, as well as there's no violations. I'd like to see that in writing. Again, don't have to respond. Summer versus winter hours. And then anything architecturally you can do to soundproof the box. So for example, triple pane windows or something else that would say, we know we have neighbors that are 20 feet from the property line. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks, Jeff.
Appreciate that.
Can I add to that real quick?
Patty?
Please.
Yeah, and we just passed a new lighting code. And does it apply to outside party lights and things like that? Trespassing lights. So since that code is new, I think since the board passed it, we need to make that part of any of our approval positions.
I
So-
believe it goes in effect in March.
Well, it's going to be in effect, so
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of continuance to the 26th, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
That
Appreciate your
was-
time.
Woo, that was a doozy of a liquor license hearing. All right.
I'll be in touch then moving forward. Yeah.
I'm going to move us on to individual consideration items and first readings, which will be set for second reading and a public hearing on February 26th. Just as a reminder, we do not take public comment on these first readings. The first one here, ordinance of the BoCC authorizing Pickens County Sheriff to impose and rescind bans on open fires and prohibitions on the sale, use, and possession of all fireworks in unincorporated Pickens County at any time during 2025. And Alex Burchetta, our undersheriff, nice to see you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Burchetta. I'm the undersheriff for the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. We're back yet again for another year to authorize the board, or to ask the board to authorize and delegate the authority to the sheriff to implement fire restrictions and the sale, use, and possession of fireworks during 2025. As we've probably known over the past 15 plus years, we've seen the risk of wildfire increase in our community. We've seen fires regionally throughout the western slope of Colorado. And one of the most proactive mitigation tools we have to prohibit and prevent wildfires within Pickens County is the implementation of fire restrictions, and also the sale, use, and prohibition of the possession of fireworks. I'm happy to allow the sheriff to make any comments or to ask any or answer any questions you may have about this. It is at this point now fairly routine for us to come before you and ask you for this delegation and authority.
Yes. Mr.
You have the agenda summary, and you know these boxes kind of tell it all. So I don't need to read each and every one of them to you. So that's all I have to point out right now.
Okay, looks like we have a question from Jeffrey and then Greg.
So, sorry, my first year approving
Absolutely.
this. So, lessons learned out of Marshall. So is there anything we could do proactively? I know this is a ban of open burns, but the Marshall fire was started by embers from a prescribed burn that was permitted. Anything else we could do proactively to your chart that also gets at those?
I think all
And
the
if you need more details, I think you have the debrief on Marshall. So
yeah, I mean the fire departments are doing an amazing job with getting the word out there to harden your homes, your landscape, and everything else. I can only repeat what the message that they're putting out. So.
And I think the fire restrictions, it's not just one and done, and there's three different stages, right? The first stage is fairly, I wouldn't say it's not impactful, but it really does, it's communication, it's awareness, it's getting the information out that we are in a heightened risk of wildfire. The second stage and the third stage certainly starts to really mitigate or restrict the use and any open burning anywhere. So at that point, when we start getting in these fire restrictions, we have a weekly call that we are on with our federal partners that are the ones, and the fire districts that are the ones that are doing these prescribed burns. When we get into a situation where the data suggests that we should be in restrictions, all of those burns are off the table. So hopefully it's through this collaboration and partnership that we have with our fire districts in the county and also the feds, the BLM, the Forest Service, that we're really trying to be as proactive as we possibly can with these fire restrictions to avoid situations like the one you're referring to, Jeff.
thank you.
Greg and then Francie.
Patty had her hand
Oh,
up, too.
sorry.
Thank you. How is the coordination with adjoining counties going? I know that I think the Forest Service mentioned their Hay Park. They're thinking of doing is it a burn on Hay Park or somewhere toward the Crown, because they came to the conclusion that a fast-moving fire with wind could move from the Crystal Valley to Snowmass fairly quickly.
We did that burn last year, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it was last year.
There have been some
there's flow
ongoing.
up
Yeah.
arrows.
The coordination with our neighboring counties that way is very tight. We don't include Lake County on those calls, but Tuesday morning
They're
calls,
downwind, yeah.
it's 30, 40 plus, organizations involved. Eagle County, Summit County, Garfield County, Mesa County, they're all on it.
They're all in. Okay.
And they may go into restrictions because they're a lot lower than we are when we can remain out of restrictions based on the science.
Right, and they're as responsive as you guys have been
They are.
regarding fireworks sales and stuff like that.
Yeah, yes, they are.
Okay, glad to hear that.
And we try to go in together, right, so there's no confusion because of all the different border lines that happen
Yeah.
throughout the community. It's very confusing for even us to, when the BLM or the Forest Service goes into restrictions, but we're not. It's like, how do you know where you are? So that's the point of the coordination call, is to ensure that we're doing it in a coordinated effort to really reduce any confusion.
Can I just follow up to say, are you still expecting coordination calls with the feds?
Yes.
Okay, glad to hear it.
I don't know when they're going to start. The weather will predict that.
Or if
and-
there'll
and
be
conditions.
anybody at the end of the phone line.
I'm sorry.
Or if there'll be somebody at the end of the phone line.
Oh, they're there.
So far.
So far.
Patty?
Yeah, I think I had
Oh,
my
I'm
hand
sorry,
up
I
first,
don't
but I'm gonna
know.
let Francie go because I can wrap. that
Okay,
up.
Francie.
Thanks,
In
Kelly.
terms of Garfield maybe having fire restrictions and Pick and not, well, I only live about 300 feet from Garfield.
Right.
So we would have conditions that would be similar to Garfield's, a lot of picking wood down valley. So I'm sure you take that into consideration, but just saying that we don't live in an alpine area, so a lot of picking is not alpine. And then my other question is, what can we do about neighbors whose fields are this tall in grass? Because that's the only way we're gonna get a fire at our place, is it's gonna hit up somewhere up on the hill and then race across their grassy fields. I mean, is that, other than asking them, I love my neighbors, they're wonderful, but I don't love the high grasses in their fields when we are looking at fire danger. What can we do about it?
I don't have an answer for that.
I think
Maybe
Parker could probably
Parker
address
or-
that.
So it's a challenge, and through my past experience, I found the best way to address it is talk to your neighbors, express that concern, and especially with wildfire, I've seen neighborhoods or HOAs bring that same thing up, and the neighbors say, now that it's been made, they're aware of it, they'll go out and make that effort, or maybe there's some middle ground where we'll help you with that. So it's hard to impose that on them, but it's a lot easier to ask, and I've seen that be a very positive tool.
And there are communities throughout the county that will keep their fields short and well irrigated throughout the summer, especially during times
Yeah,
of,
these
it's
two
tough.
are not irrigated.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
in some years, we have a wet spring, like last year, they grow up, was it last year? They grow up really tall, really fast, and then it dries out fast.
Yeah, and I think that's it kind of brings us back to the proactivity of the restrictions themselves, and that, if we are using the data to implement the restrictions early enough, we should be able to mitigate some of the uses that we see, like chains dragging or kind of metal being cut as part of construction that would create sparks, that would create the situation in which the grasses and the timber itself would burn. So we're really trying to be as proactive as we can with these, and to stay within the confines of the data.
Sorry, Patty, and then
you.
Greg.
Yeah, ditch burning. We're talking about prescribed burns. The fire that happened Mid-Valley some years ago was caused by a ditch. So, and I'm not sure who permits,
Fire districts.
so they would also be cognizant of science and weather and could call off ditch burning. I know ditches need to be burned for irrigation, etc., but we would rather have them not burn, rather have them,
Red flag day or
outside their
something.
ditch. So, okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear too. The other one is kind of procedural here. It says on your attachment, this is an emergency ordinance.
It does?
Attachment 2025 emergency ordinance. You knew I would catch that.
No emergency ordinance.
We
It
can
is an
amend
emergency
Not an
that,
emergency
Okay.
ordinance,
correct?
it's a two reading.
Just wanted to
It's a
make sure.
regular ordinance.
Okay, and there's no changes from what we did in 2024? Okay, thank you.
Or previous.
Where does it say emergency?
Under the
On-
attachment.
On
it
the
says-
AIS, under attachments, 2025
attachment.
emergency ordinance.
Well, we don't need to amend that, because the ordinance itself is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something here.
I have a question. I'm gonna
Greg
ask-
and then Jeffrey.
I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Francie, or myself for that matter. If your neighbor's property has tall grass and there's an imminent threat, can you enter their property and cut their grass for them?
Private property rights.
over.
Pay someone and ask your neighbor, could this guy go in and cut your grass, but we can't.
You can't.
I can't.
Right,
can't
you can't go in
trespass
there
on
and
their
cut-
property
Yeah, you
to go
can't
cut their
trespass with a
lawn.
lawnmower and start trimming their grass.
It's called private property rights, and Francie's the big one on private property rights.
It's
Better not come on my property to
Maybe get
try
some
that.
goats and let them wander over there.
That's trespassing.
No, the goats, if I have no control of my goats, then it's okay.
There's trespassing goats.
So there's a
Defense livestock out.
wildfire code board working through the state right now, trying to develop stuff like this. I'm not sure where they're at, but it's been a very hot topic of discussion for the past 18 months or so on the state level of neighbors' property, of what presents a fire hazard, what doesn't. So I think we will likely see and hopefully hear something before the summer of kind of what direction the state is providing.
But Chief Valentine is on that board.
If I could, before Jeffrey jumps in, and Jeffrey's on that board, he'll be
That's
able
right.
to.
Jeffrey's on that board as well.
If I could jump in, I realized that the neighbor I was thinking of is never here. He's a second homeowner, never around. We asked if we could go in and mitigate. We did a lot of mitigation along my street. And he said, no, you can't cross my property line because he's far, far removed from the problem. And so that's frustrating because, you know, he's right down the hill from us. And no matter what we do, what he does makes a difference. So I'd love to hear, hopefully something good will come of that.
Thank you, Greg. Jeffrey.
Sort of circle up the conversation. The International Wildland Urban Interface Code, the National Fire Protection Association Code, the home ignition zone from the Colorado State Forest Service all recommend grasses no higher than 4 inches. So the state of Colorado this year, through the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, will adopt basically a portion of the IWUIC, or the International Wildland Urban Interface Code. And so we will have in place a 4-inch height restriction for people in severe and high wildfire danger zones out to 100 feet from their residence. So stay tuned, that's drafted, it's roughly 60 pages and about to be adopted by the state of Colorado.
That's great.
Interesting.
So that won't preclude people growing hay, I take it.
No, but really,
We don't know.
But to your worry, it's really the folks that have the tall grasses that dry out and then wick embers,
and they don't cut it.
and then firebrands travel for miles. Right. So it's going back to Marshall. This board's looked at Marshall. It's looked at all the FEMA reports, including what's just coming out of both Hawaii, Marshall, as well as California, and the deformation we've seen in structures from the most recent fires.
Can I ask
Patty,
just
then
a point
Francine.
of clarification? So that's 100 feet from their resident. It doesn't mean 100 feet from her residence.
We don't have,
So it's to protect that residence. It's not, and I want to see you out there, Jeffrey, with a ruler measuring 4 inches of grass.
I will bring my tape.
I want a ruler,
We'll issue
wooden
them
ruler,
to the
so
deputies.
Francie can hit you over the knuckles with it.
That'd be nice.
But
Some nice swag there for the wildfire
Picken County Sheriff's Office
collaborative.
rulers,
Yes, there you go.
I would turn that over to the fire
Okay,
department.
we got a lot on our agenda, folks. We're moving slowly.
Really quick thing.
Francie.
Just, you can lose your right to burn your ditches. At CCS, the Carbondale Community School, our neighbor there was burning his ditch, and he caught a big pine tree on fire, like right next to our parking lot. And the Carbondale Fire Department told he couldn't burn his ditches for like, I don't know, a certain number of years, I can't remember.
'Cause I think that happened in
chair
the
accept the
Mid-Valley
motion?
with that fire at the,
As soon as I start talking.
Will the chair
Yes, I
accept the
will.
motion?
Please,
Happy day.
Jeffrey.
I'd like to
There's
make
no
a
happy
motion,
day.
an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the Pitkin County Sheriff to impose and rescind restrictions on open fires and prohibitions on the sale, use, and possession of all fireworks in unincorporated Pitkin County at any time during 2025.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I will note these things will be publicized on Pick and Alert, correct? So everyone should be signing up for Pick and Alert and checking your subscriptions to make sure you're going to get these notices. Any further discussion? I did have a question. I wonder if there's, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole now, but if there's some possibility under like a nuisance ordinance to prevent grasses that are 3 feet tall or otherwise that perhaps we could consider in our
I mean, I think I was just
Code.
thinking about this a little bit too. I mean, I think there's ways, given the increasing attention and recognition that wildfire is a very real threat to this community and similarly situated communities, that we could do something through the county code, whether through the health and safety provisions or the land use code or something like that, which would be easiest to piggyback off state legislation that allowed for that kind of thing, but it doesn't mean we couldn't independently lead the way with that.
and see.
Well, there are nuisance property state statutes that other communities are using to curb other issues for nuisance properties, but this could be an interesting way of doing that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you
Something
can come
for
on my
further
property anytime and mow my grass.
That sounds good.
You've got like 2 feet of it. She's like 2 square feet of grass.
We'll bring the ruler.
I don't have a problem.
Okay, we have a motion by Jeffrey and we have a second by Patty. Further discussion?
Tangential, but since you're here, just the pick and alerts, super important. If we use it too often, it's the boy who cried wolf. You guys are aware of that,
Yeah.
right? So if I hear the Highlands parking lot
We're
is full
working
again.
on it.
Okay, thank you.
But Greg, I just want to point out, you signed up to get parking.
It is an
alerts.
opt-in.
So you
It's
maybe
an opt-in
could
system.
You can take that off your own.
Take parking off of it?
Yes.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
take parking
Greg?
off.
I'm not sophisticated. I'll bring
Well-
my phone over to your place.
Do you
Okay.
want-
Thank you.
Greg, would you like me to
Okay.
take parking off your profile?
I'm going to
Okay,
call
I'll
the
do that
questions
for
so
you.
we can keep moving. Nice to see you all.
Thank you for
all in favor, board, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We'll see
Thank you.
you for public hearing on the 26th.
Absolutely.
And
Thanks.
thank you for the pick and alert plug.
Yes.
I'm gonna see the video from the parking lot.
And
Visuals
the
are done.
correction
I'm
of-
good.
All right, guys, we're on number 5 of like 15, so let's keep moving. Resolution of the BoCC adopting the Pitkin County debt issuance policy and debt post-issuance
Make a
compliance
motion to
policy.
approve.
I know. And thankfully, we did have a robust work session where we learned a lot about debt policy and the importance for the county to have it. And I'll turn it over to Liz Woods, our comptroller.
And the packet is really.
Or what's your
thorough.
title?
Finance director.
Finance director, thank
Yes,
you.
I'm Liz Woods. I'm the finance director. I have with me Anne, who has her CFAO, treasurer and public trustee title. And I think we can be fairly quick if the board has any questions. Otherwise, I think we discussed a lot about this at our work session. I did also send it out to the FAB, the Financial Advisory Board. Did not have any changes from them. I sent it to Rye, and I didn't hear back from you, so I'm assuming that means no changes. And then I sent it to our municipal advisor, and she made a couple of small changes, which I have included in the document that you have right now. So,
Thank you.
And will you just give the brief elevator speech so the public knows why we're doing this and why it's important?
yes. So having a debt policy, a debt issuance policy, is considered a best practice by the Government Finance Officers Association. It is also it helps when we actually go to issue debt with. For instance, credit rating agencies, that it shows that we have good control over our finances. And so that is kind of like the really brief spiel.
Okay, and we expect that we might be issuing some debt for some large projects in the coming decade.
Correct.
Yes. Greg?
Thank you. I'll be very quick also. Your primary goals stated are financial integrity, transparency, consistency, budgetary control, and equity. And you've got great descriptions on that. Just in the interest of transparency, since we're kind of rushing you through this today, is the public going to be able to access all of this policy? I just want to make sure, maybe have you say it, that this is available and it's open to the public, and and we are being transparent. I just didn't want today's rush to not.
Thank you. Yeah, it's posted on the, obviously as part of the agenda, so it is available for the public to review. We will actually, I believe, one of my things was I wanted to post it onto our finance website as well. So we can include it there once it's been fully approved as well.
Thank you. If I can just read the goal, it's to provide the public and stakeholders with clear criteria regarding when and how debt will be issued, ensuring that all borrowing decisions are made with full consideration of the county's fiscal health.
Yes.
That's pretty
Excellent.
concise. Thank you.
That was very concise. Thank you. Yes, Jeffrey?
Still AA1, and are we on any watch either way?
Are
we still AA1, or are we on watch either way?
No, we're not on watch. They review it every year. It depends upon the revenue that's securing the debt. So we're AA1 on property tax, AA2 on sales tax. And then we don't really have any revenue bonds right now, but that would potentially have a different rating. And the reason being is property tax is very stable.
Right.
Sales tax a little more volatile, and then revenue bonds depends upon the revenues that are paying off the debt.
Okay. Great. Other questions for our staff?
Do you need a
here?
motion?
Yes, I do.
I
and we
will actually make a serious motion.
Yes.
To pass on first reading and the resolution adopting the Pickens County debt issuance policy and debt post-issuance compliance policy. This is a first reading set for second reading public hearing on the 26th. And thank you, ladies.
Do I have a second?
Yes, you do. Second.
I think Greg beat you to it.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Thank you for working on this. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, we have a request for a 5-minute break. Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll be back. Andrew, I think Drew Walters will be presenting on the next item. Thank you.
Really cold out there.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February 12th. We are still on first readings, which will be set for second reading and public hearings on February 26th. And now we are going to discuss ordinances authorizing the agricultural lease of the Glacier Open Space. We have two leases, D1 and D2. And those will be between the BoCC, Pickens County, and Juniper Farm. And I will turn this over to Drew Walters of our, who manages our agricultural program for open space and trails. Hi, Drew.
Hey everyone, Drew Walters, agriculture specialist with Open Space and Trails. Sorry I can't make it. We have our Open Space and Trails board retreat today. But yeah, I wanted to kind of provide a brief overview of this lease area. So in our Glacier Open Space Management Plan, one of our action objectives was to sort of define our leasing areas. Particularly a couple of them had been leased in the past when we first acquired the property, but due to primarily lack of irrigation water access had not been leased. With the installation of the center pivot, that system included a water pipeline that went that is installed on the property, and we worked on a project this past year and are still working on it that extends that pipeline to different areas of the property. One of those is Lease D, which is about 3 acres of fairly good agricultural land. It also gives us an opportunity to address a need that we've heard from the community, which is having the option for smaller leased areas. Our program has a lot of mid to larger size leased areas, and so this gave us a unique opportunity to include a RFP that had a bit of flexibility for the folks proposing, in case they only wanted an acre or 2 acres or something of that nature. So that flexibility, I think, was really good. That was included in it. That flexibility also gave the opportunity for multiple leased lots on the Lease D area. And so ultimately, through the RFP process, and I'm happy to answer any questions in the packet, it's fairly lengthy. The bid process is in attachment 3, which is OSTB memo. And that kind of goes through the process, goes through the scoring criteria, and also the applicants. I think, the whole selection committee was really impressed with the qualifications, but also just the sort of the proposals that came in and these different options. We felt that, particularly with this lease, there were quite a few of them that would be great leaseholders. Ultimately, we made the determination that Ariel Rittenhouse and Juniper Farms would be the most suitable for this particular parcel. And both of them had some flexibility in the amount of land to be leased. And so what we made the determination, which would be the most equitable, would be to divide the lease into 2 separate lease areas. And that's why we have agricultural lease D1 and agricultural lease D2. And I'm happy to pull up a map or anything else that would be helpful for you all, or answer any questions.
Okay, questions right now for Drew. Patty?
Hi, Drew. Thank you. I just want to clarify, when I first got my packet, there was only 1 ordinance, and we have 2 leases, so we did clarify that, and now we have 2 ordinances. Just want to make sure the rest of the board got both ordinances. We need to have an ordinance for each D1, D2 lease. So thank you for that clarification. And yeah, if you have it available, it wouldn't be a lot of work or anything to pull up the mapping. I would like to see, since I'm pretty familiar with the property, where we're actually
Thank
Sure.
you. That was easy. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so this is glacier open space. It's kind of the highlighted zone on this map. And these different colored highlights are the different lease zones that we currently have. And so lease D is, I'll zoom into it. So lease D is this triangular pasture right here that has these two different lease zones in it. Orange is D1 and green is D2.
And that was the area that used to be kind of a stockpile area, because the irrigation didn't really irrigate it.
That's right. Yeah, it really hasn't had a whole lot of irrigation, in the past. As far as overall quality of those fields, however, you'll kind of see to the right of these two leased areas, there's just kind of a big open field. That is certainly a boneyard as far as soil quality and things like that. So it's really poor quality over here, and we're working on more doing a restoration of this area. Whereas the lease D area was a higher quality soil, so it'd be more suitable for agricultural leasing.
Great. Thanks, Drew. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Other questions for Drew? Okay. Seeing none, the public will have an opportunity to comment on these at a public hearing on the 26th. So I will look for a motion from
I'll make a motion.
the board.
I'll move to approve the ordinance authorizing an agricultural lease of the Glacier Open Space Agricultural D1 between the Board of County Commissioners and Juniper Farm LLC, and an agricultural lease of the Glacier Open Space Agricultural Lease D2 between the Board of County Commissioners and Ariel Rittenhouse. This is a first reading with second reading scheduled for February 26th again.
Yeah, I think we need to do each one separately.
Yes.
Each ordinance.
So the
So
first
I'll
one
second
should be
the motion
for,
on the D1 lease.
Okay.
for Juniper Hill.
That's Juniper Farm.
Juniper Farm.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Let me just put my notes here. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. May I please have a motion on the ordinance for Ariel Rittenhouse?
I'd make a motion, second then, for D2.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Drew.
Thank
All
you.
right, have a great retreat. Say
Great.
hi to everybody.
Great packet, Drew.
Yeah, tell them all hi.
Really good packet.
Okay, we're on to item number 7, an ordinance of the BoCC approving the purchase of 135 Juniper Trail, more fully described as Shadow Rock Townhomes Lot 35, Building J, Phase 1. And we got some airport folks who've been hanging in there with us here.
So nice to see you three.
To present, if you wanted to see the slideshow.
Andrew, can we raise him to participant so he can share?
Dan, you'll be back again, right? We don't have to roast you today.
No, ma'am. I'll be back.
Every opportunity.
I think you should roast them
Yeah, we
every
could
day.
roast 'em.
You see 'em.
Don't feel like you have to hold back.
Me?
And we're just getting used to the guy.
Took us 3 years to warm up. It's gonna take us 3 years to cool down.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Dan had asked me to start out by saying on record that he's a big fan of Rise Jacket.
It's usually that's
He made
usually-
fun of my tie earlier today. He's on a roll, yeah.
Uh-oh. Which one? Both?
No, Dan.
I try and keep it quiet. I just want to call out that the AIS that you have in your packet isn't the current AIS. I was told that that'll be updated for you. There's some information in there specifically This is not out of county general fund. This is out of enterprise fund, this purchase.
Oh, I had that question.
It is not a deed restricted unit. It is a free market townhome in, it's called Carbondale, but I'd call it Willits in the Shadow Rock, which people are familiar with. Basically the county airport owns 5 units. We have 3 condos on site at the airport at the AOC, Airport Operations Center, and we have 2 units in Eagle County, one at Valley Pines, which is a 2-bedroom unit, where we have employees staying, leasing from us, as well as a 1-bedroom apartment at the Lakeside condominiums. This unit is also in the same jurisdiction. We've found a unit, the board approved our budget for 2025, which we put 1.35 million in for the purchase of an employee unit. So this is within the approved budget. We found a unit lower than that. We've been working with Sally Sheikman on this, who's been a great help for us. We found a unit that we are in negotiations to close on. So this is just presenting it to the board. We did talk the asking price down when it came to negotiating with the seller. We just took into account, or Sally helped out with negotiating down due to the cost of the units that have sold in that over the last 2 years. They've accepted. We are moving through either a credit or reduction of price just after getting the our inspection done. There's a couple things. So we've presented for them just to either take it off the asking price for the delinquencies. We feel that the facilities team with the airport can very easily take care of these, make it better for the owner, the seller, as well as make it easier for us to get in there and do it. The whole point of this purchase is we have a great team that we built. We have some employees that express frustration and almost worry about being priced out of what they can afford to rent from Rifle all the way to Aspen. So this enables us to set a rent rate for these employees that we're trying to keep. It can attract new employees when we're looking at employees because we have the ability to work with and Ashley and set the rent or lease amount for these for monthly leases. And then again, the possibility of living the dream for our employees that really are trying to save money to be able to put something down and buy something, whether it's a step into deed restriction and then in the open market, which is generally how it works in the Valley. So we're just looking to get into this unit to give our employees something to retain them, to attract other employees when we need to. And not just airport employees too. If it came to a point where there was a vacancy in the unit and another county employee would be interested in it, we could always open it up to another county employee as long as the revenue goes back to the airport. I have some photos, kind of small. It's a really nice unit. It's in Shadow Rock, well taken care of. I did a visit to the unit. I went back before the inspection as well, and we kind of picked apart a couple of little things, but it's in incredible condition. It's on the bus route for the employees. It's on our shuttle pickup. We have a shuttle van that picks up employees, brings them to and from work. With Willits right across the way, it's kind of an ideal situation for our employees. And I did include some comparables. Just I know that's for a townhome, it's a big number. It is under the budget. But the top 135 Juniper is what we're looking at. It's a almost 1,700 square foot condo at $749 per square foot. Valley Pines, another one came open. It's only a 2-bedroom and it's $798 per square foot. And then Riverside Plaza, also $963 for another 2-bedroom. So we feel like we're getting a lot of bang for our buck on this. We're getting a 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath with a 1-car garage and a parking spot in the driveway, which the other units, they have assigned parking in covered parking, but it's not. I don't know how we got this lucky, but we're getting lucky in this purchase for the size of the unit, who it accommodates, and the amenities as well. So we're hoping to proceed and finish with closing on the unit.
Question for Greg. Greg.
Yeah, thanks.
Cool name, bro.
So it's coming out of the airport enterprise. Does the airport enterprise have a housing, is there a housing fund within the airport enterprise fund? Is that how you?
We've been appropriating funds for housing purchases out of the enterprise fund, and we've I can't remember how many units. Do you know? 5. We've
Five,
purchased
yes,
5
yeah.
units so far.
Great, okay, thanks. I think it sounds great. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Patty.
And it's allowed to use these enterprise funds off-site for housing?
So that's the caveat. So as long as the revenue or the lease or the rent comes back to the airport fund, that keeps that closed loop. So there's not a revenue diversion issue.
I need to know those
Mhm.
facts
Sure.
for the end of this month. Yeah.
Is that the case in all cases with revenue and,
For
regarding
airport
with
revenue.
enterprise fund?
Yeah, it's an FAA
Revenue comes
regulation.
back in.
Mhm.
Interesting.
So are we providing any subsidy then for the rent to help the employees? Like, are they covering a portion of the carrying cost and then we're covering a portion of the carrying cost? How does that work?
Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Traditionally, we've worked off of the APSHA, or how people apply for their units, and we work with Ashley. We've done that for our AOC condos as well as the other units that we own, to set a fair rate based on their take home. So the lease amount would kind of correspond with that. As far as additional things, the gas, the water, anything else would be on the employees renting the unit to set up in their own names.
I just wonder if there's a gap between the finance cost, I guess, the 1.215 million, and what we're collecting back in the rent.
So the short answer is yes. The reason it's difficult for us to quantify is we're basing that on an ongoing basis on the income of employees that will be going in, and so that subsidy will fluctuate. But to do $1 million plus unit, if we were financing it, you're going to be in the $7,500 to $8,500 a month range. When we've rented out a similar unit, we have a unit that almost is the carbon copy of this, just a few doors down that our emergency manager's in. That unit has gone for anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 a month.
Sure, so how do we close the loop for the enterprise fund then?
Well, the enterprise fund owns the asset, and so the asset value remains in the enterprise fund. So you still have a fungible asset in the property. It is not deed restricted to the community's use. And so if the unit were to ever sell, then the cash would go back into the enterprise fund. So the enterprise fund still accounts for the real estate value, and then any cash flow, even though it's not what would be produced on market, also goes to the enterprise fund. The balance really of the benefit is intended to be able to house employees that are serving the airport.
Right, we just don't run into issues with have that being a diversion.
No,
Because of the gap.
No.
Okay.
As long it now.
So you can lose money and have it not be.
Yeah, where
Okay.
we would. I mean, there's still risk because it's real estate, but that risk is true for all funds. Where we would run into trouble, I think, is if we sold the unit and then tried to divert those proceeds into the
Right.
general fund or somewhere else.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else have any questions for Gregor, Dan, or Diane? Patty?
I just think anybody who becomes a tenant there needs to be made well aware of who their neighbors are. Because, it's a real tight neighborhood over there.
Diane and I'll be keeping an eye.
Right. I wasn't gonna bring up names, but yeah.
Okay. So we will have a public hearing on this on February 26th. May I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving the purchase of 135 Juniper Trail, Shadow Rock subdivision, Carbondale, Colorado.
Set for second reading on February 26th.
Kelly already said that.
Is that your second? Okay.
I second
Any
it.
further
Seconded
discussion?
on the second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Nice to
Thank
see you guys.
you.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Okay, and the next item, number 8, we have removed from the agenda and amended the agenda to delete it at the beginning of this meeting. So we're continuing on with our first readings. I don't see building people here. directors.
It's funny, I was just talking to them.
The next item is an ordinance repealing and reenacting Title 11 of the Pickens County Code regarding the International Energy Code. We also had a robust work session on this, but given that it is a first reading, I will assume and expect that staff will do some presentation on this item. And hopefully staff will be here shortly. This is also a first reading. However, this one will be set for second reading on March 12th.
I'd be happy to walk up to the building department and
Yeah,
see
there-
if I can find somebody.
Is there anything else we
All
could
right,
do?
let's have a 2-minute break, please.
We could probably continue the next one.
Well,
Okay, welcome back, everyone. After a brief break, this is the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, February 12th. And we are on to a first reading, which we will set for a second reading and public hearing on March the 12th regarding our updates to Pickens County Code, Section 11 for our Building Energy Code. And I will turn it over to Jeffrey Erickson.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Erickson, Chief Building Official. I'm joined by John Houghton, Plan Reviewer and Building Inspector. We'll be looking at amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. This is the first reading. We can jump to the next slide. So the key discussion items today, there's quite a bit going on in these energy code updates. You know, we came in 2020 and had a big update, and this is kind of the next update before the 2030 climate action goals. There was a work session January 14th where the board asked for additional information for this first reading. The first item was HERS rater feedback on the increased demands for existing building assessments. We're now proposing that there is assessments on large extensive scale remodels and additions over 1,000 square feet. So looking at, you know, what the capacity of the HERS raters in the valley, what that looks like for them. There are about 10 HERS raters. There may be more, but the 10 that I've reached out to, and all of them were in favor of this code proposal. One of the attachments was a letter from certified HERS rater Mark McLean, and hopefully you guys read that, and he's in support of these amendments. The other was off-grid home clarification. We'll get to that in the main table that we'll be talking about today. I've added that clarification, and in the attachments, I've included a significant changes to the energy code. The IECC or the ICC, all the I codes include a code and commentary. So that's kind of how the idea came to me. It explains why a code is a certain way. So I feel like we should do that for our amendments. That's never been the case. So, you know, whenever I became chief building official, I had all these code amendments. I had no idea where they came from or why we're doing things a certain way. So that's why we have now a staff commentary. So that is basically what I will be walking through today, slide by slide, that commentary that I provided to you. And then the other is the building permit fee restructure. That will be a separate ordinance if approved by you all. That will come forth in the second reading on March 12th. All right, so we'll jump right into the code updates. The residential section of the IECC is broken into 5 chapters. There's chapter 1, which is the scope and administrative section. There's 2 admin cleanup items in here, which I've moved to the back of this presentation because it's not directly related to the actual code updates. It's just some items that I think we needed to clean up. There's nothing going on in chapter 2 and chapter 3. The bulk of the activity is in chapter 4 and chapter 5. So we'll go ahead and jump into chapter 4, and I'll show you what those updates are. All right, so chapter 4 is broken up into 401 through 409. There's 1 update in the general section, 2 in the systems section. There are 4 in R407. So 407 is where the bulk of the activity is happening here. And as you can see, I've striked through the tropical climate region compliance because that does not apply to us. And the biggest change here is we've traditionally, since 2020, we've had an Appendix A to the IECC. And Appendix A has housed the residential building provisions, REMP, C-REMP, G-REMP. And it was a lot going on in the residential section of the code. So I've moved these to more applicable sections within the body of the code. So R407 is the part of Appendix A that has moved the residential dwelling provisions to 407. 409 now is an added section for the REMP program, and then the C-REMP, or the commercial REMP program, has been moved to the commercial section of the IECC. Are there any questions there? That might have been a little much on the information. Good? Okay. Okay, so the first update here is the tropical climate region. This is the general section. This is basically stating that we're removing that tropical climate region option and inserting the residential building provisions section R407. And that commentary there below states that we're getting rid of Appendix A and moving it to the applicable sections in the body of the code. In previous amendments, there have been no tables in the amendments. So we've created a table here for prescriptive values for fenestration, insulation in walls and windows fenestration. So the key changes here are windows. We're moving from a 0.28 down to a 0.27, and the lower the U factor or U value, the better the window. So we're increasing the efficiency of windows here with the 0.27. There's also an addition to, instead of having insulation only in the ceiling, now you can add insulation on a roof deck. So that's the 35 CI. So these are just more options for folks to be able to comply with insulation requirements. So that is those are the significant changes there in R402.13. The next section we're updating is the sunroom and heated garage insulation. So in the IECC, it allows heated garages to put in lesser insulation in the walls and lesser quality windows. And what we're seeing is that happening, and you're conditioning a garage, and then later on folks will turn it into a habitable space, and so the insulation in the walls and the windows aren't sufficient quality. So we're getting rid of those exceptions. So if you heat a garage, you condition a garage, you have to bring the thermal envelope up to the standards of the rest of the home.
Would they have to do that when they were getting a building permit to update it, or no?
Yes. Yeah. So at that point, right, like a lot of times it's too late because the insulation's in the walls, the drywalls, it's already finished.
Mm-hmm.
So it's too late to add those insulating qualities. Yeah.
So their renovation permit wouldn't initially require them to do that or trigger that requirement?
They wouldn't have to go retro, but I think that
Well,
would
that's
be
what
the
I'm
expense,
asking
yeah.
for
Yeah, that's what
clarity
I'm
on,
Um,
Okay.
If with this code update, you mean?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like right now, if someone was turning, they'd still have to come to you for a building permit, but there's nothing to trigger their requirement that it be the same standard as the rest of the
exactly,
house. Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, this just gets rid of the exception that a garage is treated differently than the rest of the house, when in reality it's being conditioned just like the rest of the house, or it could be. Is that?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
The next update is in the fireplace section. There's a lot to break down here, but in essence, this section was a bit muddy before. It kind of combined wood burning fireplaces and masonry built fireplaces that have gas log lighters. So here we're breaking that apart, and we're saying that wood burning fireplaces need to have gasketed doors, and they need to have a gasketed damper. That way, if I hand over a certificate of occupancy, someone's going to take the gasketed doors off and leave the manual damper open, and the drafting of the fireplace will effectively be a hole in the thermal envelope. So we're trying to prevent that from happening.
Can I just say something about that? So those glass doors that they recommend for fireplaces, they don't let the heat from the fire into the room. Have you ever stood in front of one with the glass on or off?
I think the idea is that you can remove them while the fireplace is in operation.
Because the one that I had to get my CO definitely didn't come on and off. So I just wanted to say that you might make sure they can be open, because the fire is useless for you adding heat to the room if you can't move the glass.
Totally, yeah. And a lot of times you can open them and or remove them. But the idea here is that when half the year when it's not being operated,
Right,
that
you can shut it down. But
there's-
why isn't shutting the flue enough?
most wood burning fireplaces are manual, so that there's an error, user error there a lot of times where it's just left open.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's been in our code. I don't even know how long. The gasketed doors has been in there. This is
Yeah,
adding,
it was when I got my CO 23 years ago, so.
Okay. Next one.
Do you want to talk about gas logs?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I missed gas logs. Now we're requiring that gas log fireplaces have an electronic flue sentinel, so that whenever the gas is turned on, the flue sentinel opens up, allowing the removal of the gas. Okay. The next section is in the systems section, R403, and here we've had in the past a test and balance and commissioning requirement in the code for, I think it was very vague, but it was for radiant heat systems of 5 zones or more. Here we're trying to clarify that if you're installing mechanical systems, HVAC systems, or radiant heat systems that are complex and working in tandem, and for these larger homes, we're seeing multiple boilers, multiple 10, 12, 15 fan coils, 8 condensers on the outside of the house. If this is going on, we need a registered design professional to design the mechanical systems, and then we're putting it on the registered design professional to provide a test and balance report, which is telling us that the systems are operating as they're designed, and the commissioning tells us that they're working at its highest efficiency. So that means that the AC's not on over here and the heat's not on over here at the same time. So we're leaving it to the registered design professional to tell us that it's working properly, because it's getting to be very complex. The exceptions here are looking to exempt, smaller residences, or, the first one is mechanical systems that only have one heating or cooling appliance working in concert. That would be, if you had a condenser on the outside and one fan coil on the inside, working heating and cooling. But once you throw in multiple systems here, now we're asking for a registered design professional to be involved. And as you can see, number 3 there, that's looking to target tier 1 homes. So anybody that's in tier 1 would not have to fall into this requirement. All right. This section also works in tandem. The bolded print and the code there, that's what we're adding. So construction documents for mechanical systems that require test and balance and commissioning in the section that we just read shall be prepared by a registered design professional. That was never clear before, and now we're trying to clarify that here in this section. Okay, now we get into 407, where all the nuts and bolts live. So tropical climate region, that's been deleted. Now we're adding residential building provisions into this R407. Okay, so existing residential buildings shall comply with Chapter 5, so this does not apply to existing buildings. Residential dwelling units shall comply with sections 402, 403, 404, and 407. So what that means is, all new dwelling units need to have an energy rating index, and we'll get into what those scores need to be. But in addition to that, you need to comply with the building thermal envelope requirements in 402, the mechanical system requirements of 403, and the electrical lighting components of 404. And now we've developed a tiering system as recommended by the CGAC based on floor area as defined in the Pickens County Land Use Code. And this section does not apply to residential accessory structures. John pointed out that could be taken a certain way. in regards to CDUs, but as you can see up in the body of the code there, we're spelling out that this applies to all dwelling units. So single-family residences, multifamily residences, and
Patty,
CDUs.
so what is an accessory structure to residential?
A barn or a non-habitable structure.
Okay, that makes, because it does sound like a CDU, et cetera, or something. Yeah, but so, okay.
Yeah,
just-
we don't want to have a HERS rating on a barn or
Well, yeah,
a non-habitable
but
structure.
for me, it's interesting to think that a barn is an accessory structure to a residence. But I can understand that, but I just think the clarification.
Well, people who live with barns do
Yeah,
have
I know.
residences.
I know.
I would also say,
Okay,
like,
yes.
a lot of that could be your yoga studio above the garage. We see a lot of those accessory structures. Your office space that may be detached from your, something like that. It's just not a dwelling unit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's really what the distinction is.
Yep.
So is it hot yoga?
Or cold
Depends on
yoga,
how many
depending
cows
on the
there
time of year.
Just asking, sorry.
All
I
right.
just think that's interesting. But anyway.
The next new section in 407 is 407.2, and this is where we talk about the energy rating index score, or the HERS rating. HERS is a proprietary term, so we can't use that in the body of the code. However, the last sentence here says the energy rating index shall be determined in accordance with ANSI ResNet ICC 301, and that is essentially a HERS rating. The difference here is in the IECC, there's a energy rating index section that calls out specifically a standard. So it's ANSI ResNet ICC 301 2018 standard. So it's a standard that's frozen in time, where the HERS rating is a standard that is updated as the developers see fit. Okay. Here's our ERI table. You can see there is 2 lines here. You either have an all-electric option or a fossil fuel option. If you're all-electric, homes not installing exterior energy use, so homes that are not in the REMP program, will receive 5,000 watts of heat tape and 1 prepackaged electric spa. Those are the incentives for being all electric. We talked about that at the last work session. Then you have a pre-renewable and post-renewable energy rating index score. So you can see tier 1 here in the all electric column is an ERI of 50 only. If you're all electric, you're doing the right things, and you're a smaller home, we're going to incentivize that by not requiring solar or battery storage. Tier 2 is 3251 up to 5750. All electric, you can see that you're an ERI of 50, and then you have to install enough solar to get to 15. And that's the same for fossil fuel. The idea is here is as you go up in tiers, you're not being incentivized as much for adding square footage. The clarification for off-grid homes lives in D and E. So if you're all electric, tier 1, off-the-grid homes fed exclusively by renewable energy shall only be required to meet the baseline ERI of 50. However, if your off-the-grid home relies on fossil fuel, then you slide down into this fossil fuel column. Is there any questions on this table? No? Okay. All right.
Before you, can I?
Yes, please, Greg.
I've been, I'm 3 pages behind you, still thinking about the garages.
Okay.
So just on the garages, you have to bring them up to spec like the rest of the home. So what does that mean for garage doors? Do they have to have a seal that is over in an R value or a U value that's?
Doors have a specific R value in that table. or there's a section in 40,
I'll go look.
402 that spells out what the garage door has to be.
Wondering how onerous that the change would be, and are modern doors easily able to do that?
I think that R value of the door that is required in the code, that's not going to change.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Question? Okay.
Okay. Off-site renewable energy. So in previous codes, we have not allowed off-site renewable energy. This section comes from App RC. There's an appendix in the 2024 IECC that is now allowing recognition of off-site renewable energy. So the idea here is not to help folks out with REMP, but to help folks that are trying to get their ERI. For example, if you're a 9,250 square foot home, you have to get an ERI of 50 and then get down to 0 with solar. Well, if you're in Conundrum Valley or somewhere where the solar's not a great option, we can now buy into these three options, one of these three options. The first one is where a developer builds a solar farm and you can buy into that solar. The other two are agreements that happen with the utility. So we're just giving options for folks where hardships can be presented. Next section is 407.3, and this is energy storage provisions. Previously, battery storage has lived in the land use code. Now we're moving it into the energy code where it really belongs. Not much has changed here in terms of the percentage. So currently, 0 to 10 kilowatt PV systems are exempt from installing battery storage. But once you go over 10 kilowatt systems, now you have to back it up with 25% of the daily output of the PV system. Now we're saying, after talking to Holy Cross and different solar contractors and the working group, the Energy Code working group, we think that it's best that all solar has some sort of battery storage. So that now we're requiring 5 kilowatt hours minimum, which is a very small amount of storage, and likely will be more than that, but at least there's something there to be able to back up solar when it's not needed.
Can I ask?
Please.
So just from a practical question, what's available out there if I wanted to put in 5 kilowatt hours of storage? Is that readily available in a box? Powerwall is probably, 11 or 12?
Powerwall is 13.5 kilowatt hours, and that's where you start getting into the Holy Cross rebates.
Right.
So likely, again, you're probably not going to see. There are 5 kilowatt hour options, but yeah, I mean, the options are there.
There are some out there.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth it.
It's not rebates, is it? It's just prolonged payments. Like they put it in for you and stuff, but then you have to pay them. It's not actually a rebate. You pay the whole amount, I think.
Over 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a rebate.
Might be interest free.
I had the solar contractors here last time that were better at answering those questions. I'm not sure exactly
Okay,
what
that's fine.
the incentive is.
And I need to ask a question, which I know I should know, but, so this doesn't apply to existing solar systems. It's only if you're doing something to your house or something, right? I mean,
Exactly, yeah, this does not apply to existing solar system, but if you go to install a new one, then you need
yeah.
to
And that's
back
true
it
for
up.
everything we're going through. That's only for new construction or remodels over 1,000 square feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You don't have to get battery.
No, for my pathetic little 9.9 kilowatt hours.
Yeah, and we have 3 options here, so you can buy into the utilities Power Plus program, or there's 2 operational modes that make the batteries more effective for not only the customer but the grid. Okay. Yeah, so Appendix A has gone away. We talked about R407, that's the residential side of Appendix A. Now REMP has moved to R409. There's been no changes to the REMP program other than an update to the REMP calculator based off of the tiering system that we figure out. But that doesn't, the calculations for that don't live in the body of the code. They live in the calculator itself. So, yeah. And then Chapter 5, the existing building section, we have 1 change in the addition section, 2 in the alterations section. So the first is in the addition section. This section mandates that additions of 1,000 square feet or larger must comply with the building thermal envelope requirements outlined in Section 402. Additionally, an energy rating assessment must be performed before construction to establish the rating of the existing home. After the addition is built and prior to the final building inspection, another energy rating assessment will be conducted to evaluate the home's energy rating with the new addition. This assessment will assist the homeowner identifying potential future improvements for the existing buildings. Additions smaller than 1,000 square feet are exempt from this requirement and will not need to undergo an air leakage test. Right, so I think there has been some conversations around additions and, you know, should they need to have a pre-post energy rating assessment, and we think that, you know, it'd be a really good idea to understand what our existing building stock looks like. You know, it's a good time to do that when you're doing a huge addition to the house, you know, 1,000 square feet, and then, you know, what's the rating of the home after, you know, you do this huge addition. And the reason that is important is because the HERS rating gives a projected annual energy use amount. And then we can go back to Holy Cross and Black Hills and say, well, what was the actual energy use from, you know, in a year? And then we can compare it to the projected rating, and we can see how this code is actually working. And the assessment gives the owner, you know, some ideas on how they can upgrade their home in the future. Section 503.11 is the alteration section, and essentially it's the same. You know, 1,000 square feet or larger has to do the same requirements as the addition. There are some exceptions here. So if you're doing a one-for-one replacement of a boiler or siding or something like that, then you're not you don't have to comply with the requirements of the energy rating assessment. And then number 3 is a big addition. So once you start exposing the thermal envelope of a building, we're recognizing that 75% or more of the thermal envelope, if that's disturbed, then now you have to bring it up to new build requirements. So that's a huge change here. Are there any
Why is
75%? I'm sorry, go ahead. 75% by area or mass?
75% of the area of the building thermal envelope. So this room, if they're all exterior walls, if 3 of the walls are exposed, then we're saying that this is basically a new building. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing people destroy the entire existing building. Right. So.
And why is 75% the right number and not 51%?
Yeah.
I closed my eyes and threw a dart at the board. You have to draw the line somewhere, and you know, that's kind of the number that we've come to recognize.
Is this aggressive enough for our 2030 net zero goal?
Well, that's for new. So this is we're talking about existing structures here.
And what's our goal for reductions for existing?
We don't have a current climate goal for existing structures. That I would assume would be our next step.
Our overall goal is 90% by 2050. And so, you know, a lot of that, the requirements are in our control. The pace of redevelopment is
Well,
not.
by 2050, some of these buildings could have 75% mass knocked down 3 times over.
100%, yes.
Community, which is crazy.
But if you're doing a 9250 house and you're exposing 3, of the 4 walls, you're going to bring it up to a HERS 50 with a net zero. So you're adding a lot of solar to get to zero. So it's essentially going to be a net zero home.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sure. 503111 is so we're now recognizing that if you replace all of the siding on one or more sides of the building and the windows, it's a good time to be able to add insulation on the exterior, continuous insulation. So that's what this section tries to address. You may not have to do that if your cavity insulation on the interior is already sufficient, so it depends on the existing building. And then, again, we haven't changed anything in the rent program. We've just moved the C-REMP requirements to the commercial section of the energy code instead of living in Appendix A in the residential section, which was kind of weird.
Makes sense.
All right. So this is the other incentive that we talked about at the last work session. So if you're all electric and you're not enrolling in the rent program, installing exterior energy uses in any tier, no matter the house size, we're going to recognize that as huge. And you can see the reduction in permit fees. So the current fee structure is 2.7% for all building permit fees. Now, if you're all electric, not in the rent program, 1.6% in tier 1, 2% tier 2, 2.3% in tier 3. If you're installing any kind of gas, there are no incentives across the board.
Percentages
Greg.
of, thank you. She knows when I have a question. 1.6% of the value of the work, the value of the home.
Total cost of the project.
Of the project cost. Thank you.
Yep.
And when you say this is coming back just in a separate ordinance, is that also a 2 read? So we'll have a first read on the March 12th? Or is that a resolution?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that, so I think we
All
should
right.
have some clarification.
We'll tackle that on the 12th.
Want me to jump in?
Yeah, thanks.
You can just stay there.
You
if
just
you'd like.
Yeah, we
here.
will require a separate fee ordinance. And so what we were thinking was we'd get a feel from you today. We could bring the first reading on the 26th and then still have the second reading. And then it would be adopted concurrently so again, we're sort of looking like if we could run it, we could still do first and second readings and have the second reading be at the same time with this on the 12th of March.
We have a little reticence about adding things to the 26th,
'cause it's
so we
already
may need to I will keep that in mind as we review future
So
agendas.
yes to the question of 2
Thank
readings.
you. Perfect.
Thank
That's
you,
great.
Kelly.
Okay. I saw Patty side
No, we already said earlier in the meeting today, we're gonna stop adding things to the 26th because it's already.
We
really full.
continue to hear our first hearing of the day to the 26th, so that's complicated that day. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Keep going.
Great. So working backwards here, just jumping into the administrative changes. The first is due to refunds, REMP refunds. So the bolded print is what we're suggesting that is added for clarification. So our process is there's 2 different ways that you can go about getting a REMP refund. You can submit a building permit application to add exterior energy use, and you can install solar to offset it, or you can pay the REMP fee. A lot of times, all the time, we will hold the building permit application from issuing until we have a solar PV permit that says that you can put X amount of kilowatts on the building to offset the REMP, right? Sometimes folks don't want to do that. They want their building permit issued yesterday. So they'll pay the rent fee and then install the solar later. If the solar is installed while the building is being built, then you submit a change order that says I put X amount of kilowatts on the building, here's my updated rent calculation, and then I'll release the rent fees. If the other option is, let's say the building finals, we do a final building inspection, I issue a certificate of occupancy, that building permit file is closed and moved on. They have 180 days from the date that I do the final building inspection to install the solar and file a building permit application that says I installed X amount of kilowatts to offset the solar, and then we'll refund the rent fees. Those are the two options. We've seen recently that someone has gone past the 180 days, and we did not release the rent funds because those funds had already been moved. So that last sentence is a clarification saying that this is the formal way in which you apply for a rent refund.
Patty?
Yeah, I would like to see some kind of process where we notify the applicant of their time frame for the 180 days. I think we should be doing that in the best interest of the public because things get crazy in building and COs and moving in and moving out and whatever. And I think that would avoid problems in the future.
Yeah, maybe it's a document that goes out with the certificate of occupancy.
Something that says this is your 180-day deadline, just a little reminder, cue it up, just to keep things from becoming problems in the future.
Thank you.
And is there an appeals process? Sorry.
Yeah, there's a board of appeals for any of these code sections.
But I think we can avoid it if we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Patty, I think staff is, Kara and I at least had a really brief discussion before coming in here talking about process. It'd probably be something that'd be outside the code per se, but we understand that.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to bring it up at this point in time. Thank you.
Other questions? Greg, you?
I just wanted to
I have
throw
a
out,
bias to
unless
this side of
Jeffrey
the
does,
table.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you've got to yell at her to get attention. I just don't want to run into the situation where we're withholding a refund because somebody missed a deadline and it's a significant amount of money. And I want to make sure that if that happens, we have a rationale for it, and I don't understand it yet.
I think the idea of this code section is to keep applicants from installing solar 2 years later and then trying to come back for the fees that have already been used. So.
We're paying rent
Because
to do stuff.
we're putting the rent out. Okay.
Yeah, well, it really comes down to how we manage the rent dollars and what we make available for distribution, whether it be to our partners or use on our own projects. And that is difficult enough without having some bounds on when that would be required. So we're trying to balance that responsiveness, and we have a policy objective, and if somebody's met that policy objective, we want to be able to provide that refund, but we also don't want to hold on to those funds and be able to put them on the ground for good use at a certain point. And as I think this board has seen, it's difficult for us to project the amount of rent that's going to be available, and not having some boundaries on when refunds would or would not be given just makes that exponentially more difficult.
So they would have recourse. Say 2 years later they put solar on, they can always go to CORE and ask for a grant using a rent fund grant to help them put solar on the roof, which would be probably an inefficient way for them to do it, but it is an
Could
option.
appeal, and we'd probably say, okay, give them their money.
if it's, well, there
No,
has
'cause
to
then
be a
they've also
deadline.
had 2 years of
Well, I
turning
mean,
this building
a
without,
proportion
you
of
know.
their money. Yeah.
The solution really is just send them a notice and say, you know, and then that,
Right.
yeah. Rather than, and then that gives you your 180 days that you would have anyway to plan your expenditure of rent funds, but it would be providing just a heads up to the public, which I think is something we can do simply and easily.
We could really even add it to the certificate of occupancy.
Something that says, of this date, that's your last date to apply for your refund. And then that,
There may
that-
be financial constraints as well, especially with the way the construction prices have increased at such a crazy rate that somebody's got their house built and they don't have enough money left to do their solar and they have to wait 2 years. So I think the fact that there's appeals, I think,
Well, the REMP fee is the
REMP fee's paid
cost
up
of the
front.
solar, right? So if it's a $65,000 REMP fee that they've paid already, that is the amount that the solar would cost to offset that use. So they've already paid the money for the solar.
but not to the solar installer.
No, that's where the REMP fee is held.
Held
The
for
rent
that.
fee that they paid to us is held in that amount. They could have put that amount into the solar. That's how the calculation works.
And then would have
I thought they had to pay
avoided
you
money
the
in
60
escrow for REM.
I thought they had to pay you the $65,000, then they had to install the solar, and then they could get their $65,000.
Yes, but they could have paid the solar contractor upfront the $65,000 to go ahead and install the solar instead of giving us a rent fee for that amount.
So the rent fee
Do
is
you have
really,
a choice about the REM fee?
it's an escrow.
Yeah.
It's an
You
if
can
they can
install
show they've already
solar,
paid somebody to install
or
it.
you can pay the rent fee.
But I thought you had to do it like a REM deposit before.
It's a payment in lieu, or you install the solar.
So if they're making that investment as part of the project, the REMP fee doesn't apply. The REMP is in lieu of that mitigation.
Yep. The only reason they're doing that is so they don't have to have an electrical PV permit up front.
Right.
You have 180 days to change your mind on how you want to spend your 65 grand.
That's right.
We can talk about this offline.
Or bring it back in second reading
I'm
for
sure the audience is
clarification.
bored enough right now. about This little minutia going
Oh,
back
but
and
this is
forth.
the stuff that really matters. This is where the wonky government action, it really changes the world.
All right. One more section, and this is just kind of a policy that we have now that is, we're trying to codify as much as possible. We want the certified energy rater involved at the beginning of the process, during the design of the building, and then we want them involved with the builder doing inspections. That way, when they get to the end of the project, I'm not holding their certificate of occupancy because they can't reach their energy rating index score because they didn't get their installation verified by the rater. So this is just saying we want the rater involved during the whole process. Pretty straightforward. And I think that's all I have for you.
Oh, come on, you can squeak out a few more details.
I have a general question.
Yes, Patty.
So, and I know this shouldn't really be a concern, but it is. How much is all of this adding to the cost of a house? You have to have your energy rater involved all the time. You have to have a certified. I don't necessarily disagree with that. And I know we could say, well, if you could afford to build 9250, then you could afford all of this. It's not the big issue for me. It's I don't want to do things that people stay at an old house because to do anything to it is going to add too much cost after they've purchased it. We want people to be incentivized to better their homes energy efficiency wise. But so are we adding things in here that may be appropriate and may be worth the time and energy, but what's it doing to the cost?
Yeah, I know the energy rating assessment for existing buildings, I reached out because I think you had this concern for existing buildings, the assessments. And I think it was like $1 to $2 a square foot, where I think average, we're looking at $500 to $1,000 a square
For that,
foot.
and then we're looking at 500 to 1,000 or more for this, and
Well, no, like the total cost of the addition or the remodel or even the new home is maybe $500 to
$2 a square
$1,000.
foot?
What's that?
Not if it's $2 a square foot.
And you had
No,
92.50.
the total cost would be maybe $500 to $1,000 a square foot, whereas the assessment would only be $1 to $2 a square foot. So we're looking at a drop in the bucket compared to the overall valuation of the project. Is what the
I'm really confused. I'm just voicing my concern that trying to do the right thing, maybe incentivizing people to not do anything, and we don't want to do that.
Can I jump in? You're saying the incremental cost is a fraction of a percentage.
Yes. Somebody's budget, they're coming to the building department and they're planning to spend $1,000 a square foot. This request would add $2 per square foot on top of that.
But for a 5,000 square foot
cost.
house, that's $10,000. It's not $500.
I'm just, because I know somebody that just pulled out of a contract. He's got a lot of money. He was going to build the house that's allowable square footage, and he pulled out because of these requirements and restrictions.
That's just
But that's just one person, and he may have had other reasons. I don't know, but I want to be trying to work with people to get some of these older buildings up to speed, without people going, well, now that I spent this much buying the house, I'm going to paint it, and that's as far as I can go.
I think the idea is that if you use a home energy rater and you have such a great score, that you're getting those costs back with the cost savings of the
Efficiencies.
building. Yeah.
I'll send him to you. You can try to convince him.
Oh, you'll be sending them to him for sure.
Well, just to be
I'm not
clear,
taking
we're
that
already
one on.
doing this since 2020. This isn't a new change that you have a home energy.
I'm
rating.
saying all of the things, not just the home energy rating guy, but I'm saying all of the things we're adding. There's a cumulative effect in my mind anyway. And I think that's just something I think we need to be thinking about as we move forward.
Okay.
Greg.
I was just going to say, you could use me as a guinea pig. I live in a 50-year-old house, 2,400 square feet, so I'm beneath your thresholds. But it was bleeding edge energy efficiency solar 50 years ago, and now it's like a leaky, crumbling house. Honestly. My
It's a
wife
museum.
It's a museum. It's a gem. But the thing is, I'm faced with exactly what Patty's talking about. Is like, what can I afford to do? What's going to work? What should I do in order to stay warm? And those are serious questions. But I think we have answers with various grant programs and things like that. But it will be a problem. We're going to have houses like mine that are bigger energy pigs than the ones that are 3 times the size. We hope for that scenario.
Patty.
The other thing too, I think we need to kind of keep in the back of our minds is meeting the goal by 2030, which is like tomorrow, really, the way days are passing these days, and what's going on at the federal level, and with energy and production of energy, and to have people be all electric. We need to be concerned, I think, or just have in our minds, it may not be as easy for people to do what we need them to do as far as energy efficiency and rely on just electric in the current administration in Washington.
Yep.
Not that we can change that right now, but.
Jeffrey, you submitted quite a few questions for consideration prior to this presentation today. Was everything answered? Do you have any other follow-up you want the board to consider?
I would ask Rye how we separate out the fees from the proposed changes.
You need to speak up, Jeffrey.
Rye, it would be wonderful if we could figure out how to separate the fees from the changes and modifications.
Say it a third time because your light wasn't on.
So, let me try to rephrase it. So the CGAC, the Community Growth Advisory Committee, in their table of recommendations, recommended an accelerated review and decreased fee rates for building permits. My professional view is that we already receive reduced fees and incentives both through the federal government, the state government, incentives through CORE, and incentives through Holy Cross that should be driving that. And I don't believe Pitkin should also reduce fees given the administrative costs of reviewing and inspecting buildings. So to go from a 2.7 to a 1.6, just because you're meeting the energy code or the adopted updates, I don't think it's either in the county or the client's best interest. They're already quadruple dipping, if you will, from an incentive standpoint. So I'm very supportive of the changes you've outlined and the updates in terms of ICC and energy, both the envelope to the building, to on-site storage, to potential for off-site storage as well, off-site renewables as well as on-site storage. But I question including the CGAC's requirements in this ordinance.
Okay. I guess I would say that Tier 2 and Tier 3, all electric, no REMP. I've never seen one.
Right.
So this may incentivize that to happen. The other piece there is a 9250 home that's all electric with no REMP is a fraction of the review time. I mean, I would say maybe like an hour versus like 8 hours. So that's also something to consider.
It would be, so it's a legitimate policy discussion if the board wants to take it up. The staff is operating under direction from previous board, before you were on, Jeffrey, to follow the CGAC recommendations. The fee recommendations, I think, had two components to them. One was the energy efficiency. The other was also an affordability component with the smaller houses. So trying to play a role in on that side by reducing the fees on, and I can't remember the thresholds. They're just up there, 3250. Thank you. So there were kind of those dual components going on, I think, that were part of that policy discussion. So the recommendations that are coming in front of the board are responsive, to your point, Jeffrey, to the CGAC. If the board wants to revisit that direction, then we would want to probably revise these recommendations. But I think that's really the conversation that you're bringing up. But put another way, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have another question, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure I'm correct. So if I have great solar access at my new home I'm building, and I can put in a significant amount of solar, I don't know numbers to give you, but to exceed, I don't get any opportunity then to use more, let's say, outside energy for a heated walkway.
Sure.
You only get X amount regardless of how much solar you could produce on your property.
Oh, you're talking about the exterior energy budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a hard cap.
Right. So if I wanted to put in an in-ground hot tub and I have volumes of solar access, I couldn't get credit for that excessive solar production, power production, to allow me to build an in-ground hot tub. I'm just kind of throwing out examples.
You can use that excess solar. So if you're building a new house, first, let's say it's a 9250 house. You're going from 50 to 0. You need X amount of solar to go from ERI 50 down to 0. Right. Let's say it's 25 kilowatts. You have to install 25 kilowatts first to mitigate your energy score. But let's say you can install 50. So the other 25 kilowatts you can use in the REMP program to offset 200 million BTUs per year, which is 2,200 square feet of snow melt, or I'd have to pull up what size spa it is, but it's like a 500 square foot pool. It's big. Which is a very large
So there is
pool.
some incentive there if you have the opportunity to put more solar on your property.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. That answers a very important question for me.
Other questions?
Can't wait to see your house.
I would love to see for I think both Patty and Francie's question,
for Jeff.
a follow-up at second read that would look at how do CORS and HERS raters work together, given the delta in cost to go from, right now we do an energy assessment for $0 and a blower door test for $100. So you do 2 blower door tests on a remodel. And so we're going from $100 to potentially $10,000, pick a number. But it would be nice to just come back at second read with how are we taking care of a client given the concerns about the added cost of a HERS rater relative
for existing buildings.
For existing, yeah. So that's the way we would operate today generally. Right.
Okay.
So
how we are working with CORE.
It's really from a client standpoint, we're saying there's a delta now to go from an energy assessment, which includes a lower door test, an energy assessment post. You're doing the right thing, but now we're saying you've got to go to a HERS rater and sort of do those 3 check-in points.
Before and after, right?
Yeah.
So we want to keep in mind, this is for
no, it's a
huge
significant
remodels
addition.
and
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
But let's just try to square the circle on that financial question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I understand it's only a percentage of the overall cost of construction, but it's still, we're adding cost.
And when you say client, you mean applicant?
Someone who has submitted a building permit would be a neighbor.
I would personally reframe what you just said to say, I don't see it as adding cost. I see it as internalizing externalities that the community then has to absorb the impacts of, personally. A question that I was asked to bring up is which permits is this going to affect? When does this go into, on what date does a permit after that date get implicated in this change?
30 days after the publication of
So April 12th.
If it's adopted,
April 11th.
Say March 12th, it has to be noticed after that, so that takes a little time. So say 6 weeks later. Okay. Essentially, we're at the end of April
May
if
1st.
It's adopted on the 12th.
But if you have
last year it was Jeff's birthday, April 28th, when the code went into effect after being
So
adopted in the
permits
middle
that
of
get
March.
submitted before April 28th are under the current code and not this.
Just try to do it on April 28th every year. It's
I like
easy
that.
for me to
Birthday.
remember. Right?
Yeah.
Not the day you take off.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, one more
Yes,
quick thing, if
Francie.
you don't mind?
Yes.
At the risk of being redundant, I do want to stress that $10,000 or $20,000 for somebody who has a house and is possibly doing the remodel themselves could be prohibitive. So I'm backing Jeffrey in his pursuit of some way to help mitigate that for a remodel of a small existing home. I mean, yes, obviously, if we're building a $15 million house, the $10,000 HERS rating fee is insignificant. But it's not for local people who might have had a 2,500 square foot house and now they want to add on to it and make it I don't know, 4,000 square foot house, whatever. All I'm saying is that it's not an inconsequential number for people who are doing their own remodels.
Sure. Do we want to look at maybe a percentage of the thermal envelope, kind of like what we're doing for, the 75% and more, your new build requirements? Maybe it's a certain percentage of the thermal envelope that you're destroying. Now we look at our home energy rating assessment. Is that maybe something we want to look at?
There's like a trigger point for.
Yeah, maybe it's more than 1,000 square feet.
I don't know. I mean, and if you're estimating $2 a square foot, I know it's just an estimate, but is that the first HERS rating pre and then again post? So I'm just saying it warrants looking at. And I was redundant, so I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm just thinking that efficiencies will come, and maybe it won't cost so much. Maybe there's a more sophisticated blower door, process versus the full HERS process, or the HERS could come down in price ideally. If it,
Have you heard of this thing called tariffs?
Not if you want that guy who wrote us the letter to stay in business.
I know. No, I really appreciated his letter. Jeffrey, you had your hand up. No, I'm just
I'm
asking.
the chair, sir.
I will cede the floor
Remember
to
who was
Jeffrey.
the chair here?
No, I'm going to cede the floor.
I'm asking the chair if she would
Okay. Yes,
entertain
Jeffrey.
a motion at this point.
I would love
Do we
it.
need
Are
legal
we-
advice before we entertain that motion?
I was
Right.
just hoping I could have one point of clarification
Please.
and maybe ask Jeff. Could we go back to the slide regarding reduction or disturbance of 75% of the thermal envelope by area?
It's 50311.
April
He knows
28th.
it.
Mumble
He
this
knows
in
it
your
well.
sleep.
50611, we know that one.
Thank you. So when I was looking at the material supplied for today's action in front of the board, and looking at what I assume is Jeff's experience, as well as what I know of the records in the community development department, which I'm sure that Jeff reviewed in connection with this, as well as Suzanne. I believe that it shows that in the materials provided today show that the threshold number of 75% has shown to be a typical level of disturbance to existing structures and provides a logical and reasonable threshold for triggering the regulation. Put another way, and I'll try and phrase that more clearly, is that based on the type of projects that you've reviewed that have come through community development in general, whether that's planning or building, utilizing that 75% threshold has proved to be a reasonable number for triggering this regulation.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. Thanks. That's all I've got.
Rather than just the DART approach.
I wasn't going to say the DART again, but
I can say that
I
for
can
you.
see where Rye's going here. Okay,
Sorry.
thanks,
I like
Rye.
that yourself out there, so
Appreciate that.
These numbers have to
clarification.
come from somewhere.
they do.
And I like that it's justifiable.
Yes.
Okay.
there a motion?
So a little bit of snark always lightens
I think
up these
Jeffrey's
long
ready to
days,
make a
so
motion.
Thank you. Please. I'm ready.
The question though for Rod was we need two motions, one that would include updates to the fee table.
Yeah, so I was going to clarify this to the extent that they're adjusting or incorporating a new fee structure. That will need to be done through the same legislative process which we are using as an ordinance here, I believe. So it either needs to be included in the existing ordinance that's in front of you or through a similar two-read ordinance to amend the code. So I'd leave it to Suzanne and Jeff to.
Our intention was to bring forward a separate amendment to our fee ordinance that we already have, so it amends those building fees. So I guess, again, we wanted to keep it in here because we wanted the discussion about, are you feeling like this is the right direction or not? In which case, we will be bringing forward that ordinance, so you would have that opportunity on first and second readings to have that discussion at that point. But we did want to try and get them to run together, but if they're not quite on the exact same track, that's okay too.
You can always do a special meeting in between.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with them remaining together at this point, given the discussion we had today, if the rest of the board
Well,
sees
except
it
for
the
we
same way.
don't have a published fee ordinance in front of us.
So we'd have to have.
Right, there's
they can
no
bring it
fee
back.
ordinance in
Bring
front
it
of you
back.
today. We would have to bring that back on first reading. So again, the fee piece of this was making sure you understood that it was sort of included as part of the package, but that will have to have its own separate action.
So just number 9 right now.
Seconded.
Right. At this point, I wish to make a motion, which is approval of the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, repealing and reenacting Title 11, Buildings and Construction of the Pitkin County Code, Section 11.32, which is the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code.
Second.
Thank you both.
Second.
Any
Oh.
further discussion? God, no. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you all.
Thank
you
you.
all for your
Thank you
hard
so
work.
much. Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay. Now we have individual consideration item, a public hearing and second reading on an ordinance of the BoCC approving and authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between the BoCC and Community Health Services for space at the Health and Human Services building. And then I will, Jody Smith is online. She probably has to be promoted to panelist. And then I'm going to recommend that we take a little bit of a break before we
Yes.
start land use.
Please, thank you.
Yes.
Is John driving this one?
Jody is online. She's
okay.
getting promoted to panelist currently. And we did have discussion about this item, if y'all remember, on first reading
I remember.
as well.
That's one I do remember.
Hi, Jody. Let's see if we can hear you.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Pretty good. Can we maybe turn Jody up a little bit? Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So this is an ordinance, second reading, to approve a nonprofit lease at Health and Human Services Building with Community Health Services. They've been in the building many years. They are seeking to have a new lease with us. The initial term is 1 year with 2 one-year renewables. They are leasing 1,945 square feet, and we've already discussed the rate increase, but that this is also this is most importantly a in-kind donation from the Board of County Commissioners So they do not pay the rent. This is an in-kind donation for this rented space for this very important community health service.
Great. Are there any questions for Jody before I open the public hearing? Just a reminder, Community Health Service offices offers travel vaccinations, prenatal health for uninsured, among other things.
And there weren't any changes from first reading?
Jody, were there any changes from first reading?
There was only one change where I had an extra number in the 2025. So that has been corrected.
Can I ask a question
Please.
for John? This is John and Jody. It's an in-kind contribution from us, but we've raised the rent. So we're, and you just do that to keep up with market. Why?
No, under generally accepted accounting principles, we have to account for the value of those of these kinds of in-kind donations, and so we do increase it. It's difficult to price. This isn't a straight out market rent. It'd be much higher if it were, but we're trying to price it appropriately within this nonprofit and public sector partnership.
Thank you for that.
And Greg, the only thing I would add is that Jody did check with the finance director, Liz, regarding making sure that the term and the price fit in with those accounting principles that John mentioned. And Liz did say that this looks acceptable to the finance department.
I never doubted you had a good reason.
We've gone offline.
Uh-oh, we lost him.
No,
She's there. There she is.
yesterday we had
She's
this
there.
weird thing where it looked like someone was
just
trying to
kept
hack
popping
in. Okay. Are your questions answered?
That was it. That was my question. Thanks, Jody. Thanks, John.
All right, this is a
Thanks,
public
Rod.
hearing, and I invite anyone who wishes to comment on the motion or the ordinance to approve a lease with Community Health Services for space at the Health and Human Services building that we own out on Castle Creek Road. Is there anyone in the room? Seeing none, is there anyone online? Please raise your hand if you wish to comment on this lease. Okay, we don't normally get much comment on these, so I'll close that public hearing on that, and I will look for a motion from the board.
I'd make a motion to approve.
Greg?
I'll second.
I'll give it to Francie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Before we take a break, can
Thanks,
we
Jody.
just continue those other two?
Sure. So we're gonna move into land use public hearings. It looks like there's a lot on this agenda, but items 11, 12, and 14 are going to be continued. So we're gonna handle 11 and 12, and then we're gonna take a short break. The board has been moving along, cranking along here, so we're gonna have a little bit of a break before we take up Bell Jack Blue. So we have a land use public hearing scheduled for 143 Darling Farm for rezoning and approving their activity envelope and site plan review, and they've requested to continue to March 12th.
Correct.
They keep seeming to work on this application.
Yes.
Is there anyone here who wishes to give public comment on Darling Farm? Okay, seeing none, do I have to continue the ordinance and resolution separately?
It'd be cleanest to do it that way.
Okay.
So
Yes, Jeffrey.
And I'm a recusal even on the continuance.
I will make a motion to approve the ordinance rezoning 143
continue to March
I mean,
12th.
to approve. I'm just moving us along. To continue it to March 12th and to continue the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll make a
Aye.
motion.
I will note Jeffrey Woodruff's recusal because he was on planning and zoning.
I will make a motion to continue the resolution approving, this is the resolution, not the ordinance, approving the 143 Darling Farm activity envelope, site plan review, PUD review, special review, GMQS exemption for caretaker dwelling unit major amendment. Continue the second reading and public hearing to March 12th.
Second.
Thank you both. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, noting
Thanks for
again
trying to
Jeffrey
move that
Woodruff's
faster.
recusal.
Patty, have you thought about doing those ads, you know, after the medicines where they do the
I'm really good
announcement
at
of
it.
all the things that could happen? You'd be so good at that.
I used to have a thing that said, slow down here. That's
I have a new career. All right,
Or
number
retire.
12, the Nichols Family Trust TDR review. I'm going to look to staff. We have been continuing this one for, I can't remember when we had the site visit on it a while ago, so I don't know if we're continuing or tabling the application. Is that up to us? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the request at this point is to table it. We did confirm that with the applicant's representative, Tom Todd. Paul Holsinger from an open space has been our primary point of contact with the applicant on this. The community development department has graciously offered to prioritize a similar type of application that has a similar conservation objective for the property. And based on our communications with Mr. Todd and the family, it does appear that the applicant is still interested in pursuing a conservation outcome for this property. But as you noted, it's been on the agenda for a really long time. It's been continued a number of times. Conceptually, the outcome for this property is substantially different than what was originally presented in the first application that was in front of you. So I am hopeful and optimistic that you'll see a modified application at some point, but at this point I think this one is no longer relevant. So
Do I open a public hearing on a motion to table it?
I think you could do that.
Okay. So I will go ahead and see if anyone has any interest in providing public comment on our direction to table the Nichols Family Trust TDR request. Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to table this application.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Regretfully seconded. I hope we can get this done.
Is there any further discussion?
Ditto on what Francie said.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot. Jeffrey, do you need to recuse on this for any reason? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, 15-minute break. Is that?
But we have one more, don't we have to?
Well, can we skip to 14? Are we allowed to skip ahead on the agenda like that?
Sure, you get your
Yeah.
discretion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to skip down to item number 14, which is a resolution approving a 10-year extension of vested rights for Little Ditch 1 LLC and Little Ditch 2 LLC, and an exemption from site plan review for an agricultural building for Little Ditch 1 LLC. And the applicant requested that we continue this to February 26th to give them some time to respond to recent comments about their request.
It'll be a fun day.
And I will open the public hearing to see if there's anyone who wishes to comment on Little Ditch. Okay, I'm seeing none, and I will bring it back to the board with a request to continue to February 26th.
So moved.
Thank you, Patty. And continue the public hearing.
And continue the public hearing.
Okay. Motion by Patty, second by Greg. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And before you adjourn for break, I'd like to
Yes.
recuse on number 13, which is my second recusal. Sorry, it's a consistent recusal. This is business from the BoCC from 2024 that was first heard, I think, on October 23 of 2024, and there was a site visit. So it is in the applicant, the county, and staff's interest for me to recuse on this item. And I recused the last time this came through the board.
Okay, so Jeffrey will be out of the room when we resume here for Bell Jack Blue application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3:45 and we'll discuss Bell Jack Blue. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February the 12th. We are on land use public hearings, and we have 2 remaining for our consideration today. The first is a resolution granting approval for the Bell Jack Blue LLC Parcel 1 Activity Envelope Site Plan Review, Growth Management Quota System Exemption, expansion of non-conforming structures and special review for transfer development right receiver site, and extension of vested property rights. Okay. Even though we have 3 resolutions that we will consider under this, it's noticed as one resolution, correct? I'm looking to Suzanne and Rye.
I'm sorry.
Do I need to read the other 2 resolutions that we'll be considering?
Yes, all 3 are part of the package in front of you, so it's parcels 1, 2, and 3.
Parcels 1, 2, and 3. It's just
Resolutions,
noticed
but
as
each one has
one,
separate
but
resolution.
because it's one parcel, that will be separated into 3, correct?
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're square on that. So let's go ahead, and I believe we have Nicole Rebeck-Stout from our ComDev department who will be presenting this to the board.
Yes,
Can we
I'm
hear?
online.
Okay. All right, we can hear you. All right, Nicole, I will go
Okay,
ahead
good.
and turn it over to you.
Excellent. Thanks, Kelly. Yes, Nicole Rebeck-Stout from Community Development Department. I believe you'll see Cody and Glenn Horn sitting at the table, the applicant reps for this application.
Yes, they are here.
Great. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the staff presentation because you've heard it several times before. But just to orient you, we are at the end of Little Woody Creek Valley. And these are the delineations for the 35-acre subdivision that is a state exempt subdivision. The BoCC isn't reviewing that today, but these property lines are drawn to create approximately 42-acre properties, 3 parcels you see. Okay, so what we're all interested in is how the applicant team has revised their request. So parcel 1, in terms of residential floor area, remains the same at 9250. Parcel 2, their floor area request is reduced down to 5750, and then parcel 3, also a reduction down to 5750. The applicant is no longer realigning Little Woody Creek Road once it enters the property. The applicant has also agreed to remove all the illegally created structures that we've been talking about. There's an agreement for conservation easements. We'll take a look at where those are located on the property, but they generally include the north and south facing slopes in addition to the Little Woody Creek Valley. There's a commitment to construction-related road improvements, and the applicant has requested a 10-year vested property right. And I'll just say up front, we can go into more detail later, the resos that you see reflect a 5-year vested property right as a staff recommendation. We can talk more about that later in my presentation. This is a general diagram. It's not precise, but generally the applicant is agreeing to conserve these areas shown in green, which is reflective of the BoCC discussion last time. So the applicants basically added in these south-facing slopes, which are a great wintering habitat. And then just a reminder about the development rights and TDRs. The applicant is establishing the development right for each one of these parcels because there's already a single family dwelling on each one of the properties. So the development right on the fathering parcel, they get the 5750 base maximum floor area. On parcel 2, the base maximum floor area is 3715. That's the size of the existing house. And parcel 1 is 5,524. Again, no TDRs on parcel 3. Even though parcel 2 is going up to 5750, it still requires 1 TDR. And then parcel 1 going from about 5,500 square feet to 9,250, that will take 2 TDRs. A summary of the review types listed today. I wrote in here the request for the 10-year vested property right. That's the only difference for parcel 1. Same for parcel 2. Again, staff's recommending 5. And then parcel 3. Everything you see in black is the same review types that we have already went through in previous presentations. So parcel 3 also, your resos reflect a 5-year vested property right. So I just want to go over, kind of just make this presentation succinct and just kind of focus on the things that the BoCC was discussing when this application has come before you before. So we covered the conservation easements. The resolutions reflect all the easement areas that were discussed by the BoCC. No further subdivision. The resolutions reflect the requirement for a restrictive covenant agreement so that there won't be subdivision in the future. The Little Woody Creek road maintenance, you'll see a condition of approval sort of outlining how those road damages will be repaired after the construction of either the addition to the single family homes or the new single family home on parcel 3. Regarding irrigation ditches and water rights, the revised application states that the applicant will honor the water access agreement, and there's also a new condition that was added to each one of the resolutions saying development shall not adversely affect water rights, and that's taken directly from our land use code. In terms, we did go over the residential floor area and TDRs. The resolutions all reflect a final maximum floor area for each property with no ability to build additional floor area above what you're reviewing today. We'll go over ag floor area in the next presentation slide. In terms of pools and trucking water, the resolutions reflect the condition that the pools cannot be filled with domestic well water. And then that trucking is required, and that's not something that we don't have a regulation about trucking water in the land use code. In terms of the construction schedule and community impacts, all of your resolutions show a 5-year vested property right. Staff was thinking that could potentially offer some solution to some of the concerns raised by the neighbors by having multiple construction projects happening concurrently. Again, that's really up to the BoCC to discuss how many years is the right amount of years. Staff is recommending 5 based on sort of considering similar projects and similar commitments. So the commitment that was considered in Beljack Blue's case were the conservation easements, the reduced floor area, the no subdivision covenants. All of these are county benefits that meet the requirement for granting vested property rights beyond the typical 3 years. And then in terms of the conversation about the Little Woody Creek neighbor trail access, that will not show up in your resolutions. I talked to Paul Holsinger about this idea. He said open space would take a trail easement if it was offered. The applicant has not committed that benefit, and open space made a comment that if there was a trail easement, it would only benefit the owners of Little Woody Creek Road, since it's not a county road, it's a private road. And then also the reality that there's no U.S. Forest Service or BLM trails for this particular trail easement to connect to. So that, I imagine that will also be a discussion topic for the commissioners today. I skipped over the agricultural building floor area, and I just wanted to share with the board how our floor area for agriculture structures functions for a 42-acre property. So this column here, this is the maximum floor area for each building type for a 42-acre property. And then what I did over here was add in what the request is from the applicant. So you can see in terms of barns, the applicant is requesting the full floor area for parcel 1 and parcel 3 and a reduced floor area for parcel 2. The hay storage building is requested for parcel 1 and 2, but not 3. Same for the ag equipment building. And then even though they can have an unlimited number of loafing sheds on all the properties, they're keeping 1 on parcel 2, and that's an existing structure. And the applicant did not request a greenhouse, but that is permitted in the code. So I just wanted to clarify that it seems there's been conversations about there being maybe a substantial number of agricultural buildings. They're not requesting the full options that the code allow. I'm going to go to some referral comments now. In terms of the Colorado Geologic Survey, they did provide another comment after the November meeting. I don't know, the reason CGS had to provide another comment was because of the barn located on parcel 2. It was located inside an alluvial fan area. And so Colorado Geologic Survey just took a look at the applicant's analysis of that alluvial fan and where the building is located. And they basically accepted the applicant's mitigation measure, which was a relatively simple approach of just a really excellent drainage around the building. So it's not in a severe alluvial fan area like some of the other structures that we've been talking about. And then the open space and trails comment, we sort of already covered. That was about the trail. And then one more slide. This is, I just wanted to respond to the Woody Creek Caucus comments, and I did hop on a call with them, so they're sort of familiar about how our code is working with some of these topics they brought up. So this is a list of everything that they brought up. A lot of this is also from the BoCC discussions, so I'll skip the ones that we already talked about. But in terms of special events, excuse me, each residential property in the county is allowed 3 special event permits per year, and those requests are reviewed by our department. Short-term rentals, as you know, require a license, and we have not issued a license to this property, and I did not evaluate if they would be eligible to request a license or not. In terms of long-term rentals, all county-approved CDUs have a covenant agreement to allow structures to be used for family members or with a lease agreement, a minimum 6-month lease. The draining water from the pools, I had to educate myself on this. So I talked to environmental health, sort of questioning, does the water go in the OWTS? It doesn't. They said that the pools and spas can be safely drained in the landscape, and then sheet flow or absorption. And that activity obviously would not be allowed within the 100-foot setback. Oops, let me go back. Of the Little Woody Creek. But the county, if there was concerns that the neighbors had, the county can certainly respond to complaints. I'm not aware of ever having a complaint about someone draining their pool or spa. Maybe Suzanne can share if she has an anecdote. But I just kind of did some digging based on their comment about that concern from that pool water going into the creek. And then I'll go down to this one. They were concerned that the property was going to create TDRs and then land them on the property. Obviously, that's not what's happening here. This property does not have an ability to create TDRs, at least in the request that's been made in the application. There was concerns about fencing. We'll review fencing permits at permit, and zoning really takes the lead on looking at those. If it's a wildlife friendly fence, we don't require a permit from the county. In terms of dogs, in the resolutions, dogs are required to be kennelled within 50 feet of the house, or when they're outside the kennel, they need to be leashed, and then contractors are prohibited from bringing their dogs. And then we talked about the construction schedule. The county doesn't, the reviews that we have today don't consider a construction schedule. I think that's a sort of vested rights conversation, but happy to hear where the board takes that one. And then I just wanted to, I think a couple other things. I just wanted to point out that there were some inconsistencies in my memo about the conservation easement agreement. So hopefully my presentation clarified where those areas were. And then since the November meeting, the applicants requested more time to resolve violations and record the numerous documents that are required for this approval. And so that's reflective in your updated resolutions. Staff really did not take any issue with a slightly extended time period for those, given the amount of content that needs to be generated. And then I was just peeking at my resolutions. I don't think there's a condition for a restrictive covenant for the floor area. The resolutions have that condition that what the maximum floor area is, but it's my understanding that we also need to do a restrictive covenant, and I'm happy to add that condition in. And whoops, let me stop sharing. No, I did stop sharing. Sorry about that. That's really what I wanted to cover today, and I'm happy to take any commissioner questions now, or we can toss it over to Cody.
Great, thank you, Nicole. So we will, I'll check in with board members to see if there's questions for Nicole. Then we'll go to Cody for applicant's presentation. We can ask questions of Cody and his team, and then we'll open it up to public comment before bringing discussion back to the board, if that works for everybody. You have a question
I
for
just
Nicole?
wanted to clarify on the restrictive covenant on floor area. Could you just describe that for me one more time?
Yeah, I think I might have confused things with that, but so actually this might be a good question for Rye or Suzanne if she's there.
Yep, I can jump in, Nicole, if you want. Do you want me to jump in?
Oh yes, if you can respond, that'd be great.
I can do that. So yeah, I think because they've committed to actually, I mean, the floor area restrictions, the 5750 on 2 of those lots is less than would otherwise be allowed under zoning, the 9250. So the covenant would actually memorialize that commitment to not actually come back in the future to ask to go up to 9250. So it's stated in the resolution that that's all they're asking for, but I think that covenant takes it that extra step to ensure that basically it's saying they can't come back in the future to ask to go beyond that.
Copy. That's on 2 and 3, but 1 is still at.
Right, which I won't get the numbers right, but if you've got the right parcels, yeah, the 2 that have the more restrictive floor area. So right now there's a requirement already to do the restrictive covenant prohibiting further subdivision. It could get, lumped in with that. So the covenant could cover both of those items.
Could you, while on the topic, has Woody Creek Caucus come up with an advisory on house size? Have they gotten to that point yet?
They have not updated their master plan with a house size limit that would then, go to an overlay. I think I understand they're having conversations, but that will be the first step for them, is updating their caucus master plan, which then lays the groundwork for looking at that overlay.
We've kind of been inviting that for a long time. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
I have a question. Is there a similar covenant required language somewhere that the excessive use of a TDR has no further future value? That it's extinguished?
What use of a TDR?
Any excessive square
extra,
footage
yeah.
on a TDR?
So when they're not using the
it's just
entirety
fully
of the
expired.
2,500 square feet. We haven't had language specific to that, other than the floor area limitation doesn't allow them to utilize all of that. So we probably have in some, we could put some language in there that acknowledges that they're only using a certain portion of it and that the remainder is extinguished.
Sometimes this comes back to us and we can just deal with it now.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clearly understanding the staff's recommendation for a 5-year vested right as opposed to a 10-year, which is what the applicant's request is, and a 3-year, which is what we normally would give. Am I to understand, is the 5-year vested right a balance between some community requests for a shorter construction schedule balanced against how long some of these bigger projects tend to take to build? I don't know if I'm fully understanding the recommendation.
Yes, and I think I could probably go into more detail about the criteria for approving that extended vested right. So in the resolutions, I think this is parcel 1, I think it's recital 14. What the applicant has committed to the county for benefits is a criteria for granting that extended vesting period. And so what staff is identifying as the benefits is the conservation easements, the covenant to prevent future subdivision, and then not for parcel 1, but limiting the floor area on parcel 2 and parcel 3. That's also a benefit to the county. So I, in terms of doing the math, like why don't they get 10 and we're recommending 5, I might toss that to Suzanne just because she has so many examples sort of at her fingertips that I think are helpful to sort of put it in the context of other applications. I think Chaparral was one at top of mind, but I don't know all the details of that one.
She makes me sound like I know everything,
Well,
but
you're quite
but
smart.
yes, I mean I think we haven't seen many of late, but I think the 2 that you have seen recently were Chaparral and then up Woody Creek Road, what I think of as the 2 Mile Ranch, but it has a different name. Natal, 2 Mile, Rosemary's, Circle R. It's something else now. But in terms of asking for that more extended vested right beyond the 3 years, again, whenever we're having this conversation, there's generally what are the benefits to the public? What are we, getting back from that? And again, it's all at the board's discretion in terms of that. So I think Chaparral was probably the closest proximity-wise, as well as good example of a 5-year extension was granted there, or a 5-year vested right was granted. When they came in with additional benefits they were offering to the county in terms of, I don't remember what theirs were specifically.
Access up that.
Yeah, various things at this point. But we're just always looking for some balance of what's being offered. And again, it's, is looking at, do we want people to build sooner, if they have the 3-year vested right, or spread it out more? Is 2 years too long? Has there been a commitment to maybe not build for a certain period of time, in which case does that further justify? And I would say we've probably gone back and forth, we, the board, in terms of where they feel like the benefit lies for the community. Mm-hmm. Is the benefit in moving forward sooner, or spreading it out, or, giving them a longer time period? So I can't remember if the other one, Woody Creek, I guess it's Woody Creek Commune, I think was the last name on that, if that was also 5 years.
We wondered what that meant.
But so again, we sort of try and look at other examples that we've seen and kind of what the benefits are that are offered, and in this case felt that a 5-year was more consistent maybe with other extensions.
Thank you. Further question I have for clarification, 2 more questions. One being, if I read correctly, there's no authorities for us in the code related to construction schedule. There was some request for a quicker or a more condensed construction schedule. I'm seeing no.
The only thing that I'd add there is that in connection with the development agreement, that is where one of the concepts within the request for a longer vesting period is establishing a phasing or timing of development. So to the extent that there is a desire to set forth some of those types of limitations or expansions, that's where you would handle that in the development agreement. So we would say something like, we will give you a 5-year vesting, but here is what we want to see with respect to the timing of development.
When you
that.
start, you
Correct.
gotta crank it out.
Yep.
Okay, because we do have some evidence in the record relative to the benefits for a condensed schedule for wildlife.
The request for further flexibility with respect to vesting is where the concept of development phasing really comes in, which allows you to modify the timing within that phasing.
Okay. And then finally, just a reminder, I probably know this answer, but you all are experts in the code, is that we don't tie a requirement for agricultural activity to agricultural buildings. Is that correct? It's like you don't have to actually do ag. You don't have to use a loafing shed to have a loafing shed. Is that right?
You have to covenant that it will only be used.
Right.
But in terms of, is the animal in the loafing shed on
Just the
a
requirement flows in
consistent-
one direction,
Right.
not the other.
Right. I guess, yeah, I think that.
Okay.
And to clarify, because it always comes up, that the agricultural exemption for floor area does allow that to be used for horses, which is different than the ag assessment. For property
Yeah,
taxes,
no, I'm
so
clear
yeah.
on that.
It's
You
always
actually
good to
have
just
to
make a
have
plug
ag
for that.
activity for
Right,
the
right.
ag,
So
for the
difference
property
there.
tax, but,
But
okay.
you can have a barn without cows in it, or horses, or chickens.
Okay. Those are my questions. Other questions for staff? Greg.
Just Nicole, back on your red line on the trail access, if I could just look at that again and review that again. What we're saying is it's not that interesting to open space because there's no public access on that road. It's still an interesting.
Right.
I'd love to learn more about that. Maybe that's a question for the applicant.
Well, I think it's two things. It's one, Little Woody Creek Road is a private road. So I think open space and trails would find it to be a more useful easement agreement if Little Woody Creek Road was a public county road. And then the other piece is once you get to the end of parcel 3, there's no, that at the end of the valley, there's no U.S. Forest Service or BLM trails there to connect to. So you're basically just walking the Beljack Blue properties. And then the only people who could do that were the owners on Little Woody Creek. It just had limited benefit from Paul's perspective.
And at this point, those owners do not have access? The other owners?
The way the Little Woody Creek Road easement functions is it ends partway through parcel 1, and then beyond that, it basically becomes a driveway for parcel 2 and parcel 3. So there would be an easement agreement for a parcel 2 owner to access their property and a parcel 3 owner to access their property. That's how it's structured today. And I don't know, Cody, if you have a map of where that road easement ends on parcel 1. I think it ends somewhere so that there could be access to the Caddo property, and then after that it's private. I don't know where exactly that delineation is. I could pull up my map and show you where approximately it is.
Your question was is there history of access through there for the neighbors to access that?
Right. That's part of it. Also, just I'm thinking about the ditch access and the trail access. Ditch access is essential. It's absolutely essential. And I think that's part of the deal. I want to be sure that people have access.
Yeah, the ditch access I think is separate, and the owners, the applicants have already resolved that and been, my understanding is there's already been sort of a shift in how access to the ditch is being treated there. And it's a condition of approval as well that there should be no adverse impacts to water rights. And I think your concern about ditch access for maintenance purposes is sort of falls under that condition of approval, which is also in the land use code.
Great, thank you. I'll wait for the rest of it.
Okay, if there's no other questions for the board, I will invite Beljack Blues representative team to present. Hi, Cody.
Hi, guys. So I'm just going to give you sort of a brief overview of what I hope you remember from October 23rd and a lot of what we discussed in the November site visit. But just as a refresher, I'm Cody Horn. With me is Glenn Horn, Christoph Eichelberger, Nick Chan, and Jonathan Losky is on Zoom. We represent Richard and Lori Stark, the controllers of the Bell Jack Blue LLC entity acquired from the Catos in 2015. The goal for this project is estate planning for Bell, Jack, and Blue, the three children of Richard and Lori Stark. The initial idea was to do this through a state land division process through 3 35-acre tracts. We decided that doing that in a piecemealed fashion, just dividing it up and dedicating it to the kids, wasn't the best use of the land. So rather went through a more comprehensive long-term planning process, and there's a lot of site constraints on the property. So this took a lot of time, and we finished quite a bit of geologic concerns, wildlife concerns, irrigation concerns, road maintenance concerns, and then ended up with a lot of neighborhood comments. And so we've done our best in the leeway to address those respectfully and diligently. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview. Nicole gave a pretty good summation, but we're proposing 3 parcels, approximately 42 acres each. The Bell Jack Blue parcel right now is 127 acres, located at the top of Little Woody Creek Valley, which is located between the Aspen Community School and Chaparral Bench, just about a minute up from the Upper River Road, Woody Creek Road intersection. We were originally scheduled for this review in front of the board in February 23. So we postponed that hearing to rework the application, reducing the floor area from 15,000 square feet of residential floor area to 9,250 on each parcel. We were before you on October 23rd representing that 9,250 allotment or total for parcels 1 through 3. You guys wanted a site visit, so we continued that to visit the property on November 13th, after which we amended the application a second time because we heard an overwhelming concern from neighbors over intensity of development, impacts to the land, large structures, both agricultural and residential. Subsequently, we reduced floor area from 8715 on parcel 2 to 5750. Agricultural floor area from 7,154 to 5,743. On parcel 3, we reduced it from 9,250 to 5,750. Agricultural floor area from 5,050 to 4,060. Additionally, we walked back a lot of modifications that were going to be done to Little Woody Creek Road, which are going to reduce the impacts and the construction to, what we call the driveway after parcel 1, but then the private Little Woody Creek Road for the remainder. And that road alignment, keeping the existing road alignment, preserves a lot of the existing irrigated ag lands, as well as enhanced and expanded our proposal for the conservation easement. As you know, we were here on January 22nd, but we requested to continue the hearing because we wanted 4 voting members present. So I think the timeline and duration of this whole thing, not only the public hearings, but the 3+ years that we worked with Nicole, CGS, our different contractors for mitigating site constraints and hazards, it really speaks to and reflects how attentive the applicant and the board has been to the land use process and this land use process. And we're hopeful that you guys see how we see this, is that it's a example of the land use process working, that it kind of goes through these little steps along the way. We do site visits, we have different entities involved, and then we come up with a pretty darn good product at the end. It's hard to make everybody happy, but we've sure tried to do so. So that's a summation of our changes since the October 23rd meeting. I've kind of lumped in the changes since the November 20th and the January 22nd meeting, which include the conservation easement. And I want to reiterate our commitment to doing a road evaluation of Little Woody Creek Road, pre and post construction and improving the road to the pre-construction standards. But really, I'm going to emphasize and explain the conservation easement, which is the largest change since you guys have last heard this presentation. This was the initial proposal from Open Space and Trails, which showed, we have parcel 1 here, parcel 2 here, parcel 3 here. The southern portion of parcel 2 was proposed to be encumbered in a conservation easement, the upper finger of parcel 3. We had elaborate discussions at the October 23rd meeting, but comments from both neighbors and the board saying, this area, and I think the Catos were saying they see elk up here a lot, and that's a large area of concern that they'd like to see preserved. They'd like to see elk habitat maintained there. It is, in fact, winter concentration area for deer and elk, and it's proximate to critical elk habitat. So we think that not only accepting the original open space and trails proposal, but then adding that area, I'm kind of frozen here, for a final result in increased acreage of area being encumbered in the conservation easement, results in a very good product where we're conserving 60 acres of land, which is nearly half of the 127 acre property, in exchange for a flexibility of construction timeline, and as Rye was saying, the ability to write into a development agreement the phasing schedule however we see fit, however the board sees fit. We'd like to hear neighbor comments on what they think is the least amount of impact for construction timeline. We don't really know. I mean, there's two alternatives. You get it all done really quickly, or you have this flexible schedule and a longer vesting period where you can phase these things out. I think it is in the applicant's best interest and their preference to have this flexibility of a 10-year vesting period, to do this the way they want, and also solicit input from the neighbors on what they want. So that's really our objective with this 10-year vesting period, and we think it's a appropriate nexus between 60 acres or half of the property being conserved in exchange for 10-year vesting period. So I just want to review
Before you go on, do you mind just toggling between the old and the new?
So that's the old. And the area that kind of this is 5.6 acres right here, outlined in red. Mm-hmm. And initially we said we don't want to offer that area, but instead we would move it up here to where it would better preserve elk habitat and deer habitat for winter concentration. So we moved that 5.6 up there and then increased it to 11.5.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
And this is, 11.5 here, 25 here, 25 here. And so that's really the most changes that have happened since we both presented to you a few months ago. I just want to give you a quick overview of the quality of the proposal, in that we have large lots in comparison to all the other neighboring properties on Little Woody Creek. It's an RS20 zone district, so a few substandard size lots. There's 3. We have 5 conforming size lots, and we're well above the neighborhood average. So we do have flexibility to have less relative impact on the land, and we think, given our size of the lots combined with smaller house sizes, it results in a really good product. And this is the comparison of Belljack Blues parcel 1 through 3 with neighboring property house sizes. These two are clearly the smallest in the entire neighborhood, and there's a few that are smaller than the parcel 1 proposal. But there's large homes, and so not only are we compatible, but I think we sort of set the precedent for exemplary development according to this 2025 land use code, where We're looking for smaller house sizes, we're looking for benefits to the county, and we're looking for mitigation of site constraints, which are kind of the things that I'm not talking about, geologic hazards and all that, because that's the minutia where we comply. But really what we've done to respond to caucus comments, to neighborhood comments, to the board's discussion, to the best of our abilities, and to the levers that we have at our disposal. And I thought this slide was pretty telling. This is agricultural floor area on Beljack Blue combined with residential floor area as it compares to just residential floor area on neighboring properties. So, and I do want to back up and add a disclaimer. We're representing floor area for Beljack Blue, but we got the assessor's data for the neighboring properties, so that could vary slightly, but you know, we couldn't go in and measure everybody's house, so it's the best comparison that we have. But to bring it back to this slide, if you add our agricultural floor area to our residential floor area, we're still kind of compatible with just the residential floor area of neighboring properties. And that's not including that agricultural floor area that is evident and visible on a lot of the neighboring properties, but hasn't been included in this graph. So I will just wrap it up here, and I want to say that we're asking for this long-term vesting in exchange for the increased conservation easement land that's being encumbered. You know, we're committing to the no further subdivision covenant, and we think it's community benefit by agreeing to improve Little Woody Creek Road after construction, after assessing the impacts. So as some final closing comments, these are our total residential floor area increase for all three parcels. 127 acres is 9,300. Total ag area increase is 8,100. That is about 50% below the development density allowed by zoning. It's well below the Woody Creek neighborhood average house size. Nearly half the land being dedicated to conservation easement. We've done our mitigation for geologic hazards. We're eliminating a whole lot of non-permitted agricultural buildings, which, you know, to be quite honest, we spent a lot of time researching which one of these were permitted, which ones weren't permitted, how are these used, how can we maintain these so to limit impacts to the land. All the while this comes to head, and we have lots of neighborhood comments, and you know, a lot of our focus has been on how to best represent the compliance of this property prior to even coming in for an application. So this property also doesn't have any previously defined activity envelopes. It has 3 existing legally created homes, so we're drawing boundaries and activity envelopes around those homes, making them in compliance with the code. And I'll just close out by saying that this is our best approach, our best attempt at being responsive to the board, the staff, the neighbors, the county caucus. And while time consuming and somewhat drawn out, this is an example of the land use process working. We have reviewed the resolutions of approval and the conditions contained in, and we agree to them. We don't see any issues with the conditions of approval, and we'll take any questions.
Okay, questions for Cody?
Sure.
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, could you put up the map again?
The conservation easement map?
Yeah, that would be good. Thanks. Okay, Mike, so I'm just wondering how the lines were drawn for the conservation easement on the south side. I know that's kind of a steep forest, you know, on the top part of that green polygon you've got there. Wondering what was the logic in putting the conservation easement line up there in the middle of the forest rather than maybe at the toe of the slope?
Well, initially we had the conservation easement boundary recommended, sorry to jump around on you, all the way over to the creek, and we walked it back showing this little area, saying we wanted to conserve a little bit of this land for potential future development of agricultural loafing sheds and things like that, because that area is developable. And Jonathan Losky's on the line too, so he can talk more about the benefit to that hillside. But this was a map that was recommended by Open Space and Trails, so and Paul did comment. I can't remember his comments on that hillside, that it was valuable land.
Paul Holsinger did approve the amendment that the applicant proposed.
Got it. So of course, he approved the trade for the property on the south facing. I get that. Just wondering why the lines are drawn
and I
there.
don't know if this is another thing, and maybe Jonathan Losky can probably chime in, but what Open Space and Trails said that the south-facing slope is really great for winter habitat, and then that north-facing slope is great for summer.
Right, yeah, I understand that. I'm just wondering, is there a reason that you want to keep the parcel size a certain size? I'm just trying to figure out why could the conservation easement go all the way down the slope, for instance? Would it make a difference to anyone, pro or con?
I don't know that it would make a difference. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and Cody, maybe you were going to go here, but that if you turned on a slope map here, that sort of where that toe of the slope is, that's not developable in our land use code. So I don't know how far down you were thinking, Greg, of going down that slope, but just in terms of potential future loafing sheds like Cody's talking about, those would never happen on those steep slope areas.
Copy that. So that's kind of protected already anyway, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe a question, Cody. I mean, just looking like it looks like the ditch is running through there. I mean, would that?
That's a fair point. There's like the Jessica Spring and irrigation ditches that sort of run along the toe of the slope here. So we would certainly want to stay out of that or create some sort of.
But the boundary could be above from the ditch up.
Right. The boundary could be just beyond.
It looks like it would capture maybe a little bit more of that area.
Okay, thanks.
Can I tag on?
Yes,
And
Patty.
what about the conservation easement at the fingerling that goes up to the Forest Service above parcel, at the top of parcel 3?
Mm-hmm.
The same thing with drawing line. I'm looking at the opportunity to maybe put under conservation a little more land. Because the south facing, which I think is great because of habitat, et cetera, but it's not developable, like Greg said, it's not gonna be developable. So I'd like to see a little more give of maybe some more.
Yeah.
Might cost us some tax revenue, would it?
No, not if they offered it.
Oh, okay, I'm just wondering.
Well, again,
Well, that's interesting.
I want to remind you guys as well that, initially we were Open Space and Trails recommended less acreage than we're offering here. So, at every instance we've done our best to step it
You're going in the right direction.
and accommodate.
Yeah, I'm just asking, and we don't, I mean, we have to take into consideration what Open Space and Trails recommends.
Sure.
A bit of looking at it, I'm just trying to look at more justification for considering 10 years of vesting as what is the benefit to not the community and the neighbors, but to the environment.
Can I keep going?
Just on that, just maybe helpful to point out, Cody, on there, where's the farthest extent of the existing ag building or
right around where
whatever's
my
in that?
mouse is here.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so there's
To
a
give you
little.
some perspective,
Yeah, and I agree with the Jessica Spring, that ditch area there, that's parcel 2 and parcel 1. But you can see from this map where there's probably a sliver there of undevelopable that, we have to look at conservation for every inch we can get.
Sure.
To put into conservation for an environment.
Can I keep going and just ask about that, the ditch trail, where the neighbors will have access, because that's, as we said, it's critical. You've acceded to that. I just want to know what we're talking about and where we are now that you have the map up. And then also, where does the actual pedestrian access end for just the neighbors?
I pulled up as Nicole was talking, the the improvement survey, and it's really, really busy. But I can tell you right now, like right around where this hitch is on parcel 1 is about where the access easement ends, and there's a gate there. You know, access to the headwater gates and the ditch for irrigation purposes is sort of a whole nother matter. That's being worked out between the respective water attorneys, and I've gotten comment that there's progress and resolution underway. But yeah, just to answer your question in terms of Little Woody Creek Road's access easement, approximately here.
Kind of like where we parked for the site visit.
Yeah. Otherwise, we would have been in the driveway. So.
I just want to understand, historically, the neighbors have had access to that, but they don't any longer? Is that the...
I think, you know, I think Issa and Daniel could comment more accurately to that, but historically, I think it was a little bit more old-time Colorado. You know, they walked up the
kind of
valley.
neighborly.
That's kind of what happened.
Neighborly, good way to put it.
It was more neighborly.
Got it, okay. I'll wait. I have other things to talk about, but I can wait.
Yeah, let's just focus on questions right now, and then we'll do public comment, and then we'll have discussion. Does that work?
We could do that.
I'm up for public comment.
Are you, okay, no
Yeah, me too.
questions anymore?
Well,
Did you have anyone else from your team you wanted to present to us at this time?
No, unless Jonathan wants to comment on anything about the value of these southern slopes. I don't know that he does, but that's the only thing I can think of.
I think we've heard it. I think we agree and understand that.
Okay.
But Jonathan likes.
Hi, Jonathan, thanks for joining us. I think we're good over here.
I guess I'll just say that the inclusion of that northern piece is fantastic because, as Cody and Suzanne commented, that's winter concentration area for both deer and elk and stays free of snow almost the entire winter. That 24 acres on the south is summer range and transition habitat, and it's really important. And that Doug fir in there is laced with elk and deer highways, so that's quite valuable in the non-winter months. And then the top of the parcel, the 25 acres, is really valuable aspen riparian habitat and supports probably the most biological diversity and species richness on the property. So in my mind, these conservation easements protect the most ecologically valuable portions of the property.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, we will go ahead and open this up to public comment. I'm happy to start with people in the room, and then if I can just ask folks online to raise your hand to get queued up if you wish to comment on the Bell Jack Blue application. Who wants to go first? Come on up. And you know, as normal, we just ask you to try to keep it to 3
That mic
minutes.
is fine right
and
there.
Hello.
State your name. Nice to see
I'm
you.
Daniel Shaw, and my wife Issa Cato and I are the closest neighbors to the entire parcel in the proposal. And first, let me just say that we appreciate the reduction of scope and scale of this project to this point, and the expansion of the conservation easement. And at the same time, I'd just like to reiterate the concerns and questions that we still have about it, and ideally we'd like to see addressed before it's allowed to move forward, if any of this is in your purview. And again, you've heard this from me before, but we feel it bears some repeating because that's what we are all doing on through all this whole process. You know, I think, as I've said before, nothing in the 20+ years that we've lived full-time on Little Woody Creek, or the 40+ years that Issa and her family have been up there, has been remotely as potentially disruptive as this project will be to both the natural environment and to those of us who call the road home, either full-time or a good chunk of the year. There certainly has been construction over all this time, but nothing quite that has involved the entire road being just this amount of traffic that will be coming and going for years on end. I mean, we live here because of the peace and the beauty and the refuge and solace that our home in that valley affords us every day, which has only become more imperative since we lost our daughter last June and since Issa's battling an incurable cancer. Our work as writers and artists also depends on this tranquility. And of course, we know the law is the law and the codes are the codes, but this whole valley, not just Little Woody Creek, but our valley, is under siege from development. And our little slice of it and Woody Creek in general are truly special. And it just, it's just awkward that our lives and the lives of our neighbors can be upended and diminished for years on end to build on this scale and that if it all comes to transpire, the upper parcels that are likely to sit empty for for years on end or good chunks of every year. That really puts it at odds with the spirit of the Woody Creek Master Plan, which is being revisited as we speak, actually. We also don't know quite what a 10-year vested right would look like for any of us on that road, but we know that 10 years can mean, given how long it takes to build now and get permits now, and also the possibility, if not the likelihood, that the workforce in this community and in this valley is going to be diminished by what's happening these days. It could take 20 years to do this, and who really knows? And Little Woody Creek, we have a community. It's a real oasis. No one on that road looks at this as an investment opportunity or just another piece of real estate. And so if the plan is approved, we just asked to do whatever's in your power to just mitigate the noise and the construction traffic. We've got the potential we've got the potential of fire. We want to make sure that we're all safe up there as far as egress goes. And none of those thousands of dead trees that you've seen were dead a few years ago. So things have changed on that front. And we just want to make sure that our water is secured and that anything else that threatens to fundamentally change our lives for years to come is considered when you all are making a decision. So thank you very, very much for all of your hard work on everyone's part. So thank you.
Thanks, Daniel.
All right, who would like to come next? Welcome.
Thank you. So my name's Marvin Odom, and my wife Mary Lowly is here as well. We share the long border with Parcel 1 on Little Woody Creek Road. So I wanted to start with my appreciation for the board and everything that you do and the seriousness with which you've taken this entire process, and we can all see that. I've had a lot of exposure to city and county government, and it just increases that appreciation I have for what you're doing. Most of the concerns and the possible mitigations have been expressed in previous sessions, letters to the BoCC, and I'll say I especially appreciated the specificity and the detail that the Woody Creek Caucus went to provide their comments. So I don't want to reiterate all of those, and I know you appreciate that as well. I will say that I respect the BJB, if you don't mind if I abbreviate that, BJB owners' right to make decisions about their own property. And I recognize that this process has been to ensure that the final approvals conform with the intent of the codes and also with consideration for neighbors and habitat. I will, though, emphasize two items at this stage of the process, recognizing that perhaps the BoCC doesn't have total primacy over some of these, but it's all interrelated, and I don't know how to separate some of these issues. So the first is, again, with regard to the road, and I appreciate that the BJB owners have agreed to maintain the condition of the road. I think it would help if this was clarified, especially since we don't understand the construction schedule, if that was clarified to be an annual commitment during construction, not just something that was assessed at the end of what would certainly be a multi-year massive construction activity. That's just not consistent with how road damage happens, so I think it would really need to be an annual assessment. Also, regarding the road, we've previously raised safety issues related to pedestrians, especially children. There's a lot of children that play on this road, as well as pets. And I would ask the developers in this case to specifically address road safety issues and mitigation in their plans, meaning have a specific plan to mitigate that risk, and out of respect, communicate those plans to the neighbors along the road so that we understand it as well. My concern is that if this is not specifically addressed up front, we will all be involved in doing so after an accident has happened. I've been involved in many large construction projects in areas characterized as remote, all the way to densely populated, and I can tell you from experience that this is true more often than not. A safety plan gets built at some point. It's a shame sometimes that it happens after someone's been seriously hurt. The second item I'll raise is with regard to visual impacts, and I think I understand that that's not necessarily something this board considers directly. But as I mentioned, I have a substantial property line associated with parcel 1, as does the previous speaker. For the proposed construction on parcel 1, I think it would be fairly simple to mitigate the visual impact of new construction with trees for both neighbors, without negatively impacting the views or anything else on parcel 1, meaning I think this would be advantageous to the BJB owners as well. And it would be a meaningful consideration to the neighbors if this was put in place prior to the construction to help reduce the noise and the visual impacts of the construction. There's a corollary to this comment, and that is that it depends on what the BoCC decides with respect to TDRs. Without the TDRs, I think the visual impact would be sort of self-managed, if you will, as well as a number of other issues that are of concern. But as proposed, the expansion on parcel 1 creates quite a significant impact. I know you have considerable knowledge-based input on the TDRs, so I can't really add anything there other than to say I don't really understand the process of allowing bigger and bigger builds, so I think I personally would be opposed to that from a future development standpoint. I will comment, and this is a bit of a personal comment, and I'm going to end here, that I've never once been contacted by the BJB owners or the developers. And as I said, I've been involved in a lot of difficult projects in a lot of places in the world, and I know that's not required, but it's pretty much global best practice that you involve those that are going to be impacted and work towards some common agreement. And I certainly wish that had been done to this point. To me, it doesn't bode well for what probably comes in the future unless we start to see that type of engagement. So again, thank you to the commissioners for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Marvin?
you. Thanks, Martin.
Do we have additional folks in the room?
Yes, I will.
I can go online if you want to wait a minute. Yeah.
Come on up.
Be flooded. Well, I'm just going to chime in and say thank you for everybody's hard work. And so I just want to go back to something that Marvin touched on, that it does not bode well. First of all, this development is not a product to us. It's our home, as we've mentioned. And the Starks are still not here, to Steve Trowell's point, back in December, so that speaks volumes. So that makes us worry about intent and impact. We know the elk herd that lives around.
We got somebody.
Oh, we got.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry, go
We're
ahead.
good.
and we've watched their numbers decline. The noise of endless trucks and the road, our quality of life, the fragile creek ecosystem and rare orchids on its banks. Oh, we don't have that. That slice of conservation easement along that's where those rare orchids that my mother, sister, and I found were. And as, again, Marvin and Daniel mentioned, we're concerned about egress. Our ability to swiftly leave our property in case of fire or medical need. And when the Starks built last time, there was no communication with neighbors. There were speeding trucks and overwhelming traffic on weekends. And we want to see that they respect the increasing demand for dark skies. For example, they still haven't turned off their Christmas tree lights at the end of the road, and they're not even there. And we need a tight time frame. We need excellent communication. We need responsible oversight, because things always go south on a large construction project, and there are safety concerns, especially when there's swimming pools involved. And I would also like to consider a new site meeting so we can review the revised plan with proper staking for those who missed the first one. And I can also speak about that trail at the end of Parcel 3. It was open historically to the neighbors. Everyone would walk and ride up there. And I don't know if Felicity is chiming in, but Moore may be able to speak to this. That historically, that was a used trail that went up through Kobe Park. But I didn't grow up on the road. I wasn't there till I was 16, so I can't speak before that. So as Daniel mentioned, we have to consider current events. You know, federal funding is getting slashed for public land management, and local communities will need to step up to protect our wildlife, our water, and our rural way of life like never before. Not to mention fire insurance will not get any easier to maintain, as the hideous fires in LA have taught us. And one of those parcels on the conservation easement captures a lot of dead trees, and I don't, so I just wanted to mention that as Daniel mentioned, that there's been a huge spread of the pine beetle. So those are my concerns. Some of them have been repeated, so forgive me, but thank you, and I will let others fill in.
Okay, why don't we go online, and then we'll come back to the room. I see Scott Simon, you'd like to comment on the Bell Jack Blue application?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3
Hi there.
minutes.
This
Go ahead.
is Scott Simon. Obviously, I live on Whitley Creek Road. Daniel spoke of the scale. I think for the BoCC, that really needs to be put in context, because if agenda item 14 had not been pushed forward, we'd be discussing 2 Little Woody Creek projects totaling 60,000 square feet of residential and agriculture, both looking for 10-year vests. Little Woody Creek Caucus is pretty hardcore on this. They think there should be 1 3-year and not renewable. I understand the 5-year. I also appreciate, what the Starks have done in the meantime. The conservation easement on both the Bell project and Little Ditch have, really share things. Neither are accessible to people, and they're either unbuildable or wouldn't be built on. So I have a question, which is, if a conservation easement falls outside of use, is it really a conservation easement, and does it have any benefit? Now, the alternate easements they came up with, the alternate 11.5 acres would actually address something that the Little Woody Creek neighbors wanted, which was, for 40 years, people used the property, until 2015, when the Starks fenced off access. The 11.5 acres would actually be a great place to access the BLM land without having to go up the driveway. And so I'm curious if because that wasn't doable before because of where the easements were, but suddenly that's now accessible from down by the gate. So that's what I got.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. All right, do we have any other folks online who wish to comment on the Bell Jack Blue application? Please go ahead and hit *9 to raise your hand, or raise your hand on Zoom. All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the room. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Moore Huffman. I'm a resident on Little Woody Creek Road. And also I'd like to thank you all for your hard work on this and your serious consideration of our concerns about it. My primary concern is the impact on the road, the mitigation of the noise, and the 10-year vest. To me, that amount of time seems entirely unreasonable and intolerable for the neighborhood. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. The other piece is the noise mitigation. Has any research been done on how to mitigate that, if it can be mitigated? Because that is going to be huge. Most of these houses are very close to the road. And, you know, what assurances of safety for the various trucks up and down the road? The other piece I'd like to address is, you know, that easement up through what was, you know, the Caddos accommodated the neighborhood and allowing people, but also I believe, and I don't know if research has been done on this, that was a legitimate access to National Forest and Kobe Park. And, you know, we used to ride our horses up there all the time. Other people in the neighborhood did as well. Since the Starks moved in, they gated it off. And I'm not even sure if them gating that off was legal, because I think that's a legitimate access to Kobe Park. And so those are my concerns. I hope the board will take into consideration the neighborhood's desire to preserve the what that little valley is and has been, and that we see as being threatened now. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to comment on the Bell-Jack Blue application? Okay, anyone else online? This is our last call. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this and bring it back to the board for discussion. Who would like to start? Francie. All right.
Well, as I mentioned to you all before, you know, if I were in your position, I would feel the same way. And we have all, you know, Greg grew up here, so he really knows. We have all seen changes in this valley that we wish hadn't happened. And I mean, it's hardly the same place that I moved to before, and I know you all feel the same way. Probably everybody who lives here feels the same way. And so I have tremendous compassion for your wanting to control the impacts of further development up the road. My son was really good friends with Jesse Johnson, so I remember back then. I do, however, feel that the applicant has made pretty significant compromises, and I think that the open space, the conservation easements are significant. Half of the property is a lot. I would like to see you all work out with that family how to continue to access the Forest Service. I think that's really important, and your water up above, and, you know, all of that. And I hope that you could do that without any kind of legal interference. You know, that would help, I think. You know, I'm sad because I do think that this beautiful place is, that valley in particular, as well as the one where I live, are vulnerable, and the livestock are vulnerable. I mean, not the livestock, the wildlife, sorry. I'm just about to start counting, sorry. the wildlife are vulnerable all over our valley, and but I don't see any way not to approve this. And I would only hope that new owners would live here, for one, and be sensitive to their neighbors. And but I don't see loopholes that make me comfortable not approving it.
Okay. Do you have any conditions for consideration, or you accept the resolution?
I would like to see 5 years vested interest, not 10.
Thank you. Who else would like to go? I see Patty. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Francie. I wasn't born and raised here, even though people think because I'm a clapper, I was. I'm not, I'm a volunteer clapper, kind of like the volunteer fire department. Yeah, I would like to see some consideration given to more protection between parcel 1 and parcel 2, the conservation easement. We do not prohibit loafing sheds, et cetera, in our conservation easements. We write them into the conservation easement agreement. But I think there's some sensitive vegetation issues along there that cannot be replaced, and I think we need to, I would like to see, bring that up for discussion, some more consideration of extending the conservation areas, the lands. I really would like to see access to the neighborhood in some way, either along the road, continuing up to the public lands, or as we did at, used to be Aspen Valley Ranch, and then it's changed names, Dry Woody there, that, you know, where Mary Jane Anderson used to have her ranch. And they built a trail up higher off of the road. We learned a lot from that as far as public access, but it was right on the road. It wasn't really restricted to the end of a private road like Little Woody is. But I think that would be a great neighborly thing to do, to allow the neighbors along that road to be able to continue. I don't think it's excessive use. I think when they want to take a walk, that's been part of their lives in that neck of the woods, literally, for a long time. So, is he coming to me?
No, check your mic.
Oh, I'm like,
Oh, mine's
I'm
off.
not starting over.
Sorry. I had turned it off. Sorry about that.
Anyway, that's kind of, I would like some consideration given there. And then, as far as development, I love the quote, and I kind of quoted you. I think it was Daniel who said development disruption. That's further on when we get to the construction management plans, et cetera, how we manage, traffic flow. They have to carpool. Those are things that we can bring in. Right, we will have some kind of construction management plans coming forward. Those can be addressed in that. Carpooling rather than everybody driving their own car up the road to get to the construction site. Those are things that can help mitigate traffic impacts, noise, et cetera. We would have to depend on the neighbors if there were speeding trucks or excessive abuse of issues on the road, that we would have somebody you could call in ComDev to report those complaints, or a process. Code enforcement, thank you. So we would hate, again, to wait until after an incident to have to come up with a plan, but we can include those things. And I would request that we do in construction management plans, the road safety, the road noise impacts, and the maintenance of the road. Is it at the end of 20 years, or is it when conditions get to a certain, negative state? I don't know. We'd have to address that probably in the construction management plans.
So I think, maybe Nicole can speak to what how the conditions read now. I mean, a construction management plan is generally not something we're reviewing with you all. It's something that we're doing at building permit. If there are specific items you'd want to make sure are addressed, kind of beyond our standard construction management. We could note them now. Right, I think then we'd want to, could capture some of that to be included in their future.
So what is the current time frame for mitigation on Little Woody Road?
Actually, I wanted to bring that up. Can you hear me? Yes.
We can.
Okay. I wanted to cover that because the way I wrote the condition, I think, is divergent from what I've heard in this conversation. So the way that it's formatted, and I worked with Larissa, our development services manager, to craft this because it is really tricky. But the way it works is the requirement to repair the road is tied to the single family homes, all the 3 permits, 1 for each house. And it's written in a way where if you're the first house to finish a final inspection, then the applicant needs to evaluate the road and provide a cost estimate for the repairs. And then the county would take those funds and hold them. And then the next house that goes to final inspection would do the same thing. And then the final house would do the repairs. That's different than what I heard in the commissioners discuss, that it should be evaluated every year, or I've heard, and maybe it just needs to be evaluated at each house. I don't know. I guess I'm not familiar with how much damage and how the length of time that the damage starts to accumulate and become troublesome. But that was Larissa's recommendation, is that we would pool it together and then repair the road when the last house came in for final inspection.
Yeah, that's not acceptable to me. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I'm not going to wait 20 years till house 3 is done and then repair the road, because by then also the negative effects of impacts would be such that, you know, it doesn't make sense. You don't wait until the road's totally gone. You try and maintain it as you go along. So I would like to see some kind of consideration. I'm speaking for myself. Some kind of consideration given to a better time frame. I think Cody wants to.
Okay.
I'll
let you jump
in that we would commit to, you know, construction management plan that could include a lot of things that we're talking about by annual assessments or biannual assessments of the road conditions, carpooling plan, hours of use for when construction takes place, you know, neighborhood communication, whether that be by phone or updates from the contractors, things like that, and bi-weekly notices on progress. You know, I'm just thinking of ways that we could, in subsequent agreements, come up with effective ways of communication to both, you know, calm the nerves and calm the impacts of people.
Thank you, Cody.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan, and that's kind of what I was looking for. But I think we really, and that would hopefully address. I don't think it's fair to wait till the last house is done.
And
So,
I think
yeah, I think that's very. Thank you. I appreciate that.
May I ask one thing, maybe for Suzanne and for your consideration? If we were to expand the conservation easement area to those portions that you were considering, one, would that make you more apt to oblige a longer vesting period, maybe 7 years, to meet in the middle? And 2, is that possible to do in this hearing?
Well, I appreciate that. I think what we'll do is we'll get our suggested conditions out, and then we'll sort of assess, and because we may have some, like, I don't agree with you, 2 of us, 3 of us.
We're just throwing it out, and then we get into the
for your agreement, whether you think the applicant will agree to some of those. That's kind of how I want to organize our conversation. I think it'll be better to just keep a running list, and then once we hash out what we think we agree on, we'll request your input on it. I guess I would just say, I mean, I would look to Suzanne right now. You know, I guess my most intensive experience along developing conditions for a construction management plan was like with Pandora. And I don't know, you know, you didn't get to sit with us through that. So I don't know if we, you know, can conceive of a similar type of criteria for a construction management plan in this application. It would help to understand if we have what the boundaries are to the types of things that we might suggest.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a great example in terms of, and I don't remember if it was required under the communication, but the communication piece
Yeah,
has
we did. We said
definitely
like
been-
weekly,
right,
and there
it's
were
been-
limitations
yeah.
on timing
And,
on certain things.
Yeah, I think they've set a
and
great
how
example.
many trees they
for-
were allowed to take out.
You
in
can take a
year
lot
and-
from that lesson learned and put it into this.
Yeah, yeah. But that was a whole different type of application.
Right,
So I don't know if it's
right. So I mean, I think Cody sort of went through a laundry list of things that I
Yeah.
think we could, you know,
Okay.
just say we want to make sure these are.
But we're
captured.
within our authorities to be able to ask for those things in a construction.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there. I mean, noise has come up. Again, we have, a noise code in the county, in terms of, we don't require, say, like the city does, sort of sound
Wrap the
mitigation
house.
walls or anything like that. Again, I think the request was more for some sort of landscape type screening that might help. But in terms of, construction's not allowed on Sundays, things like that will be in any construction management plan. I mean, but that can be captured.
I think the gentleman's issue about the noise was the noise of the trucks going up and down the road, which is hard to mitigate. I don't know if they use Jake brakes going down the hill or not, because those are obnoxious, but anyway, so noise, I think, goes off.
Okay. Well, that's helpful.
Yeah, because
you have a few
noted
more
it.
you want to keep throwing out
No, I
there?
just have one other one. I can agree to a restrictive covenant as to the floor area max, just to reiterate that. I think that's.
As to what?
For the floor area maximum, even though we've capped, they said this house size, but and it doesn't hurt to put it somewhere else so it doesn't possibly get missed in the future, because that does happen at times. So that's kind of where I am now, and I just want to tell everybody I appreciate the time on all sides and the comments that we've received, so thank you.
Okay. Greg.
Thank you. First of all, I was hoping Rye and or Suzanne could really, let's define vesting. A vested right gives you a certain amount of time before the project begins. Is that right? Is that that's how I interpret it. Is that correct?
It gives you up to 5 years to come in for those permits.
That's what,
when the vested right expires, what that means is the approval has not lapsed. It doesn't mean it goes away, but the vesting basically protects you against changes in our code. So if the land use code changes in the next 5 years, and anything that usually my easiest example is when we changed from a 20-foot stream setback to a 100-foot stream setback. If you already had approval at 20 feet, you could still build to that. But as soon as your vesting expired, you'd be subject to that change in the code, 100-foot setback. So not, again, this would say if it was 5 years, this site-specific development plan for each of these 3 parcels with the houses where they're located and everything that goes along with that has 5 years to basically enter into that building permit process.
with insurance against code changes.
Against, right, exactly.
There's some
Thank
code
you for that.
changes that
Thanks for
apply.
reminding me of that.
But there's some code changes that would still
bu-
apply,
built-
life safety kind of thing?
Rules of general applicability,
Right.
building code, when the building code changes, they'll be subject to that. So it's really specific more to the land use code.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. With that in mind, so vesting is a very valuable thing. If you can be given the guarantee of a vested interest in for a number of years, that does have a lot of value. The problem I have is Pitkin County's already gone beyond this. We're trying to reduce house size throughout the county, and we've created caps. We're trying to take it even farther down. I do really appreciate that you've reduced the houses on 2 and 3 to a reasonable level. I'd like to see you do the same with the 9,000 square foot house voluntarily. You can save having to buy a TDR for whatever the going rate is, and reduce the house size down to something a little bit closer to where we're trying to head. I think that would be a gesture that would make me a lot more appreciative of this proposal. It'd be a voluntary thing. I also, because I'm concerned about climate change and carbon reduction, I'd like to see a commitment that it be entirely electric, this entire project, all 3.
It has to be, doesn't it?
Not certain of that, but I'm just putting that out there. When the neighbors are asking for pacing, I understand their concern. Part of the reason I think we extend vesting rights is that so people might be inclined to delay the construction of a project a number of years, and that may be running to the favor of the neighbors. If the project gets put off 10 years, that could be to the favor of the neighbors. If the codes change dramatically, it may be something that doesn't benefit us, but if they commit to a reduced house size, electrification, and some other things, maybe we'll be getting where we're going already, knowing that the vesting wouldn't matter as much to us. I agree with Patty on the trail easement, or Francie. It seems like the theme of today's meetings are about neighbors not getting along, neighbors not taking care of neighbors. That's the undercurrent today. I don't know, maybe that's the national mood also. It just really frustrates me. So I'd like to see a neighborly agreement to allow trail access for the neighbors to be able to walk up, whether it's along the creek or across through the new conservation easement area. I like that suggestion that Moore had. I'd love to know if there was historic access to Kobe Park in there through a trail, and that really should be explored before we discount that. The ditch access has been resolved, and I appreciate all of that. Road repair, it sounds like we're getting there. I live on a street with 5 houses. We're all responsible for the road. It gets trashed when anybody brings a big truck in. One truck, I think, is the equivalent of 20,000 or 2,000 car trips. It's insane how many car trips it takes to equal the damage done by a heavy truck. So this has to be monitored annually, makes perfect sense, and accounted for. And no, you can't wait till the end of the last house project completion to fix the road, because it's going to need it within 4 or 5 years. And so I think that's necessary. It's not a gift to anyone. It's not a consolation or a concession. It's a necessary element. And I appreciate that the county holds those funds until the final house is completed. The lines on the conservation easement, I certainly would love to see an increased conservation easement down to the edge of the stream. I don't see what the downside of that would be. The only thing I did have a concern about were conservation parcels. If they're full of dead lodgepole or dead Doug fir, does the conservation easement preclude them from being harvested or cut out for fire mitigation? And that's a question I have for staff. Does a conservation easement make it harder to go out and cut trees if you've got a fire hazard? Answer it when you want to, but I'll get to the end here. I'm almost at the end.
I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Communication plan. It's really once again, it's about neighbors. If the neighbors aren't communicating, or the new neighbors aren't communicating. That no wonder there's a lot of concern from everyone in the hood about that. How do we guarantee that communication is part of the deal? Bless you. And finally, regarding the construction, this could be a model for the next modern, mountain house sort of project, and it could come right down even to the way it's constructed. If the crews could carpool up there, leaving their tools on site, I've been contemplating the thought of, can we provide incentives? If people will start being smarter and more careful and resourceful about their transportation and mobility getting to job sites, could we incentivize that somehow? And that's a conversation I can have with my board, but could we do a permit incentive, a fast track, or
You could just require it in construction management.
or we could just
plan.
require it, but I like incentives as well as those are my comments for now. I think I've covered everything. I'd be willing to say I'm leaning toward approving this if you can answer my questions in the positive.
Okay. Can I ask for clarification?
Please.
Do you, I'm trying to identify where I think there's coalescing support for certain things and where we have elements that we still need to figure out where the 4 of us stand. Related to vested rights, Francie said 5 years, and I'm curious as to what.
Right. For me, I think the vested rights are extremely valuable, and that's a negotiating point, and I'm willing to negotiate those based on some of the things I brought up here today.
Okay.
In my history, my long history sitting here, sometimes extended vesting right, you end up getting a better project at the end of the day. But I also understand because of the tight confines of this road access. So I'm comfortable with 5 to 7, depending upon if we can get some more amenities for the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Yes,
just?
Francie.
Yeah, I would like to stick with 5 if everybody could get to that point, because if we make changes to our code in the next 5 years, it's because we think that they're good changes. And so if they haven't started before 5 years, I would like those new codes to apply to their construction, whether it's requiring electrification instead of just electric ready, or if the house size is reduced more, whatever it is that may happen to our building codes. I don't see why they should be exempt from that for 7 years. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yes, Patty, go ahead.
What happens then, though, is a lot of times at year 4.5, if you only give them 5, they rush in. And so sometimes you end up, as I said, getting a better project if you give a little more time. Not always, but I've seen it happen here in this county.
Well, in 5 years, I'm going to be 83, so I think they have enough time.
We're going to let you take a hike up that path, I promise.
You'll still be a commissioner.
Day older, whatever you are today.
5 years is plenty of time.
I remember I
Greg.
left something out, and,
Yes.
and I really appreciated the comment about the screening trees. I've seen really poorly done screens, like rows of trees that don't make sense, and I've seen really thoughtful screening done. When these houses go in, of course it's a disruption for the neighbors, but hey, they disrupted their neighbors when they built, so we have to be fair. But if we could have a concession about screening, so that the neighbors don't have to look at your new house, that would be great. And why can't you make that part of the deal?
One thing that we heard, but I don't think have discussed, is related to the length of construction time. I don't know what, I don't know
From the
what.
day you start to the day you...
Exactly.
X amount of
We
years.
have heard a recommendation from Jonathan Losky relative to, as opposed to limiting a construction season, that the better goal is to limit the entire duration. And we haven't had any conversation relative to that, or whether we're allowed to make any suggestions or requests relative to that.
Do we have...
Or what's reasonable for building 15,000 square foot of house.
Can I throw a comment in?
After Patty, she was
Yeah,
jumping
well,
in there.
There was some discussion as to the closures for wildlife and letting, not abiding by those closures, but letting them get the exterior of houses done so that then their construction can be interior. I don't have a problem with looking at that as part of a construction management plan. Is that?
That's a
okay?
condition
might
in the
that look
resolution
like?
right now.
That
What
would
is
be,
it?
can you read it?
It's the up to 2 consecutive seasons of year-round exterior construction activity.
Okay.
And
That's
again, there are 3 parcels, 3
Yeah.
different houses. So,
But still.
but this is towards Jonathan's point and CPW of trying to go, right, better to move through the construction, not have a break every winter, get through it, get it closed in, and then, however long it may take you to actually finish out everything else. But that you don't have that, what the code otherwise would require, which is, a stop work for a period of time.
Which drags it out.
Right.
I knew I'd
but
read
that
it
doesn't
somewhere.
that doesn't
So that
manage
is
the
in
total
this
construction
resolution.
duration.
Right, that
Right.
doesn't speak to that.
Right. Okay.
My comment
Greg.
on the construction duration is just look at all the county's projects and how, I don't know if any of them, if any have completed on time, I don't remember which ones have.
This building,
Did it complete on time? Did it go
and
over?
under budget or on budget.
Right, that's a
I do
surprise.
think there are times when it's outside of the builder's control or the owner's control.
That was my point, yeah.
And it might be getting worse in the next couple of years with
So-
trying to get products.
So you guys are satisfied with the condition as written for exterior construction?
Well, I think when they get the building permits and the construction plan, that maybe we can hone in on that a little bit. I don't think,
Is that too late for that?
for my opinion, it doesn't need to be part of this. I do have one, I would like to see.
It just addresses the question of, vesting is when you start, but there's
Right.
nothing that says
I
how long
understand.
it can take you.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But it seems like, I don't know, wouldn't it be part of the construction plan instead, part of this?
I mean, that would not be standard, that we see something in a construction plan that I'm gonna complete it within X amount of time.
Yeah.
You know, that would be unusual.
Yeah.
The way the building code works is if you're diligently pursuing your building permit and you haven't had a cessation of activity for a period of 12 months or 6 months? 6 months. Then you may continue to pursue that permit.
Okay.
3-year vesting requires you to come in. You could come in on the very last day of year 3, I suppose, and get your building permit approved. And then the construction thereafter could last however long it takes for the project to be completed.
So long as you're not seceding for 6 months.
And
or
it's
more.
a certain level of activity that has to take place.
Correct. And then absent any changes to the land use code, the site plan and activity envelope approval, I believe, does not expire for 10 years. I believe that's correct.
Right.
So their approval is good for 10 years, vesting aside. Meaning if there aren't any changes in the code, they can come in year 10 and build exactly what's being approved today. And that's just how the code works. As Suzanne said, I haven't seen any conditions that establish a condition such as construction of parcel 1 shall be totally complete as of such and such a date. And that's probably a pretty impractical condition to place on the project. So trying to structure the requirements within the building code to diligently pursue the permit are where you really already have the built-in timing of how long it's going to take. Now that may seem unacceptable, but that's where the building department has already thought through, well, you need to build this house within X amount of time, and you need to diligently pursue it within X amount of time, or we're going to cancel your permit. So that's how that is built in.
Can we demand a completion bond of some sort? Or is that an implied completion bond?
I'm not sure what
Make it
you'd
expensive for them to go slow?
Oh, if you were to set a deadline.
It's always
Yeah,
expensive.
you have to have a deadline.
Yeah.
We're trying to get there, but I don't think we're
It's
gonna get
expensive
there.
to go fast or slow,
Yes.
probably.
I gotta say something.
Yes, Francie.
I do think we have to be reasonable about the people who are going to be doing this work. I mean, the owners are one thing, but there's going to be builders and contractors and subcontractors, and I think we have to be reasonable about what kind of parameters we put on their work. For one thing, it's hard to get workers, and it's not going to get any easier as we continue with the same president for long. So I think it's an unattainable aspiration to say this has to be completed. I think we're setting ourselves up for, oh my God, the 3 years is up, now what do we do?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for your consideration on that. I think other things that I've heard relative to the construction management plan include spelling out requirements for road safety or, traveling within the speed limits.
That's not negotiable.
Right. I know.
Seriously,
We're just,
yeah.
There's no speed limit on well, I guess you could have one on a private road.
We have one on our road, posted 15.
One in the
Stark Mesa.
trailer court.
I would suggest, carpooling is what I've heard. I've heard communications. I think when, again, drawing from Pandora, we and stakeholders got weekly communications during construction to all the various stakeholders, which we can define as neighbors.
And how they would like to be communicated with.
Are there other, I don't know if I heard other things, perhaps Suzanne heard other things
had a
relative
list.
to spelling out the construction management.
I would
plan.
like the access to the Forest Service and their water be part of the requirement.
Well, I'm just talking about, I just want to hone in on what we would put in as in the construction management plan.
Oh, the
we want them to
construction,
spell
sorry.
out these things. And then I'll move, and then we can finish
Okay.
the other list of other things.
I mean, the only other thing, I had was obviously the idea about the road condition and the assessment, and I guess there's a condition in there now that
Yeah.
needs to be revised, but.
Does that have to be
I
part of the
guess-
construction management plan, do you think?
It probably makes sense if, I think Rye's kind of feeling like, because there's a development agreement associated with the vested rights, that can be sort of a place where some of these
Yeah.
construction management, a plan shows up as attached to that development agreement. And that, so anyway, it probably makes sense to sort of tie that together because it is related to the ongoing
So I was gonna
construction.
suggest for the road assessment that they, they've offered to do a pre-assessment, and then once building starts, they do annual assessments and improvements to maintain that standard of
They
the
don't
road.
wait till the end of the day.
That sounds
Right.
good.
Okay.
Every year, yeah.
And I think Suzanne will probably come up with more.
Is
as
that
she goes.
agreeable to the board?
Yeah, works for
Well,
me.
the other neighbors are impacting the road as well, so a road assessment includes everyone,
Well, you do a pre-one, so you see what the
Right.
impacts are now, and then you go from there.
baseline.
Right.
Baseline, good word for it.
And we've done that in other projects. Okay, so I
Road
think
base.
all of that is relative to the construction management and tied to the development agreement. The other things I heard were the need to add a restrictive covenant relative to no further subdivision? Or
That's
was
already
it
in there.
There, it was
FAR?
the floor area.
The floor area?
Yep.
And then I threw out a request related to the unused TDR square footage. Is that acceptable to the board?
Just to clarify that,
You mean that it expires, what
That
they
it
don't use
expires,
is expires?
even though they have a house size cap already, we want that to be included in there.
Well, meaning they can't sell it and have that square
Leftover.
footage go somewhere else.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
if we allow that, ever.
Okay.
Anyway.
And then, so the last two things I think maybe we should decide among ourselves and check in with the board is I'm still hearing some oscillation between a 5 and a 7-year vested right, perhaps as part of consideration if there is an expanded conservation easement for land on the property.
I made two suggestions also, that they commit to electrification and they reduce the house size on a larger house as a voluntary suggestion.
I cannot support the vested right extension based on electrification. I think our new energy code that we just moved on first reading is gonna really cover a lot of the stuff that we would have in there, which is gonna be required under their permit. They're gonna have to follow the new energy code.
Right.
So I think we've got that
I
covered.
don't know if we've chased
Do you want
gas
to
out.
respond to Greg's condition of electrification?
I would hope they would have electrification, but
I'm
given
gonna-
that we just passed this energy code, it's hard for us to say, okay, this is our energy code, now do this.
Well, you're in a negotiation right now. That's how I see this. This is a negotiation. We're trying to get concessions from them, right? Is that what I'm doing here?
You are, and
Definitely
I'm telling
that's
you, I
what
don't
you're
agree
doing.
with it.
That's definitely what you're
My
doing.
side of the negotiation.
We all have different appetites on what to, how to come to that, I think. Okay.
My non-negotiables are the trail and the number of years. I mean, they're not non-negotiables, but that's where I'm negotiating. The vested right and the trail. Those are mine.
So you want the 5 years and a trail?
Yeah. I don't care if it's a trail. I don't care how they get there, just so they have access.
Yes, Nicole?
I don't know if you want to go to the trail conversation since Francie is bringing it up, but I did pull up the designated trails on the U.S. Forest Service property, and then I pulled up a cut sheet about the Kobe Park Trail, and it says to stay on established routes that come down through Chaparral, and I'm happy to show you that trail alignment. But that's what I found in the U.S. Forest Service documents.
That's way over there
Okay.
and way down there.
Which is to say that the Forest Service trails are not linking through the property at hand. Okay, so if that's okay, we will
Great,
skip
thank
that. Okay.
Good enough.
And then reduced house size. You know, I feel like they've made a lot of concessions on reduced house size, and are still complying with our code. So I'm not.
I agree with that, but as back to the trail real quick, I think I would still like to see some access at some level or length for the neighbors. It's neighborly, and the neighbors have used that for how many years in the past, we don't know. And to say, okay, we have a gate now, you're barred from this trail, this access that you used to be able to enjoy. And even if it doesn't go all the way through the Forest Service, I still think that's an amenity, and it would be neighborly to extend that.
Yeah, can I say something about that?
Yes.
So Leslie Wexner bought the property that adjoins mine that had been vacant for a long time, owned by Via Sante. And we had always had access across that property, and we could go all the way up to Sopris if we wanted. But we would go on that property a lot. And when Wexner bought it, he wanted to shut it down and lock the gate. And our neighbor who lived past that gate said, if you put a padlock on that gate, I'm going to give the combination to all my neighbors. So they didn't put a padlock on it, and it was worked out. It's just sold their property, the one who said that, they just sold their property. So hopefully that person will also negotiate with Wexner. But so even with somebody who really wants to protect his property, as Wexner does, from anybody being on it, we were able to work it out. So I just really feel like that would be one thing that we could say, you have to do this. You know, if you want to do this, you have to do this. I don't know if we even have the right to say that, but it just seems like something that would help all of Little Woody Creek.
Could you go to 7 years for that, Francie?
I don't see any reason to go to 7 years. I really don't
No,
see.
I didn't ask. I just asked you if you could go that
For
if we were
negotiation.
offering.
Okay.
Greg said we're negotiating, right?
I'd like to, sorry, Greg, I'm not hearing coalescence around electrification or reduced house size. I just want to.
I may vote no.
Okay. I will check in with Cody. I think, Cody, you've heard some of the things that we've hoped to include for the applicant's consideration. And, you know, I'll just read them off. The elements of the construction management plan that we discussed, the restricted, well, I think we're already putting in the restrictive covenant for floor area, but restrictive covenant for the excess TDR square footage, a possible expansion of the conservation easement, the trail access sounds like a priority for the board, and then we are willing to, you know, consider a longer vested right than what staff recommended. Is that all?
My concern being, no, I think you covered it really well. I think you do a great job doing that, Kelly. Is that if we have Greg saying no because it doesn't get electrification and house
Maybe.
size. Francie wants to stick at 5 years. That's going to be.
Well, let's just hear it. We'll
I
have
know,
to.
I'm just
we may
saying,
just,
I can count.
I think it's
I
a
can
good
count
point to
to
have a
3 or
check
to 2 or
in
to 4,
on what
so.
we're even negotiating on. We've offered some things that we'd like to include, and don't know yet what the applicant's response.
Oh yeah, we
those
have to
are.
ask them to bring you into the
Thank
negotiations.
you. This is how the sausage gets made, everyone. Yeah.
Well, I think I would like to come to a coalescence among everybody so we could walk out of here today with approval,
Yes.
obviously. And so you let me know between your different preferences how we can best, you know, steer that ship. However, I think considering all the components that I just heard from everybody, concessions that we'd be willing to make is, and also in response to what the neighbors are talking about, is you know, some sort of robust landscape plan that is included with the activity envelope and site plan that takes into account that there's been comments about, you know, absorption of noise from certain types of trees, as well as screening by diligent planting of trees in specific locations. So we could enhance neighbor privacy for both the Beljack Blue property as well as the neighborhood properties with a well thought out landscaping plan. That's something that we would consider in the activity envelope submittal. Another thing that we would consider is extending the conservation easement on the southern portion of parcel 2 to the slope or beyond, with language stipulating that there would still be allowances for agricultural outbuildings within the conservation easement. Furthermore, a comprehensive development agreement that includes a construction management plan. I don't think that including language that specifies a construction schedule is feasible for the applicants, as they don't know that, but I do think that specifics that go into that plan when construction starts is very attainable, such as like the noise, hours of operation, days of the week that they're going to be operating, carpooling, notices for updates and impacts and progress, status reports, if you will, as well as the annual or biannual road evaluation and maintenance. So my request upon an extension of the conservation easement, a robust landscaping plan, and a comprehensive development agreement would be for a 7-year vesting. And I think that that is a pretty happy compromise, and we could make the sausage with that.
Did I hear the trail in there?
Did you mention the trail?
Well, the trail I neglected to address because Nicole was talking about Kobe Park being the access, or sorry, the chaparral providing access to Kobe Park. So
I'm not worried about that.
well, okay, so my address to the trail would be to, as the representative of the applicant and having a good relationship with their other representatives, to go along the route that Francie was discussing and encourage neighborly communication and to not hamstring them legally to creating a trail across their property. I know for a fact that Richard and Lori are extremely nice people, but they're also very private people, and I cannot rightfully speak on their behalf to restrict them legally.
You got their phone number, though. You could call them and ask them.
And I just want to clarify that I thought the request was the historic trail access, right? Not an expansion.
Yeah, just what people have been using for many, many years.
And I guess what I'm saying is I could use the channels at my disposal to get communication between the owners and the neighbors, and maybe not have this written and signed by lawyers, but hey, can we access the northern portion of parcel 2 for a historic trail? It's beyond my authority.
We understand that.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes, Greg.
So it'd be nice to have that.
I think that's kind of impractical because there's a history of poor communication or ignorance of communication, no communication so far. So it's nice if you offer to ask them politely, but it doesn't seem like that's going to have much. That doesn't mean much, does it?
I'm curious what the board is asking. Are you all asking that the applicant grant an easement across its property memorializing the the alleged historic access across these parcels to the United States Forest Service property? I mean, and keeping in mind that whatever you do here does not foreclose the neighbors from taking their own position with respect to any historic access that they've had across that property, or the public for that matter. I mean, the county records are somewhat unclear about whether this road is indeed a private road and whether there is indeed public access through this location. So what you do here isn't going to weigh in on that outcome one way or the other. It's not like you would foreclose any public access or the ability for, should it be demonstrated in the future, of course, or the ability for the neighbors to assert that they have private prescriptive rights to go across those parcels to access the United States Forest Service property. And it's all well and good for you all to ask them to be neighborly, and that's fine. I'm not sure I see a mechanism within the land use code for you to exact an easement out of the applicants in favor of a small subset of private property owners as opposed to the public as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I don't sympathize with their plight.
Thank you, Ryan. Patty?
Yeah, I'm not looking for a formal easement. I'm looking for a neighborly agreement. That you have used this, and it doesn't have to go all the way to the Forest Service land. I don't know what the common route is. I don't think it's walking through people's backyards and front yards. For me, my understanding was it's kind of along the roadway, driveways, whatever you call them, after it leaves Little Woody. So I would be comfortable with, do your best, see if you could get the neighbors, the new owners, to actually meet with the neighbors. I think that is a key first step start. There should be that face-to-face communication with the new owners and the people who've lived there for a great many years of their lives. You can't be neighbors if you don't talk to your neighbors and don't even know who they are.
We're gonna require that in the development agreement.
Yes, please.
Yes, Francie, you were passionate about this, so what
Thank
is
you,
your
Kelly.
thought?
Thank you
Yes.
for your clarification, Bri. That was very helpful. And I think that if we don't have an avenue for that, and I also, I'm sure historically, this may not be true, but it probably went up along the creek. It probably didn't go over onto the conservation even on a steep hill. So I think that probably is unreasonable to expect him, her, they, to allow people to walk right through the middle of their property. I mean, that, I don't know where it went, but anyway. So I don't think I would write it into this that they have to talk to their neighbors. I feel a little weird about that. But I would encourage Cody and Glenn to help make it work as much as possible.
And just to comment, I have been, and my chain of communication is sensitive to this information, and I think they're very busy people, but it's on their to-do list, and I can guarantee that.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
want
I'm
to get
just texting
clarification
John.
from Rye.
Yes, please.
If they were to voluntarily offer an easement, they could.
They most certainly could. And if that was an outcome they worked out, that's fine. I don't see a mechanism within the criteria you have in the code to say, in order to mitigate the impacts from the impacts from landing the TDRs on the property, which is really where your discretion lies within your special review approval. That part of that criteria is mitigating an impact on alleged historic access through the applicant's property. I just don't see the nexus between those things.
We can't demand that.
I don't see a way that you can demand that they provide private access across their property in the form of a trail easement. I just can't figure it out. If there is a demonstration of historic public access through this parcel and this land use approval was the result of the land use approval would to cut off that historic public access, then there would be a mechanism to say we're not going to grant this approval to you unless you recognize and memorialize the historic public access through the property. There's not enough information in front of you right now to say, applicant, you shall grant public access in the form of a trail easement across your property. Now that doesn't mean there's not information out there that if you dug through the county records that would show or not show that historically this has been a route up to Kobe Park. I believe I heard some testimony during this proceeding in one of the hearings that there is a recollection that someone had of an old Forest Service outbuilding right there. So it's all very well possible that this used to be a historic Forest Service road or something like that. I just haven't seen anything in the record in front of you today to support an exaction of a trail easement through the applicant's property right now.
I just want to clarify something. So what I'm hearing is there's external legal recourse that private parties could take to argue that we don't include here. What I thought we were doing here is trying to identify some of the amenities to the application that would perhaps boost our support for a 10-year vesting, which is different than requiring.
Right, exactly.
Right, and when I look at that criteria under the code, I believe, I'm just going to check myself. It's the criteria for consideration is the applicant makes commitments that the property will protect significantly more open space or will provide significantly more affordable housing, or that the proposed development will be completed in phases and the county and applicant wish to agree on the timing of those phases and the related infrastructure improvements. So when I look at the development agreement and talk about things like improvements to the road or timing and phases of those things, that's where I look at incorporating requirements into the development agreement that help mitigate those impacts and facilitate phasing of the project in a way that doesn't have or mitigates or lessens the impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. Again, increasing the size of the conservation easement clearly fits into the commitment to protect more of the property with open space, so that is something that you can clearly negotiate with respect to the vested property rights and the timing and the term of that those vested rights. I don't see any criteria in the code regarding exacting public access in connection
Sure.
with a longer
Okay.
vesting
So
period.
what I hear is, we have enough to justify an extended vested right based on how we justify an extended vested right based on
What we've said
what's
so far.
offered, right? That doesn't have to be the extent of it, though. Right, there could be, like, we've met the threshold, that's not the ceiling.
Correct.
Okay.
And with respect, sorry,
yeah, no, that's
with
okay.
respect to like Aspen Valley Ranch and Chaparral, how those two public trails that go through those properties came to be, is there was an allegation during the subdivision approvals for those properties that there was public access, again, mostly to Kobe Park and Red Canyon, I believe, for the Red AVR property. And those, both of those applications went to litigation, not just over those two particular issues, but over vesting, floor area entitlement, new development rights and things like that.
Yeah.
And those were worked out in the context of that litigation, which ultimately came back to the board in the form of a resolution memorializing a settlement agreement that came from both of those.
We would like to avoid that.
Yes, we would.
I think
Probably.
I would
We
like
may,
to ask
but-
Cody a question.
Okay.
If that's still okay, Kelly.
Yes, it is.
Whatever
Let me,
works for
give me
you.
a,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead, Francie, and then I want to summarize what we need to react
Okay.
to.
Cody, what's the big deal with 7 years of vested rights? Why do you guys want that so much? Why do your clients want that so much? Or 10, whatever they want.
Well, it offers flexibility, as I stated in the presentation, and what I've been told is that they're perfectionists and that they want to take their time and do it right, and that's why I feel comfortable offering things like the construction management plan, because they're do things to a T. They're artists and want to take the time and prudence to get their perfect development. And I know that they're going to be dedicating these properties to their kids, and that parcel 1 will likely be the first construction zone, as it's just an expansion of what's already existing. So I don't know that they're even thinking about parcels 2 and 3 for quite some time, and so they want.
How old are their kids?
I can't quote
they
you
kids or are they adults?
They're adults. They're young adults.
Okay, that's all I think. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Question for clarification that it just dawned on me to ask is, we associate the vesting to each individual parcel. Okay. So the start of construction on one doesn't start the clock for the others.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct. And,
Thank you.
and hazarding expanding the pie in a way that will only cause confusion. There is, the development agreement allows you the flexibility to establish either different or a graduated vested schedule for the various parcels, meaning you could require that if X parcel needs to come in within 3 years, you have vesting for parcel 1, 2, or 3 within 3 years. You can bring the next phase in within 5 years and the next phase in with 7 years if you wanted to do something like that. Like I said, at the risk of causing more confusion and
Sure.
making it more difficult. But to the extent the applicant already knew, hey, we want to do one project, we're relatively certain within the first 5 years, and if we do that, you can come in for the next project in 2 years later. You could establish that through the flexibility that's built into the development agreement, and to some extent that is the benefit of the development agreement, and that's where the push me, pull you lies. As Commissioner Clapper said, sometimes having a longer development agreement is good because you don't force people to hurry up and get something done that they may or may not want to do, and sometimes a parcel will sit for 20 years and nothing happens with it. So there is that.
Okay. So what I have heard from Cody is their willingness to include a landscaping plan in the activity envelopes to help mitigate some of the impacts, to extend the conservation easement on parcel 2, I think we said down to the edge of the ditch with an allowance that they can put ag buildings on that conservation easement that we don't prohibit anyway. And then, agreement on drafting a comprehensive development agreement that includes the construction management plan elements that we talked about in exchange for a request for our approval for 7 years vesting on each of the 3 parcels.
I'll go with that.
We're normally at 3 years, right?
Yes.
3 years by law. Can't change that. I mean, you can go up, but you can't go down. All right.
Are you?
Does that mean we're ready for a motion?
I don't know.
I'm disappointed. I feel like, this is an opportunity for the applicant to become more neighborly. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. It's an opportunity to do the right thing for the community regarding further reduction of house size. I think that's completely within their ability. And I'm not sure if it's worth it for the increased vesting. I'm just not sure it's worth it. So I don't know how I'm gonna vote.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion.
I just want to point out that there's 3 resolutions.
Yeah, I got all 3,
that,
each one, parcel 1, parcel 2, and parcel 3.
Okay.
I mean, I
So,
guess I would just, sorry, Nicole,
like
go ahead.
for example, okay.
No, go ahead, Nicole, keep going.
It sounds like Greg's disappointed about the parcel 1 floor area, so I'm not sure if that.
So you can vote separately, is what you
would
can.
impact a vote on parcel 2 or parcel 3. I was just pointing out that they're different.
So
Well,
he
and
gets
on
to
that
vote on
point-
all 3.
I'm sorry, on that point, I would just circle around to the conversation we just had with Rye. There is a possibility that we offer a shorter vesting on the larger house, on the parcel with the larger house size.
To add to the
perhaps in case
confusion.
The Woody Creek, caucus comes in with a overlay that would affect perpetuating that into the future.
I'd consider that. I'd like to give you an incentive to put a smaller house there.
So would you like us to consider on parcel 1 as part of my motion to extend the vesting to 5 years, not to 7?
Or 3, keep it at 3.
I would like to give them 5 and not go to 7, because that's where staff had recommended.
You were at 5 anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have agreement on that.
But Greg does not. I was trying to find a way that we could, but, can't win all the battles all the time. We know that one. But
Are you willing to meet us there? On parcel
Let's
1?
vote on the other 2 first.
no, we're voting
We
on
can do
parcel
that.
1.
Well,
He's holding out.
he wants more
I know how
time. He
that
wants
is.
the 5 minutes to think about the parcel 1.
So do you want me to go backwards?
I think that may be where we're landing. And I just want to see if you have a reaction before we vote to limit the vested rights to the 5 years, which is beyond an extension of 3 that is normally allowed for in the code, but not quite to the 7 on parcel 1.
Parcel 1.
Parcel 1 would get 5. Parcel 2 and 3 would get 7.
I think that's reasonable.
All right.
So how would you like me to make these motions? Start at parcel 1 or start at parcel 3?
Let's
or?
start at parcel 3. Let's honor Greg's additional need for a few more minutes to reflect on it. And if
And
he-
I will
he
speak
can-
slowly, not like I'm doing. an
anyone can also
advertisement
ask
for
for a period of break if you need a few minutes to continue to think it over. But I don't think we need that.
Okay.
Okay.
I am going to make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners granting approval for the Beljack Blue LLC Parcel 3 Activity Envelope Site Plan Review, Growth Management Quota System Exemption and Special Review for Caretaker Dwelling Unit, Growth Management Quota System Exemption and Special Review for a Transfer Development Right, Receiver Site, and Growth Management Quota System Exemption for pre-1978 parcels with the changes we have made and additions we've made with staff today, including on parcel 3 a 7-year vesting right and a house size of no greater than 5750.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion on parcel 3? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 4-0. Thank you.
And Bri, I don't know if how official this needs to be, but the title of the Parcel 1 resolution is different from what Patty read.
Well, we're doing parcel 3 first. We're gonna go 3, 2, 1.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to parcel 2. I'm gonna make a motion to approve a resolution of Board of County Commissioners granting approval for the Beljack Blue LLC Parcel 2 activity envelope, site plan review, growth management quota system, exemptions, expansion of non-conforming structures, caretaker dwelling unit, and special review for a transfer development right receiver site. Square footage no greater than 57.5 on this parcel, 5,750 square feet. And with the changes and additions made with staff during this discussion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Now I'm gonna read this one even slower. I'm gonna make a resolution approving. I'm gonna make a motion approving the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners granting approval for the Beljack Blue LLC Parcel 1 activity envelope, site plan review, growth management quota system exemptions, expansion of non-conforming structures, and special review for a transfer development right receiver site. Square footage right now remains at 9,250 square feet. The vested rights for this parcel will be 5 years. And it just will include any and all of the comments and submitted to staff during this discussion. That is my motion.
Sadly seconded.
Okay, and I do have a comment.
Okay, discussion. Patty.
I, again, want to thank everybody for their comments and their concerns. And it's difficult when we talk about private property rights. And I think there's been some compromise. And I really hope that there is a heartfelt conversation and gathering of wherever it proceeds with the owners of this property, with the neighbors who have been vested in this property for most of their lives. I think that is critical to this project succeeding and for an end result that makes the new owners feel part of a neighborhood. Because right now, I don't think they'll feel part of that, and I think it's because of their own efforts to not, or lack of efforts, I should say, to meet with and greet with the neighbors they have moved into the neighborhood. So,
Thank you, Patty. Any further discussion?
Sure, I just want to say, I think, I don't like this. I think that we, as a board, we're not particularly good at negotiating, and I think the applicant had more concessions to make us, and so I'm discouraged by that. And so I'm going to vote no, just as a flare.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay. 3-1 on parcel 1. Okay. Thank you
you, guys.
all for enduring that with us, and all the applicants work with us over the last several months.
Madam Chair, can we take a
Thank you
break?
all.
Yes, we are going to take a break. I think there's food in the building for us to have, and we will,
I think John may have
10
run it.
minutes. Let's come back at 6:20, or do you need more time?
No, not more time.
Okay.
Everybody's been waiting all
I know, everyone's been waiting all day. We need to have a break so we can keep our minds. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday. It's still February 12th. We are on our last land use item, which is a resolution granting an amendment to the special review use, exemption from activity envelope and site plan review, and GMQS for commercial development for the Bayou Retreat Center accessory structure. Otherwise known as, I think, the replacement to the tent. So I do want to check in with the board. Leslie and I had a chat a bit before the meeting. We think that just because of timing of this evening, it's almost 6:30. It would take Leslie probably about a half hour to run through all the code requirements with us. Then we would allow the applicant to present. And then we have about 20 people who I'm assuming about 20 people between online and in the room to give public testimony, which at 3 minutes each is an hour. So that probably puts us at 8:30. And I just want to check in with the board on that. Some of the benefit to going through all these steps is that we had discussed possibly as a board taking a site visit on March 7th. Was a day that we found that all the board members could be available to go visit Bayou and review this. So it might behoove us to do the code review so we are prepared for that site visit. But I do want to just get any input on suggestions to revise the plan I've proposed, or I will request for public comment if folks have submitted letters, maybe withhold your comments or shorten them, or if they're in agreement with others you've heard, to try and expedite your input that way. So I'll look for the board. Francie.
I think we should see how it goes before we decide whether or not to postpone and do a site visit. That would be my opinion.
Okay, which means we would do the thorough application review right now. Yes, okay. Does that work?
Thank the applicant and their guests for sticking with us, and so, yeah, I support the plan.
I didn't underhear anything you said.
Yes.
That doesn't help.
It
I know,
doesn't matter
just-
if you're talking to that.
support the
That
plan.
mic doesn't help me, talking to me.
Okay, so I think over here, we're willing to do the full review, hear the applicant, take testimony, and decide if we need to do a site visit or not.
Well, my plan was to have this heard, so we had information before we did a site visit.
And I can't hear you.
Your mouth's full, that's why. Mine is not. I wanted to hear, so we knew what we were looking at when we went up there, even though I'm familiar with the property. And it's really hard for me, I just want you to know, for me to be here tonight. Because Casey Piscuro was godfather to my grandson. But I think it's important that I be present, because this is what I wanted to hear. So I think we are here.
All right, we're just
and
gonna.
we should pursue, and John forgot to bring chocolate, but I will.
I have some peanut M&Ms I can share.
But
Okay.
thank
All
you.
right.
Can be
Well,
ready.
thank you everybody again for enduring. I think we have a plan. So appreciate that. All right, we're going to go ahead and invite Leslie to walk us through the criteria in the code for our review.
Okay. Hi, Leslie Lamont, Senior Planner. I'm the project planner for this, staff planner for this project. So we have an affidavit that was submitted that meets our requirements for public notice. The applicants, Bayou Retreat Center LLC, as represented by Ashley Myers and Abby Stern. They request an amendment to the special review use, exemption from activity envelope and site plan review, and GMQS for commercial development. And as an amendment to that special review use, we're also looking at minor amendment to a development permit. These requests are for an accessory structure to the property. This is a one-step review to the BoCC and is a public hearing. I will walk the BoCC through my review and the conditions of review as found in the reso, answer any questions, and turn the presentation over to Abby and Ashley. Let me first start out by saying that staff is recommending approval of the tent and the permanent accessory structure with recommended parameters related to the use. as found in the conditions of approval in the resolution. The bulk of my presentation will be to share with you the code analysis on the sections of the code as they relate to this proposed use. So, okay. Oh.
Kelly, can we clarify the liquor
There I go.
licensing
I'm gonna do it this
timeframe
way.
too?
Okay. Just for quick interruption, it may come up in discussion relative to a valid liquor license on the property. We are going to be hearing. Oh, sorry. It may come up relative to concerns or conversation about a liquor license on the property. We are going to be hearing their renewal for a liquor license, as I understand it,
In March
in
sometime.
March. So we won't.
Okay.
We can hear, we can take public comment on everything, but we're not deciding anything about that.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. That was gonna be
Okay.
interspersed in my stuff. Okay, so the property, and this is a map of the property, and right here, this little yellow spot, and then it was supposed to be red. This is the location of the existing tent, and this is also the location of the proposed permanent structure. The property has historically been used as a guest ranch with resort cabins. This is a special review use in the RS30 zone district. The Bayule team purchased the property in 2020. Currently, there is an 8-room lodge, 15 guest cabins. Let me go back to the map. 15 guest cabins, several minor outbuildings, and a 1,500 square foot tent that serves an accessory structure amenity for activities scheduled at Bayule. The overnight guest capacity at Bayule is 87 guests. That also includes a 2-bedroom cabin that provides on-site housing for employees. During COVID, pursuant to an emergency ordinance, a 1,500 square foot weatherport shelter tent was installed to expand the dining room seating capacity. However, a tent permit was not obtained to install the tent. Recently, a 180-day tent permit was issued for the tent. That permit will expire March 25th, 2025. The applicants have continued to use the tent for a variety of activities associated with the Bayule Retreat Center. Yoga retreats, writers' workshops, family reunions, etc. Gatherings that require guests to stay at Bayule. Some workshops are also attended by day guests. However, the applicants have also used the tent in the property as a wedding venue and other more intense gatherings that exceed the overnight room capacity. Loud music and traffic are 2 primary concerns and complaints expressed by neighbors. No Pitkin County noise readings have been conducted related to noise complaints. However, in a conversation I had with Brian Doherty, if a complaint is coming from a residence, the decibel limit is the residential decibel limit, which is 55 dBs prior to 7 p.m. and 50 after 7 p.m. The applicants request an amendment to the special review use to maintain the existing tent until October 31st, 2025, due to current bookings. And they request approval to construct a permanent building after the tent is taken down on October 31st. And they will use the permanent building for the same purposes as an accessory structure to support the guest ranch. A permanent accessory structure will require a building permit. The applicant's proposal for a permanent structure is twofold. A permanent building constructed properly will reduce the sound emanating from the building, and a permanent building will meet Pitkin County Energy Code standards and more effectively address fire and safety standards. The permanent structure will not include running water or bathrooms. The existing tent is 1,500 square feet, and the permanent structure is proposed at 1,980 square feet, and that includes a mechanical room and a storage closet. The applicants do not plan to expand the number of cabins or expand the size of the existing facilities. Last summer, A future plan was submitted as part of a pre-application request that we received from the applicants. However, the applicant has withdrawn that future plan and has withdrawn the planning pre-application request. So the history of the property, the historical background and summary of previous approvals, as you can see in my memo to you. So between 1889 and 1890, the Colorado Midland built a loading spur. Colorado Midland Railroad built a loading spur. The long barn on the property dates back to this era. Between the 1890s and 1900s, the train ran special groups up for picnics in the summer. They built a large open-air pavilion. This, by the way, is from the Colorado Historical Society that did an inventory on the property. Also in the late 1890s, people from Grand Junction established a summer camp there with camping pads, tent pads, and in 1927, the Bowles family started a resort business and built a dude ranch. 1930s, the main lodge was constructed. 1950s, guest cabins were added. The Diamond Joy Christian Retreat operated from this property, which in looking at when things were bought and sold on the assessor records, it looks like Diamond Joy or the Diamond J operated till 1994 when it was purchased by Unifying Fields Foundation. 1983, the BoCC considered and approved a special review on the property. And in 2004, the BoCC again approved a special review on the property. And this special review was for modifications to the lodge and expansion for new cabins and rooms onto the existing cabins. The special review approved 3,560 square feet of new floor area. The approval also required a historic covenant on the barn and a deed restriction preventing future subdivision of the property and the sale of structures separately or converting the property to condominium or timeshares. 805 square feet was not constructed from that 2004 approval, and special review uses approvals do not lapse unless it is stated in the approval. So a total of 17,047 square feet of floor area for the property was approved. That's the 2004 approval, and that approval also included an inventory of the structures on the property. And then in 2020, the property was sold to Cast Iron Cascade LLC, who is Bayou Retreat Center LLC, or I don't know. But I think it's important to point out that prior to today's review, there were no conditions of approval that limited the size, the type, or the number of gatherings on the property. So, as I said, 2 3-bedroom cabins were built on the property based upon the 2004 approval, and 805 square feet was not constructed. So, these are the referral entities that the application was sent to. The application, we received some comments from some referral entities. The building department had issued the temp permit. Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue, there are comments in your memo. You already talked about the liquor license and where that is. The Frying Pan Caucus, as you saw in your memo, submitted a really concerted, concise submittal that came from the caucus. So that was a separate attachment in your memo, as well as then what I did is I did another attachment to your memo that had all the general public comments that we received. And there were probably caucus members in those comments, as well, and general public comments. Let me see, where am I? So I continued to receive comments all the way through to today before I came down. So I sent you a batch of comments Friday, February 7th, and another one at the end of the day on February 10th, another batch on February 11th, and today we received 8 more comments. 7 are supportive of the application: Adam McCurdy, Don Suskin, Mary Iskro, and Zach Goodman, and Beth Mobilian, April Crow, and Ben Alley. I haven't had a chance to batch those up and send those to you yet. We also received a letter from Melanie Buckholz, and attached to her public comment form was a letter with a lengthy response addressing various points in my resolution. Unfortunately, I did not have time to go through that in detail. The applicants have been working with Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue to address fire safety concerns. These are conditions of recommendation from Roaring Fork Fire and Safety, and they are required to be implemented while the tent remains up. And other conditions will be required with a permit for the building. One point I want to make is that the current 180-day tent permit is due to expire March 25th. And as you probably saw in my conditions of approval, we are requiring that if this tent were approved until October 31st of this year, we are requiring that the applicant get a new tent permit. And we put the date on it of March 31st. And as part of that March 31st deadline, there are some items that Roaring Fork Fire Rescue want to see accomplished as part of that new tent permit. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then when the permanent building, if the board so chooses, if a permanent building is constructed, that will require a building permit, and Roaring Fork Fire Rescue will then, they will have review over that permit. And in some of their comments, they added some comments in there for people, for the applicant to consider as they move forward with design build of a permanent building. So there are four primary sections of the code, that I looked at as part of review of this application. So exemption for activity envelope and site plan, minor amendment to a development permit, special review use, and GMQS, commercial GMQS review. So the planning director, but we're rolling this into the full application, may exempt the construction of accessory structure, provided there's no construction in a constrained area. And the accessory tent and ultimately a permanent structure are in the same location. And the location avoids all our geologic hazards, environmental hazards, and scenic review, wildfire and wildlife constraints. Staff recommends approval of the exemption from activity envelope and site plan review. The next one is our minor amendment to a development permit. Is the proposal consistent with previous development approval? So I walked you through the history of the kind of the historical history of the property, and then the land use history from 1983 to 2004. The current tent is 1,500 square feet. The permanent building is 1,980 square feet. So to accommodate the tent, let me go to the next slide. I did a little chart for you guys. So, the first row is if the 1,500 square foot tent were approved, given the total that was approved in 2004, the 805 square feet that was not constructed, the applicant is requesting 695 additional square feet on the property to accommodate the 1,500 square foot tent. Similar situation for the permanent building. However, the applicant is proposing to remove an additional 392 square feet from the property. So they would need 780 square feet from the property. Let me see. So it's important to note when looking at this proposal on this property that there's two ways that we are considering floor area on this property. So the maximum allowable floor area in the Upper Frying Pan Overlay District has been established for residential floor area at 5750 for your principal structure and 1750 for an accessory structure. The existing tent and the permanent building are accessory structures. They are not considered residential development. The property is not considered a residential development. It is a guest ranch with resort cabins. Therefore, any proposed non-residential floor area shall be any proposed additional non-residential floor area shall be considered through the special review process. That's how we're considering floor area on this property. The other way that we're looking at adding additional square footage on this property is through this minor amendment to the development permit. And one of the criteria is, does the additional floor area increase by more than 5%, the floor area on the property, or decrease the open space on the property by more than 5%. So the tent does not increase the floor area by more than 5% when you factor in the 805 square feet that was never constructed after 2004. So we have our tent, so they're requesting additional 695 square feet, and they're increasing the floor area on the property by a little over 4%. That's for the tent. The permanent structure at 1980 would increase the floor area above 5%. Therefore, the applicant has volunteered to remove the tack shed on the property. So that's how you get to the 783 is increasing the floor area by 4.6%. Also, the tent and the permanent structure do not decrease the open space on the property by more than 5%. Let's see. Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If I could. The 300 and some square feet from the tack shed, which is, I guess, is that an agricultural? How do you, is it in the same category as the new building?
We're not, on this property, we're not dividing between ag exempt
or residential
square footage or residential. This is accessory structures to the tourist accommodation. I mean, the guest ranch and the
I thought I read that when you
resort
said it,
cabins.
but I just want to make sure.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'll let you can clarify when I'm done in your guys' presentation. Also, any mistakes I made, feel free to throw them out there.
And the last thing is the tack
But-
shed historic?
It's in really bad condition.
That means it's a
Everything on the property
Okay.
except the new buildings.
Abby, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you jump in.
I was just going to say that it is being used. So it's not a structure that's just there. It's packed with tables and chairs, and we're using it as storage daily. So just saying that it's not something that is just there and falling down. It is looking old, but it is being fully utilized.
But it's disposable.
We're asking
slowly disposing of itself right now.
Yeah, then where will you store that stuff if you take that tech building down?
We requested a storage room in the tent. Is that extra, the room that's in there?
All right, Okay. Okay, so we're back to our criteria out of the code as it relates to a minor amendment. And staff findings that the accessory structure does not change the use, the historic use of the property, doesn't alter the character of the property. Diamond J has been a resort guest cabin area. It is consistent with the surrounding environment, rural aesthetic, does not constitute a new land development activity. We are reviewing it. The primary use has been and remains the same as a guest ranch and resort cabins. This criteria does not increase offsite impacts in the surrounding neighborhood. So I threw in a quote from the application where, and you probably saw that in many different places in the application, that the uses, the applicant has tried to address neighborhood impacts and not generate additional offsite impacts. However, there have been an incredible amount of complaints from the neighborhood related to volume of the music, the size of the gatherings, the number of events, and I would even say, in reading some of the letters and looking at photos, the type of events. The applicant did provide in the addendum a kind of outline of the current use and the capacity of the on the property, but in the application, in the addendum, the applicant did not propose any limits on the event's size or suggest a curfew of time. The applicant also, within the application in the addendum, did not address shuttles. You know, the communication that you see in the letters that we got, you know, between the applicant and the neighbor does indicate an effort to dial in the mechanics of the sound system. But it didn't seem to work, and the applicant did install insulating material within the tent. However, Roaring Fork Fire Rescue said it was not fire retardant, so that had to be removed from the tent. The applicant still has those sound dampening blankets that we're familiar with on property. And again, the applicant is proposing a permanent structure to further reduce the sound impacts. So here are more code standards. There now is a tent permit on the property due to expire March 25th. The tent was inspected and it meets all our building code criteria for a tent. You know, Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue, as I said, has additional conditions that they want to place on the tent for now, and then they will look at the permit review. I already told you all that. And again, you know, a permanent building will meet our Pickens County energy codes. So, parking, on-site utilities, the applicant understands that there can be no water or bathrooms to the tent. There's a question of if you install a new bathroom, then the on-site wastewater septic system needs to be evaluated. Permanent building, if there's going to be a bathroom, that would require a new review, and it would require potentially an upgrade to their OWTS. Staff is recommending approval of the minor amendment to a development permit, finding that the proposal complies with the standards of review for a minor amendment. So, special review use.
It's been here a long time
Okay.
tonight, so it's time.
So, guest ranch resort cabin are a special review use in the RS30 zone district. The zone district also has the Frying Pan Valley overlay zone district. So we had to look at both of those criteria. the first criteria, and the real big criteria, and this is it consistent with the applicable county master plan. The 2016 Upper Frying Pan Valley Master Plan is our applicable master plan. And these are taken right out of the master plan. And I just highlighted for you what I thought of all that text, in my opinion, applies to this application. Again, the section under commercial growth, and then finally special events. Special review should not conflict with any applicable sections of the land use code, including land use policies in Chapter 1. That's a pretty hefty section in our code, so I tried to condense this as much as I could. But again, the first one is conformance with the county master plan. And it has historically been a guest ranch and a gathering place. The caucus referral letters comment that they find that the tent and then the permanent structure actually represents an expansion of the use of the property. The applicant states that the tent and future use will not alter the historic use. Noise, hours, operation, number of events. Again, many comments connect the impacts to the use of the tent. And then the other sections of Chapter 1, the accessory structure supports existing programming, conversion. These are my findings. These are staff's findings, by the way. Conversion to permanent structure can meet our energy codes better. Again, it's not visible from the location. It's not visible from the Frying Pan Road. It supports many of the goals in the comprehensive plan about encouraging public accessibility into the Forest Service. There are no natural hazards. Here's our natural hazards section. Other comments, general comments from the public, support the effort to operate a small business, a unique venue and location, and gatherings that support local artists and local entrepreneurs. I talked about our historic covenant. No need for expanded utilities. In the past, the applicant told us they have provided shuttle buses. It was not in the application, but in conversations. Activities in the tent are related to booked gatherings at the ranch. The Frying Pan Master Plan supports ongoing operation of the existing guest ranches up the Frying Pan. Again, expression of impacts due to those events. We're still in our special review section of the code.
Going somewhere else?
No. Where do you want to go? I talked about the code and the ability, the current tent with the tent permit meets our standards for a tent permit. The permanent structure will further meet our county energy standards. Again, we talked about the historic use of the property. Typically, activities were outside. There wasn't a tent. When the Diamond J advertised weddings in their advertisement, they said you might want to rent a tent to protect you from inclement weather. The Diamond J also said to support our staff and our capacity, please don't hold an event that's more than 150 people. Now, consistent with the zone district. So these 3 paragraphs here are from the code. This is the intent of the RS30 zone district. And staff findings are in the bullet. The intent of the Frying Pan overlay district is to implement recommendations in the master plan. Historic use, viability of its unique community, both themes of the Frying Pan Overlay District. development shall be compatible with the unique and rural recreational character. It's continuing as a guest ranch. The Diamond J hosted weddings. Previous special review approvals did not put any parameters on the use or the size or the type. I think it's interesting because I also did the Horseshoe Bend Lodge. And the Horseshoe Bend Lodge has a gathering hall that's detached and separate. So, the Upper Frying Pan Master Plan talks about acknowledging, continuing, and supporting these old, funky centers of gathering places. And if you think about the Frying Pan, you think there's a lot of seasonal cabins up there. There's a lot of interesting clusters of cabins like Nori Colony.
Nori Colony.
Nast Colony, which is right next to the Horseshoe Bend Lodge, and then Horseshoe Bend Lodge. We're still in special review, continued operation of historic lodging. Chapter 7, we already talked about it, avoids environmental constraints. Now, the location, sign, and design, size, design, operating characteristics. That's where we can start to talk about this special review and how it operates and how the operation fits in or does not fit in with the surrounding properties. And again, the applicant is requesting to maintain the tent until October 31st and then take it down and build a permanent structure as an accessory use to the existing guest ranch and resort cabins. Admittedly, everyone, I think, agrees that because the tent has been there through the seasons, they've been able to expand the winter use of the property. The applicant has tried to address the complaints of the neighborhood, but there's some issues there. So as I already talked about, the on-site septic system needs to be evaluated if it's a permanent. Our code also has additional standards for guest cabin and resort lodge in the code. There's required to be staff housing on the property. The restaurant is for guests only, and we have this limitation of occupancy by guests, and the special use review shall be subject to an annual review. Staff recommends approval, finding that the proposal complies with special review standards. Land use code, commercial GMQS commercial development. Staff has determined that the tent and the permanent building fall under our commercial GMQS section of the code. And the way we address commercial GMQS is the number of employees generated, employee generation units, EGUs. We asked Abby and Ashley to provide to us an accounting of how many full-time employees they have. In the addendum, there was an attempt in the addendum, and then Susanna and I worked with them to help them understand what it means to have a full-time employee, what hours, annual hours an employee has to work. So prior to now, there has been no accounting of how many employees work up there, seasonally or full-time or, high season, low season. So staff is suggesting that we start with 10.5 FTEs for Bayul. And that is in working with Abby and Ashley to help them understand how we define FTEs. That's what we came up with. So what we are recommending is that we start at 10.5 FTEs, and that is our baseline on the site. And that an employee audit will be required within 2 seasons after the permanent building has been constructed. And if it's determined that the number of employees has increased, then the applicant will be required to mitigate the increase. Also, there's the on-site cabin, two bedroom cabin that houses 4 staff. And we are requesting that cabin has a covenant of occupancy put on that cabin, so it will always remain occupied by qualified employees. So,
Can I ask quickly there? Does
Yeah.
that mean that they'll only have to mitigate for 6.5 since they're already housing for? Say it comes out at 10.5.
no, that's not. We're suggesting that, so when you look at an increase in someone's business, you would look at the number of employees that are generated with that increase. So what we're suggesting is 10.5 is the baseline.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, as I said up front, staff is recommending approval of the tent until October 31st. As part of that condition of approval, we are recommending that a schedule is prepared by the applicant and is submitted with the new tent permit March 31st. And that schedule is a schedule of operation. And that schedule is going to define and limit the number of private group gatherings per year that would exceed 87 on-site guests. In no case shall a private group gathering exceed 150 people. This is consistent with the previous Diamond J. Any private group gathering that exceeds 87 guests requires a shuttle, and that there is no amplified music anywhere on the property after 8 p.m. And the new tent permit must be issued by March 31st. For the permanent building, what happened?
You were so close.
Not sure why this slide isn't loading.
Okay, let me go to my, maybe I should stop sharing and then I can get it.
Close out of Adobe and try reopening it.
I can't believe this.
You were so close.
I was so close. I'm down to like 3 slides. Okay, thank you. Don't stay right here. As part of the permanent structure, staff is recommending as part of the building permit for the permanent structure that there's an operational plan. And the plan includes a schedule that again limits the size and the number of group gatherings, a requirement for shuttles for private group gatherings greater than 87 guests, sets a curfew for amplified music, and in no case shall a private group gathering exceed 150 people. And we're also recommending that there is an annual review. And the annual review shall occur 1 year from the date of this approval. And the annual review report should include a master plan that identifies a long-term operational plan. The master plan should identify and limit the number of events and size of each event, alternative transportation for guests that attend specific events that do not stay over. If the permanent building does in fact work and reduce amplified music, the master plan should address what they want to do with that. Do they want to go to 10 or more events or whatever? It's their plan. The plan should also address ongoing neighborhood concerns, and the master plan shall reaffirm that the restaurant is for guests only, and a public manager lives on site, and again, be really specific the number and size of events and limits the hours of amplified music should be further defined. And there's my recommendation.
All right, questions for Leslie? I have a few. Yes.
Question,
Go
real
ahead.
quick, going back to that's just 1 year? One annual review?
No.
Said 1 year after, annual review, 1 year after approval.
Right, I should have said that more clearly. As you're very familiar with our annual reviews, it would be an annual review every year until the BoCC decided
Not to do annual
that,
reviews.
that there didn't need to be an annual review, or it could go to staff only.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I've got other questions.
Yeah,
but
and I'll
let-
make sure that's clear in the resolution.
Thank you.
language.
Do you want to ask them now? I've got some.
Yeah, I do, real quick. On employees, it says working on site, but most of the employees are generated from the event planner who's bringing their own employees. So that's really is going to reduce the number of, it's just how you're defining on-site employees. So I'm hired by X planner and I'm working on the site, but I'm not considered an on-site employee?
They're 10.5. Are you questioning the number 10.5?
No, I'm considering, what I'm talking about is on-site employees. It says in here that most of the employees are gonna come to the events that are hired by the event planner. So technically, they're not considered employees, but they're working on the site, technically.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's consistent with other examples we have. The ski
Yeah.
is our best. The mountain master plans, account for their employees, but not.
Yeah, because most of the employees
If
generated
there's
on
a
this.
construction job going on, or if there's something else, event, a different thing. So it's capturing, for better or for worse, it captures
Just the people
the
who are.
employees that are of, the business, the entity that is running
Right,
the
I
property.
understand
So,
that,
yeah.
but in my mind, most of the employees generated are gonna be generated by the event planner, but we're not considering them employees, because they're not employees of Bayou, they're employees of, Mary Jane's wedding planning business. So, yeah,
Will they stay over?
I don't know, but they're working on site, and it says working on site, employees working on site.
Did you have other questions? Do you?
No, I probably will, I have.
Can I just add that we mostly do all the work on site. So a wedding planner comes, but it's not like these Aspen mountaintop weddings where they bring in a whole production team and you're seeing 20 people come. It's like those 10.5 are moving the chairs. They're cleaning, like we're doing a large majority. There's a wedding planner and occasionally she'll have an assistant. So that part is.
These are budget weddings for the valley.
Okay, I think it's spelled out differently in the information I got. They will be the ones setting up and taking down, that working for the event planner. I'll find it while you guys go.
And I am
over it.
just going to keep us organized, and
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys
gonna-
can flag questions that you want to respond to,
Yeah,
but
I'll-
I'm going
I'll
to keep
find where it is,
questions
Kelly,
targeted
later.
towards staff right now, and then we're going to turn it over to you guys. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Sorry, we're late. I'm very particular about how we run these things. Did you have questions for staff?
Question for Leslie. Very quickly, on October 31st, it'll be, they're at 8,200 feet in that valley. Winter will be upon you. So you're going to be expected to take that tent down and build a building. Is that the plan, is to build it over the course of the winter? Okay, so you're going to be building the winter. They didn't used to do that here. It seems like everyone does it now. And the other question was just about the building itself. It'll meet our energy codes, climate. Hoping you have a climate action plan. I want to see that at some point. Energy code. If the building is built to code, it'll probably be insulated well enough that it'll actually have some sound dampening effect. And I just wanted to understand that, just so the requirements are to meet our energy code.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a building that has to meet our building permit criteria.
Right, okay. And then Leslie, the other question I had for you was, it seems that the complaints from the neighbors, once again, it's a neighborhood issue. It seems noise and traffic. How have they addressed those issues, and has it been effective?
I don't think the noise has been effective. They've tried, but the noise complaints continued. In our conversations with Abby and Ashley, they do have shuttles for large events.
That's an event over 87. Assuming the 87 are staying there.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thanks for now. Thank you.
I don't know if they can house.
Okay, Jeffrey,
87 now.
and then I'll go to Francie, and then I'll ask mine.
So a couple observations and questions. So 160/40 is conformance with other laws. If you have an event for 87 or 150 people, I'm assuming you'll meet, sorry, I have I'm assuming you'll meet ADA requirements with your architect. So the whole question of water closet, no water closet, I think you'll end up on the side of water closet. So I think you'll have a bathroom. Or you need to provide access to one on site that meets ADA requirements. So number one is basically as per 16040 or 1604010, conformance with other laws, you will likely need a water closet. So I would move forward that way. Number two is a question really, which is, should anything be on the historic register? And you can come to it in your presentation, but is there anything we should preserve and protect on the ranch going forward? Two is an observation, or three is an observation. You have 7 neighbors in a half mile and 17 in 1 mile. So as per GIS, interesting. As someone who lives in a rural part of this valley or this county, I'm bothered by the take up and tear down of structures. So I think one of the strongest points for a permanent structure is we don't have a box truck on our road every summer week, which we do in Capitol and Snowmass. So I'm pleased by that. And the last one is for Leslie. When we get to the resolution, 6A and 7 contradict each other, but it looks like you've been speaking with Roaring Fork Rural. So at one point you referenced 2,500 gallons, and another one you referenced 10,000 gallons. Paragraph later. So just that's a dotting I, and again, minor. So thank you for
Sure.
that. That's all I got.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Francie, any questions?
Yes, I know that one of the complaints that we've heard is that there's been past quote-unquote violations, and shouldn't there be some retribution for these past violations before we move on? And one of them was like the number of people and the kind of event, but it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there weren't any guidelines before for how many people and how much noise and how often. So there aren't any violations.
The only violation that I'm aware of is the tent
Yeah, not having.
not having a permit.
Right. But in terms of the weddings and that kind of stuff, there were no regulations to be in violation of, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Was there historic winter use at the Diamond J?
Years ago, I stayed there on New Year's Eve.
All right, well, you heard it here.
With Cindy Hubin. And
Yeah.
she would have known if that was appropriate or not.
Oh, I want to see pictures.
Cross Country Center.
Okay, yeah.
Have a stop.
Oh, cross country, yeah, yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, you could ski in and out from there to huts and stuff like that.
Okay. And then I'm a little confused about, it looks like there's different conditions of approval for the tent versus the permanent structure relative to the number of gatherings above 87 and alternative transportation. If I'm reading this correctly, that the tent, we say you have to have shuttles, but then the permanent structure, we ask them to bring an operational plan about alternative transportation. So I don't know how to think about, like, why aren't they the same? Like, why aren't we putting the same conditions on the tent and the permanent structure?
Well, first and foremost, the conditions on the tent are intended to acknowledge that there's the accessory structure and the use of the accessory structure and the way it's occurring is creating impacts to the neighborhood. And so we're trying to kind of put those bumpers right now on the temporary tent. And then moving forward, we're giving the applicant the opportunity between now and when a building permit is issued for the permanent structure to kind of really dial in their operational plan and suggest to us what they're thinking about. But the consistency with shuttles above 87 people should be consistent whether it's a tent or a permanent structure.
I guess why I think that, I don't know, I guess I'm just curious about that, because then what is dialed in on the operational plan is what the next year's special review use is gonna look at, but we didn't approve that. So we're gonna be reviewing compliance with an approval that has details that we're not approving or dictating today. And so I don't know, I guess That's a concern I have just about the way the reso is defined and about what we want to articulate as expectations.
Could you say that again?
So what we would have, if we were to adopt this resolution as it's written, it says, you know,
I knew it was somewhere.
in no case will you have groups over 150 in, let me pull it up. You know, we want them to provide by March 31st, a limitation of the number of private group gatherings that exceed 87 for the tent, but we don't have that same condition for the building.
I see.
And that, you know, no amplified music after 8 p.m. for the tent. We don't have anything relevant like that for the building. We're telling them that when they come in for the building permit, they're going to say what those conditions are, and then we're going to hold them to those conditions in an annual review. But we didn't have any input on what they defined in the first place. So it just seems a little odd to like set up an annual review process on criteria that we didn't collaboratively define. Is a little bit of what I'm just working through here. Jeffrey.
I would add, though, that you're going from a roughly 1,500 square foot structure to a 2,000 or 1,980 square foot structure. And the occupancy load factor set up by the building code defines the number of people that could be in that structure. So, sorry to geek out on everyone at this hour, but it's defined in the building code. So you can't exceed that from an occupancy standpoint, if that helps. At least from a structure standpoint, in terms of definition.
But it doesn't tell you how many times you can fill that to the max.
Again,
Which
I'm just
is
saying.
what we were asking for the tent permit.
Limit the number of events.
Yeah.
Yeah, building code's not going to tell you that. It's going to
No,
tell
the
you.
That's
building
what
code's not
we're
going to
saying.
tell us that. They're going to tell us that.
Yeah.
That's what's a little awkward in this approval. So we can keep going, but just something to chew on when we
I found what I was looking for, but I'll bring it up
On the
later.
flag.
Yes, go ahead.
Just regarding the 87 people, so you can accommodate 87, but that doesn't mean they're going to stay there. The shuttle buses don't even kick in until there's 87 guests. So to me, that means you're going to have 87 possible cars coming up the valley to an event. If everybody comes for a day event and they all drive separately, that's 87 cars. I'm just wondering, that doesn't sound good to me, and I'm just wondering, could we flag that and contemplate having shuttles for groups of 10 or more people? Just because, think of the cars you can take off the road. It doesn't seem practical to think, well, over 87 we'll have a shuttle, but underneath that we're just gonna, whether they're staying there or not, it seems like something to flag. I don't have the solution. I'm just bringing it up.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
I do think that might be a little hard because I think the 87 people are the people who stay there. So one person might come at 10 in the morning and another at 3 in the afternoon, another at 5 in the afternoon. It's a lodge. So 87 isn't how many are coming to an event. It's how many people are staying there at one time. Is that correct? So to ask them to take a shuttle would be
Possible.
weird. I mean, you'd have to have everybody arrive at the same time, and I don't know. I don't quite see how that would work.
I don't know if it differentiates if I thought it was 87 people attending the event.
No, that's 150.
That's a max.
That's the max. but-
87 is guests at the lodge, correct?
Or
people coming to a
or
party.
people coming to an event.
Okay,
Can
something
you
to think
clarify
about.
that?
Yes.
We'll think about that.
Just hang on.
Hang on.
You guys will
Hang
cover it. Okay.
It's very confusing.
All right.
It
So
is.
we have some questions we hope you'll address in your presentation to us. Is there any further code clarification requested from Leslie? Okay. Ashley and Abby, welcome. Thanks for hanging in with us. And I'll just, as efficient as everyone can be.
Yes. Try.
This late hour of the evening.
Okay. I'm Abby. And I'm Ashley Myers. Thanks for bearing with us.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Okay. So we're presenting today, as Leslie said, for a special review for an auxiliary structure. This top part is the existing tent structure that is on site right now, and the bottom is a proposed replacement building. As we said, there's currently a 180-day temporary tent permit, and the operation at Bayou will remain unchanged. The building supports the existing guest and group activities without increasing our current capacity. So we'll have a little bit of background, and I'll start with our story. And so in 2019, I had the idea of really wanting to open up a retreat center in this valley. And at that time, I was working for Lead with Love, doing retreats here and across the world. Prior to that, I was working with the American Renewable Energy Institute doing the R-Day Summit, so I would love to get you a climate action plan. And the idea was to have a retreat center in this valley that we could gather together, that we could connect with nature, that it would be focused on personal wellness, celebrating the arts, and something that I felt was really missing in this area, and something that you'll see when you travel, that there is a nature-based retreat center for groups to gather, for people to have weddings. And Bayul is a Tibetan word. It means hidden lands. It's about getting out into the hidden lands, and it's also about finding the hidden lands or hidden layers inside someone. And the next slide we'll go to is, two computers, thanks Ashley, is just kind of the mission and vision of what we're bringing to this valley. I think everybody in this room can agree that we are inspired by the Aspen Institute and the Pepke Mind, Body, Spirit, and that has been at the core of this from the beginning, of really bringing that forward in a way that you guys have called funky, and we can go with that, like in a funky, historic way of a 100-year-old guest ranch that, when we did purchase the property, needed a lot of love. This is, I'll click this one. This is the original listing, and Leslie gave a lot of context about the property, but we also wanted to point out that from the original listing, it said very popular for weddings, family reunions, corporate retreats, etc. And so we've heard of many people having this idea of opening a retreat center or hosting events, but they find beautiful private property. That wasn't what we found. We found a historic guest ranch that was saying they've done this from the beginning.
We skipped the map. Do you think that's...
Oh yeah. Do you guys want to see the map? Have most of you been there? I know there's talk of a site tour.
I've been
Okay.
Mile 26 up the Frying Pan Valley. The star is where it is, the historic Dynasty Guest Ranch. It is about 4 miles past Meredith and then 2.5 miles past Thomasville, and we're surrounded by national forests up there. This is the similar historic information that was presented, just kind of highlighting those two pieces again. And we also wanted to highlight the word retreat. So a retreat in this gathering form, again, it's not new. It was said in the 1999 Historic Society, as well as the recreational activities that we're doing up there.
So next up, I know we have precious minutes. We want to take 1 minute to show you a video of a retreat at Bayul this summer. So you can go ahead and play it. I'll talk over it a little bit. So this is our flagship retreat this summer called Hidden Lands. Had about 80, 85 attendees, so everyone's staying on site. I think there were some day guests maybe that came up, a handful, like, yeah, on specific Saturday and Sunday. It shows the use of the tent. We are dog friendly. We have a river running through the property, the Frying Pan River. We have trails all over the property that then connect into the National Forest System trails. That's my dog. Thanks, Sally.
So we just wanted to show you a map to kind of get a lay of the land. You can see over here, this is Frying Pan Road, where you come up, you go over the property. Once you come over the property right here, you can't see anything besides the historic barn. So all of the cabins and this accessory structure that we're talking about cannot be viewed until you get to about right here, coming up a hill right here. And this is when that structure is first visible. We want to point out that the cluster of cabins is mostly right here. Main lodge is here. The current accessory tent, as well as the proposed space for the building, is right here in the middle. And we have 32 acres, so this is not showing the 32 acres. This is mostly just showing where the things are built. This is actually the map for our guests on site. And then the dots on here are the different trails we have on property. When we took over the property, there was actually, most of these trails were there, they were just very overgrown. So it was really fun to find what was already on site and to make it accessible again for guests.
And then this one, the 10th Mountain Trail, you can see that's a public easement trail. So it allows the connection from the Harry Gates hut to the Margie's hut, and that's open to the public to hike on. And we'll show you, we've actually put land art installation sculptures from local artists on it for the public to enjoy.
So we're open 4 seasons of the year. Here's some pictures of it in summer.
Oh, and the Diamond J was open for 4 seasons for
Oh,
the
yes.
last 100 years as well. They had a ski tow rope and they ran a cross-country guide service into National Forest, actually.
We get a lot of snow up there. The inside of our cabins, they are humble, but they're cozy and clean.
And a little bit about our programming. So it's kind of your classic Colorado guest ranch with a retreat center vibe layered on top. So folks come kind of through 3 avenues. They either come individually, they book a cabin or a room. They come as part of a group retreat, so they pay additional tuition to participate in a curriculum. That might be yoga, meditation, an artist workshop, personal growth. We have a guy who comes every year and teaches lucid dreaming, that kind of thing. Or they come as part of a private group, and then you're like a nonprofit team offsite, a wedding, family reunion. Those groups usually book the whole property, but not always. Like we could have a private group that's 10 or 15 people, and then other guests are there as well.
We have some issues with sound.
Yeah.
Oh, buttons on.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, do you want to maybe use
Ashley,
another mic?
maybe,
by
Leslie,
you?
if you put your thing over towards Ashley.
Let's do that.
Okay, great. Regardless, their stay is going to include a lot of the same core elements. So time in nature, we do guided walks teaching native plants and geological history, hanging by the fire pit or by the river, using our sauna, our hot tub. We're an unplugged campus, so we have no cell service, and we only have Wi-Fi in the lodge and the tent, which means all the cabins and all the outdoor spaces are pretty much screen-free. Hiking, cross-country skiing, ice skating, canoeing, stand-up paddleboarding. And then we have our on-site programming. So we offer yoga and movement classes to guest ranch guests, as well as to private or group programs.
Just kind of pointing out on this slide, we very much have done this programming outside, as you can see here.
Yeah.
And sometimes we're at 8,300 feet. So sometimes Colorado sunshine, midwinter, it works. But then also kind of same thing. You could be a July day that maybe we get snow.
Outdoor recreation and education is also core to our programming. This is a Wolfer Wilderness First Responder certification, an ARI avalanche certification. Those, you can see the field work is outside, but they do their classroom instruction in the tent, the would-be building. We also have a great fly fishing scene, and we do also welcome locals and others to park on the property and fly fish on our stretch of the river. We're really proud of our community art programs. So we offer artists free residencies to come spend time at Bayole. They're usually some sort of a trade, including creating art on the property. Some of what you're seeing, and also like paintings that go in the cabins, things like that. And then sometimes the trade will be actually offering a retreat for guests. So like teaching an art curriculum to guests. And these are on the public easement trail, the 10th Mountain Trail.
One thing I just want to point out when we're talking about community arts that I wanted to say in the beginning is we consider ourselves a social impact business. Both Ashley and I were in the nonprofit world before doing this, and the annual grant cycle and donor fundraising
It's brutal.
became like we weren't focusing on what we wanted to do anymore. And so it was really important when we were putting this together that the business sustained itself and that we were still able to do stuff like community art programs and yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we see ourselves as a social enterprise where the earned income is woven into the social impact delivery. And then finally, we have a great food program. It's all farm to table, seasonal, working with local farms and ranches. You are only getting this super gourmet treatment pretty much May through October, or if you have a group above 15 and you book with us in the off season. The rest of the time, we do still have hot meals that we serve in our lodge. They're much simpler, humble fare, because we have like one front desk host on at a time, and she or he will like heat and serve this meal for the guests. So we have our restaurant is open year round, but this is the May through October deal.
All right, so now we're in the need for this gathering space. This is a photo of the Rocky Mountain Institute retreat that they did last year, and this is currently the only space on property where all guests can gather in one location that is not outside. These are the Diamond J tents that were previously put up with the last owners. We'll show the documentation of them encouraging people to rent tents. And these were located where that purple star is. That's closer to our neighbor's property. From all the information that we were able to find, that is where they were mostly being put. And then this, again, is kind of highlighting where the current tent is and the proposed building.
So more sheltered from the neighbor who has a driveway easement, more sheltered from their view. And
What's the
farther from them.
distance from those two locations?
Can we ask the audience?
Guesstimate,
James
just
might know that.
James?
Estimate.
A couple hundred yards.
Okay. Thanks.
The other thing I want to point out is this isn't a new problem. So it's not necessarily a new problem for us. We're just coming at it really looking for a permanent solution, not having to pop these up and down every time a group needs a gathering space. So this is our main lodge, and you might be asking, why can't this happen in the main lodge? So this is the downstairs of the main lodge. This is space 1 and space 2, and we'll flip forward. On the left side is actually space 2 right there. You can fit about 27 people for dining, maybe 15 people for a yoga class, and then space 1 over there. We have set up to have coffee and tea 24 hours and another little seating area. So this brings us back to this request. So the existing tent is there. It's been very supportive for us to stay sustainable, and the proposal for the replacement building. Booking these groups is what has made us sustainable. We want to point out that the last owners who owned the property, they had a 6% occupancy. We have their P&Ls. It was very much a failed business. And we believe one of the issues within that was that they weren't utilizing it as a gathering space. And what we have found is that people are looking for places like this, and especially in our beautiful valley.
And that's not just people who come up as part of a group retreat or a private group. It's also the guest ranch guests. Like, they want to meet each other. They want to go to a yoga class together in the morning. They want to have dinner together. They want to kind of like get to know the other people who chose to come stay at Bayou.
So as you guys are aware, this was originally permitted for the COVID auxiliary eating space. But we've been honest in saying that we've used it for other things too. And so this is a first dance from a wedding. So it's been placed for a wedding reception. It's for different speaker series, workshops, lectures. We have it set up in there so you can give presentations and movement classes. So yoga, Pilates, Qigong. We also just wanted to highlight that we really tried to make this accessible for local groups. These are a list of different local teachers, we don't list the yoga teachers, different groups that have been here. 10th Mountain Division, Aspen High School has done their ex-ed trip, the high school teachers from Yampa, the Young Professionals organizations. We have a lot of weddings who are local people who are coming up and excited that they found somewhere that they can actually gather with their community in our valley. And also we've done a lot with the local arts and musicians and made a place for them where they can work on their crafts.
Most of this has been covered by Leslie, but just some key bullet points. Same location, nearly the same footprint. I'm going to show the internal and the change to 1980 on the next slide. This was already disturbed and human impacted land. So this had been seeded with turf grass long ago, was mowed regularly. There was no rocks, shrubs, trees, native plants, nothing. It was just turf grass. It's also in the core of our already developed campus, as opposed to elsewhere on our 30 plus acres. We will follow the code, which means we'll be building an energy efficient structure with solar ready roof. But that last point to your question, Greg, the sound insulation won't just be incidental to following the energy efficiency code. It will actually be from part of the design. And that's something we're already discussing with general contractors and architects, is additional insulation material.
Yep, thank you for that. I noticed your sketch looked like a wonderful barn with lots of big doors that are probably open as much as they can be. That kind of defeats the sound insulation purpose. To keep the sound insulation, you probably need all that stuff closed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have strict rules that since we've installed the sound curtains, which I'll show in a few slides, anytime there's amplified noise in there, they're closed. So it's open like that when it's more of the yoga, and when I'm teaching yoga, I'm not using a mic. So when the space is yes, but we agree.
Got it.
And we have a whole section on sound concerns too. Footprint and interior layout. currently 1,500, one big open space, as these weatherport tents are. Big shelving unit full of yoga supplies in one corner. Tables and chairs and tablecloths are all stored off in a different shed and have to be brought over by trailer every time. Proposed replacement, we would like to make it 6 feet wider, and that is to have better aisles between the tables. So we use 30-inch banquet tables. It's like about as narrow as they go in the folding table business. And we do 3 long rows of them, and the aisles are quite small. So we would like to be able to have more walkways for guests and waitstaff. And then we're actually making the meeting space 5 feet shorter. So instead of 50, 45. And then at the back, we are requesting a 10-foot storage and mechanical room area so that we can have the tables and chairs in there and have all the mechanical needed for a climate-controlled space.
Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath on this one.
Yeah, this is the real thing.
Okay. Addressing concerns. We'll start with use and capacity. So again, we want to reiterate that we are not a new business. It's been said a few times, we're doing a new business. We are not a new business. Per the previous owners, they had the overnight guests of 87, gatherings up to 150. They were stating you could have amplified noise until 1 a.m. And as we previously discussed, they were encouraging groups to rent tents. I'll zoom in on this, but just showing you this is the original document that we had. Nothing has been changed besides adding those red squares. And these are the pieces that we are pointing out before. So the 150, encouraging them to rent a tent. And we have abided by this capacity and never exceeded 150. That's another thing that I clearly want to point out. There's been accusations that we've had hundreds of people there. We have never had hundreds of people there. We have not exceeded 150. So this bottom part is from the memo, or from the reso, essentially, and this is what we are proposing. So we are saying that for 20 calendar days a year, that the maximum the maximum guests on site would be 120. And then we would have a maximum of 10 calendar days up to 150. And we want to point out that this is less than 10% of the year. Within this, like, we do want to acknowledge that we understand that we're asking for something and that something's being asked of us in return. Like, we're new to this, and we also get that that's how this works, and that previously there was no cap on this property. And we're willing to work with what feels right. We are also really trying to work with the neighbors. We'll get into that too, but we understand that this is part of the process. The other thing that we want to figure out and have in the understanding is we book 2 years out. So somebody's talking to us about their wedding in 2027. And so we want to make sure that when we're creating our contracts that the numbers can work for that and how that will work out in the annual review.
Can I just real quick?
Yes.
Point of clarification. So there's no limitation on group gatherings of 87 or less?
Not currently, no.
And
There are,
staff didn't recommend to them.
right.
So 87 is our guest accommodation capacity.
Right. I found it in this section, but I just am asking if there's any limitation on events of 87 or less. So you could fill all your other days of the year with 87 people.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be able to sell out our resort cabin accommodations every day if we could. I think the Jerome's at like 60%, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
You may think that, but your neighbors may not.
Well, Patty, just the way I was answering your question is today
we don't have that.
There are no limitations on this property. Okay. As well as there's no limitations on how many 180-day temp permits someone could request for their property.
Right.
And to our knowledge, in Pitkin or elsewhere in the United States, hospitality properties generally don't have a limit on using their permitted hospitality accommodations.
We're not everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
If you came to us asking for 150 people every day of the week, I think we'd be having a different conversation.
We bought a property that sleeps 87 people, and that's how it was sold to us, and that's what it fits. And they also were doing an unlimited number of 150-person events. And we are coming to you really wanting to play ball. We want to compromise. We understand there's a desire to limit our group gatherings with day guests, and we want to do that. We want to meet you guys on that. So sorry if it came off otherwise.
This one, we just want to clarify the vernacular around it. So this is the deed restriction part. We are absolutely okay to have a deed restriction cabin in there, but we wanted it to say the 2-bedroom cabin, or maybe have a thing about where it's located. There's not 4 staff member in it. It's a 2-bedroom. We were saying that it could have 4 staff members in there. It kind of fluctuates depending on who's staying on site for what. But so that was just a clarification that we were asking for.
Yes, go ahead, Greg.
Why?
To that. Why clarify that?
I mean, why is this, was this asked of you, or is
Yes.
it part of the?
That was asked for us.
Okay.
One of the bullet points that was in there.
Got it, okay,
And so
thanks.
from our understanding, what gets put in the resolution becomes like law. And so we're trying to make sure that the wording that is in there is what we agree upon to, or like what is correct for the property.
So it's up to 4 staff on site, I guess.
You could have one person in the unit.
The previous owner had 1 person in there, correct. The Diamond J had 1 person living there, and that's the requirement for resort cabins is 1 manager living on site. We've had between 2 and 4. It's currently 2.
You could have 0.
Why we can't have 0?
No. Well, it just says that houses 4 staff.
We have to have a manager living on site per the.
But we need to clarify that.
Okay, so that I was just wanting to flag that of like clarifying the vernacular.
Yeah. Music and sound. So the first thing we wanted to just say is that live music at Colorado guest ranches is really common. This is from the Colorado Dude and Guest Ranch Association's website, and they say, evening entertainment. There's a creative side to every mountain, live music, cowboy poets, weekly barn dances, and even rich stage performances are part of the package at many ranches. So this isn't a new or unusual practice for a guest ranch. There has been some misinformation circulating that we want to clarify. We are not a concert venue. We're not Taka or Belly Up, and we don't want to be. Our live music is for Bayou Retreat guests in an intimate setting. It's standard practice to have music at a wedding and for guest ranches, for guests who are not necessarily attending a wedding. Some of our language and marketing around this may have been confusing, and we want to apologize for that.
Totally confused.
I also want to share a bit about what our music programming is like. So when we host musicians at Bayou, these are weekend-long retreats. The musicians always get an artist residency, so they come for longer, up to a week usually. And then they do a work trade where they then offer a retreat curriculum to guest ranch guests who come up and stay for the weekend. The guest ranch guests pay an additional tuition that goes to the artist. You can see here, this is like a voice activation workshop, a songwriting workshop, a rhythm workshop. That's the kind of day programming that you're looking at. And then in the evening, there is usually an intimate show for the guests staying on site. It's a 20-second clip, but it shows, this is one in September, and you, Sure. So if you saw a flyer in town, you might be like, they're a concert venue. But this was 30 people, mostly women, who are obsessed with this amazing duo from Boulder. And every year they come up in December and spend the weekend with Lady. It's the name of the duo. And there is a fireside show in the lodge. And we believe this is appropriate programming for a guest ranch of our size. That said, obviously, there are some concerns about sound. So I want to talk about our sound mitigation efforts and those concerns. In particular, so our parcel has 5 proximate neighbors. One of them has some rental cabins on it, so more people live there, but there's 5 parcels that are really close. One of them across the street, Debbie Bain, is the one who's complained to us with concern about noise. You've seen the text message threads. Sometimes it's us reaching out to her, asking if she can hear it, and she says no. Sometimes she says yes. Sometimes she reaches out to us. It's been something we've been working on. So we implemented some new things in 2024. In 2024, there were 15 group gatherings with music till 10:30. Debbie messaged us on 2 of them. Out of the 15, 1 was before these were implemented. So only 1 after these were implemented. Just facts. She also moved into her home after we started, so she's not familiar with the Diamond J's operations. The Diamond J, they were doing amplified music till 1 a.m. at weddings. We don't go that late. We have a 10:30 curfew, and we are open to talking about moving it earlier. So the first thing we did in February, I think, of 2024 is that we installed a decibel reader to enforce a decibel limit of 85 in the tent. So we've been working with 2 consultants, Sean Bryce of Conjure Productions out of Denver, and Stuart McGregor of Engineering Dynamics. Leslie gave us his name because he did the Aspen Distillery Noise Study, or the recent Distillery Noise Study. I think it's called something else. This is an email from Stuart. And he ran these calculations with an uninsulated, open-walled tent. Our tent is closed, and we do actually have some sound insulation, which Abby's going to talk about on the next slide. With his calculations, with sound levels at 85 decibels in the tent, we are compliant with the noise ordinance on the Bain property. We are below 50 decibels on the Bain property. I understand that she can still hear it. There's audibility and there's compliance with the noise ordinance, but I just want to point this out for you. We also have had no violations of the noise ordinance issued to us. That said, we don't want our neighbors to be bothered, Debbie or anybody else. Like, if she can hear it, if it's too loud for her, even if we're compliant with the noise ordinance, like, that's not good. We don't want to be disturbing people in their homes, even conducting our grandfathered in business use. And so that's why we are proposing to undertake finding the money to build this building, which is going to be really hard for us. Like, we barely break even every year. We're going to take on more debt to build this building. And a big part of it is to make sure that we are not just compliant with the noise ordinance, but we are like fully insulated.
So another piece of the memo that I just want to clarify in there was it was saying that all of the sound dampening that we invested was not able to be used. And the quiet curtains that are pictured in here have been approved by Roaring Fork Fire. And they've been up since, actually I don't know the date we put them up, I can find that out. But they've been up, and they've been up the entire time. When there is amplified noise. Yes,
Sorry.
since they've been up. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ashley. When there's amplified noise, they're closed like this. So that's what you're seeing in the back. It's the same color as the tent, and it goes across. And these curtains, they say, are lab tested to reduce decibels by 20. And the part that was not able to be used was incorrect information from a sales representative that we worked with. And it's the smoke rating to be inside on a building. And we've been working...
For a different product.
Yeah, and that's a different product. It's called Acoustablock. And we've been working with Roaring Fork Fire to figure out how we can use it, to see if we can put it on a fence on the outside of a building, or what are the ways that this material can still be used to help. And saying it from a point of we are willing to put more investment into the sound insulation piece, and we've also come a really long way. We understand that this neighbor is still unhappy, and we have done a lot, and it is working. And the other piece that I want to point out is that there was a lot of comments about sound, and it's feeling a lot like small town hearsay, and that there's this fear around it. And
But many of the people who commented live 2, 3, 4 miles away from us and are not personally hearing the noise, but they are concerned
about the potential
for our immediate neighbors, yeah. And one of our immediate neighbors suggested a 10 p.m. noise curfew and said she likes music. I want to point out Stuart McGregor's calculations did not factor in these curtains. So he was just saying 85 in an open air tent. The third one is that we currently have a 10:30 p.m. noise cutoff in the tent. When we bought the property, we inherited this 1 a.m. noise cutoff. Quickly learned that felt way too late for our retreat center vibe, and it's currently 10:30. But as per this next slide, we want to have a conversation with you about that, because that's a big recommendation that Leslie and the team made around 8 p.m. So we have 8 weddings in 2025 where the couples contractually agreed to a 10:30 p.m. noise cutoff in the tent with that 85 decibel limit. These are, a fair amount of them are locals. Their guests are already bought plane tickets if they're not, or if they're coming to visit their local nieces or nephews or whatever. This is just the reality of what is booked. And we were operating, believing we were following the noise ordinance and with a reasonable curfew that was much lower than the previous owners. We would like to somewhat honor these contracts. Our proposal is that we go back to these 8 couples and change it to a 10 p.m. amplified sound cutoff in the tent on those 8 nights. So 8 nights out of the summer season, the year. And we can provide the dates of those weddings. And then on all other days until we complete the new building, we are requesting a 9 p.m. cutoff time. And the reason why is because we're often still serving dinner at 8. Like, we serve dinner on our patio outside. It's light, very late in the summer. And our patio overhang has these little speakers, you know, that we play a playlist on them during dinner, like background music. And dinner goes till 8:30 or sometimes or later. And I mean, sometimes, yeah. So we feel that's reasonable. We should obviously still be held to the noise ordinance, regardless, like everybody. 50 decibels is quite quiet. And again, one of our other immediate neighbors, Catherine Block, who wrote in support of our proposal, is actually closer than Debbie Bain, much closer, and she suggested a 10 p.m. quiet hours. So there's multiple perspectives among the immediate neighbors. And then the final bullet is that we do not believe a curfew on indoor amplified music is necessary. We have never had any complaint or heard anything about people being able to hear our indoor amplified noise. We also, we have 15 cabins, and the guests are often playing music in their cabins, and you can't even hear it. Like, you can like see through the window maybe that they're having a dance party in their big cabin that sleeps 10 people, but you can't hear anything 15, 20 feet away. So, and you saw the kind of music we do in the lodge with that duo, so we don't think this is necessary, and that extends to the new building. Like, our hope is that a curfew on indoor amplified music should not be necessary, and that between the noise ordinance and the annual reviews, like, we can show that indoor noise is not causing an issue with the exterior. And the tent counts as, I would say, counts as outdoors. So does that make, yeah. Okay. Traffic. Our simple punchline here is, like, we totally double sign on the issue of traffic. Like, we live up there year round, our team does, and I did before I had a baby. And the traffic is really a problem on Frying Pan Road. People drive dangerously, they weave across the double yellow, they speed through towns. I rented a cabin in Thomasville, and I would walk my dog after work on the side of the road, and it was like, dark at 5 p.m. up there in the winter. So dangerous. So, like, we need speed bumps in town. We need better enforcement of our speed limits up there. We agree. Like, we are year-round residents up there, and we agree. I do not think it is fair to blame our business for the traffic problems up there. There are 178 campsites in the Upper Frying Pan. Wow. The federal government's confirmation emails from Chapman say nothing about driving, whereas our confirmation and reminder emails strongly highlight the speed limit and the town speed limits. We have 14 guest cabins and the lodge rooms. We sleep 87, but it's 26. It's less than 26 keys, really. It's 14 plus 7. 21 keys. So typically 21 cars. Some of them bring 2. Yeah. We have already been requiring shuttles when there are day guests. So we will continue to do that, and we're happy for that to be written into law. Generally, it's for private groups that are, like, when somebody rents the whole property and they're doing a wedding. Usually, let's be real, it's almost always weddings, and it's usually the local weddings because they have people who live here who want to come up, and we require shuttles for anyone not staying on property. But we're happy to write that into the law.
Can you clarify that?
Yeah.
Shuttles for
our current policy, or
no? I mean, based upon our recommendation is shuttles on any private gathering exceeding 87.
Yeah.
And you're agreeing with that?
We're
Totally.
agreeing with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And saying we've been doing that up until this point, and we will continue doing that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's even been public comment that they're saying they're having shuttles come through town. That's like written in some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Our team, our family, most of these people took pay cuts to, like, be part of this because they are believing in what we're doing. And I also want to point out about Ruben Sadowski. He was also in a lot of the public comment that, especially in the Upper Frying Pan. And I want to say that he is no longer an employee, and he's also no longer a voting member of our general partnership. And so that's a change that we have recently made. And his actions relative to the incident with the moose do not align with our business and our ethos, and just want to put that out there.
Question. He's still a part owner?
Like, financially, he is a part owner, but he doesn't have any say in it, yes. And his financial part is very small. Like,
But he's still involved.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, percentage-wise, less than 5%, 6%, something like that.
Did you ask everyone to wear hats, or did you all just collectively come to
We
that?
call it Ranch Steezy, so it's kind of like
It's part of the dress code.
It's kind of the dress code. Yeah.
His voting rights were removed by the other 3 general partners who you see there.
Yeah. So we can like vote out, but the actual ownership to remove somebody's financial shares, I think
you'd have to sell them.
Yeah.
By choice, probably.
So is this team employees or just, how do you define team? Because there's more than 10 there.
Yeah, so what we were getting from how the calculation worked was full-time employees. So a lot of these people are not full-time.
So a full-time employee is 1,500 hours worth of work.
Right. I just wanted to see
Yeah.
if they
Yeah,
were
so there's-
employees or just what your definition of team was.
Oh,
They
no,
were
no,
I
those
would
are-
say
owners, they
our
weren't really
definition of team is
employees, or-
somebody who I can ask to clean a lodge room.
But
who
those
knows how
are
to-
paid staff, though. They're paid.
Yeah, they're paid.
Yeah. But many of them maybe work like.
Okay. We need to keep, yeah, sorry. Because it's now 8 o'clock.
We just also want to point out our environmental stewardship. I'll let you guys kind of see through this, but just saying that like we really have been caring for this land from the moment we got on site. There was so much junk when we got there. It is far from the Picken County landfill. We understand that. We've also worked with the Rifle Swift team to remove the brush and deadfall from the property. The previous owners, they were feeding fox on site. They had a bed outside on the cabin, and they were giving all the old food. We very much tell all the guests they cannot do that. And we have worked with the CPW both for the forest spiral that was on site and the current the kokanee salmon study that they do. These are just some highlights of additional stewardship. These are people who stayed with the previous owners as well as with us on site, just noting that we have really cared for this property. The mental health crisis in the world, but also very much in our valley, is real, period. I would say a lot of people who wanted to give public comment are at the Casey Memorial. He was very much a part of our community. And this place has the mental health crisis as something we're constantly talking about, and how we can support each other, and where it can be a place where we can cry and grieve and also be re-inspired. Community in a disconnected world. Here's some public comment that came in about people who, honestly, in adulthood, it's hard to make friends. And these 2 people very much tell me every time I see them, I have met so many of my community from being up there. And affordability. I would say besides is it the Redstone
Redstone Inn is kinda
besides the
comparable.
Redstone Inn, I think we are probably one of the most affordable places in this valley, and that also really comes to weddings. Here's another just kind of quote on that affordability of someone who's been here for 30 years and recently came up. This is a petition that went around. We submitted this in. There's 493 here. Those were not all locals. Of the locals in the Roaring
411.
411. We asked people who weren't local not to fill it out, but people don't always listen. You know that. And this brings us back to our final slide of the request for keeping this temporary tent that we have right now through October 31st, with the proposal to replace it with a permanent barn. And yeah.
I hope we've been able to share a little bit with you guys about our values and our mission and what we're trying to do in the world, and our real commitment to trying to build something beautiful that really offers something to our community, that offers all people who want to come a place to be in nature, connect with each other, connect with the arts.
Yeah. And we want to work with the neighbors. I've reached out to have mediation with anybody that I'm disagreeing with. I've given my cell phone number to every single person saying, call me, I want to talk about this. What are you concerned about? How can we work together? We want to follow all the building code. We are showing up and want to make it feel good for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the board for questions of.
I'd like to
Debbie
make
and
a couple of
Ashley.
comments. I don't have questions, but.
Can we do comments after public hearing?
I was just going to say one short thing to them, that That was a very moving presentation, and it was the same message I got from a lot of the letters we got about you. And I just wanted to say, I'm amazed how successful you are. It's incredible how many people go to your place. I mean, that's really unusual to start something like that with that kind of focus and have so many people, so many guests. I'm amazed at it. That's all I want to say.
Questions?
Yes.
I have some questions. What is your involvement with the caucus?
With what?
The caucus.
Oh, the
So
caucus.
they meet, I think 3 or 4 times. I don't know the exact amount.
3.
3 times. I go to those meetings. I sit there. When I reached out to them and reached out kind of multiple times to have meetings and have tried to make myself as much available to them as possible. I would say I want to be a good neighbor. Yeah, I think that I've had conversations with some of them that feel very supportive, and others don't want to see any changes.
Is your on-site manager doing any of that engagement?
Abby is the on-site manager.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the on-site manager.
How do you envision your programming changing if you have, when you build this? I'm inferring a little bit that you had said you don't want any limitations on internal amplified sound. So if you have a barn that allows for, or a building,
Yeah.
building that allows for internal amplified sound, or events till 4 in the morning, what are we talking about here?
I would say we don't
What does that
envision it
change
changing
for you?
much.
10 or 10:30.
Yeah, like there's this piece that we want people to go to bed. We want them to have a good night's sleep where they're not scrolling on their phone before they go to bed. But we also want to be able to have a New Year's Eve gathering. And so I would say, like, when it comes to New Year's Eve, that would be one that would be late, but I don't see it going to 4 in the morning.
And the weddings have been fine with the 10:30 cutoff, which I think we'd maintain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're doing their own version of an after party in the bigger cabins that they've rented and they're staying in.
Like a hotel room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
I
have
have
any
a
question? Go
pretty
ahead.
basic question. Is this defined as a guest ranch or a retreat? Because so many of the comments we received were about what a serene, place to go and retreat and get calming and, enlightened and all of this. And then it's a guest ranch, and to me, those are very contradictory uses. Because I think a guest ranch is barbecue, the old days of using this property, which I'm familiar with, and the new days, and I understand changes, part of life. But I just don't understand the need for amplified sound when you're doing these calm, passive retreat, serenity. That's most of the comments we received, and you can use those words. They use them over and over and over and over again. That's why it stands out to me. I just have an issue with amplified music. Even if it's New Year's Eve, it's not a party barn. It's a retreat, and I think that's what your philosophy is supporting, is this place for people to go and meet other people and have, like I said, and I see that because you're giving us the state's, dude ranch, terminology, and that's very different to me than a retreat.
I would say that we're both. Like, I think we also very much enjoy connection of dancing. Like, I think there is a piece of music and of dance that is the arts and does bring people together. And that is something that we want to be able to do. And when it comes to weddings, I have never been to a wedding, and I'm sure there's some that don't have a reception. So
My daughter's wedding didn't have amplified music, and she got married on a farm. And so did my son, and Casey married them. But so I'm just saying is that I just feel there's a conflict to me. I don't have a problem necessarily promoting a place that is, because you don't really have a place for retreats, but the people you listed going, like the outdoor education programs and all that, they don't need amplified music. Or in the tent right now, I think you could talk across the room. You wouldn't need a microphone.
Yeah.
I think anything like that is disturbing, the neighbors, but it's disturbing the serenity of this parcel, where it's located, the wildlife, And that calming nature of having somebody with a mic, to me, just kind of flies in the face of that calmness of this beautiful piece of
I
property.
think there's also a piece that the people who are coming, they want it. So Rocky Mountain Institute, they had music and a dance party because it was important for these, like, they were one of our
We're
most,
very
like,
familiar with the Rocky Mountain
one of their
Institute.
most,
They wanted music. Yeah.
they were really wanting that part. And so there's a part where, yes, we're saying we're a retreat, but we are also hosting music in a way that's not a concert venue.
We also
But you do have concerts.
We have live music for retreat guests. Yes.
Okay.
So
you have to
you
stay
can't
there
you
in
can't
order to go
buy
to a concert.
you can't buy a ticket and come to a concert. You have to be a retreat guest.
Yeah, I know my family has tried to do that, and we're told they couldn't do it. So, yeah, but I just feel there's a little conflict. I don't have a problem supporting. To me, there's two different uses, and it's hard to mesh them together. And then talking about the number of events for 87 people that are on-site guests and limitations, I think that's further discussion. But since it's late, we have about an hour public comment to still do tonight. I think I'm just sorry we've been here in this room since noon, so, but we're here.
Do you have questions for applicants?
Just need a short break before we start.
Public comment? Okay. Any further questions for Ashley and Abby?
No, but thank you.
Okay, we have a request here, 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay,
Perfect.
5-minute break, and then we're going to public comment. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session, and it's still Wednesday, February 12th. Okay. We have heard a presentation from staff and applicants regarding the amendment to special review use, exemption from activity envelope and site plan review, and GMQS for commercial development for Bayou Retreat Center's accessory structure, which is, both a tent that will go through October and then also a replacement of the tent with a permanent structure. And I'm going to open this up for public comment, and I am just going to implore people to be very efficient with your time and your words and try not to be repetitive. We have read the hundreds of comments that have come in, that are many of which were part of our packet. We've received a bunch since then, and they continue to come in. If you emailed us at some point today, we may not have seen exactly that comment. I did have a request many hours ago from Laura Whitley, who has somewhere to be, if she would like to come up first. Oh, you went and came back. Okay.
The last thing.
So I think what I'll do is we'll do 3 in the room and then do 3 online, and we'll just alternate back and forth that way for folks who do want to make comment. I will ask you to keep it to 3 minutes. I'm going to set a timer that will beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Who would like to go first here in the room? Anyone? Come on up.
All right.
Oop, sorry. We'll let Laura go first. Yeah. Laura, come on up first.
I have been.
Colony instead.
Yes.
3
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's see.
3 minutes, Melanie. I know you
I
submitted
don't
a lot
start
over
yet.
the
I've
months.
just realized I had the wrong page up. I should have let Laura go. Okay. Hello. My name is Melanie Buckholz. I am the secretary of the Upper Frying Pan Valley Caucus. And I'm here today to talk to you about Bayou's application. I really appreciate you all being here and taking the time to read through those comments. I'm one of the people that is guilty of submitting lots and lots of pages, and also one that submitted it just this morning. So you will see as you look through there, violations that I won't go through right now because you can read them, and I want to get short to the point. However, I'm thankful to be able to talk to you today. However, we should not be here. We should not be here at all. Bayou never got a permit under the COVID ordinance. They never had a permit for that tent. And they constructed and built and operated a business illegally for more than 3 years. The first permit that they had on that tent is a 180-day tent that was issued August 7th of 2024. And just to be clear, this is not a tent. This is a permanent membrane structure that requires a building permit. I'm not sure how they can have this tent up now. You'll see that there's a memorandum noted in my letter about that was issued in 2011 regarding a temporary tent, which is the permit that was issued to them. And if a tent is more than 120 square feet, you must have a building permit. So in my mind, they bought this place knowing that they didn't have additional square footage to develop, saw COVID ordinance as an opportunity to build an illegal tent and then operate it. And then now we have this business, a new business of concerts and capacity, which I will are addressed in my letter, so I won't go into it there. However, so the application that's before you now should never have been submitted. According to Ordinance 036-2023, that went into effect in December of 2023, no building application or a building application may only be submitted after that time. Excuse me, hold on. I've been up so late. So because they already exceed the maximum allowable square footage for the Frying Pan Valley, which thanks to our caucus were visionaries, and in 2004 and then in 2008 codified The maximum cap, including all additional things, is 5,750 square feet. That's 4,000 for the principal structure, and then the rest for any accessory structures. That has been true since 2008. And so the extra square footage that they are claiming under that 2004 resolution that allowed the prior owners to build a guest cabin and specifically a staff cabin in specific locations and nothing else no longer applies. And so we should not be here.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Yes,
Sorry.
although I
We have-
appreciate your
yeah.
time, every day that we allow them to continue to operate this illegal tent and book additional guests in the future is, to me, is not consideration of the safety and the health of their guests or the people in the surrounding area. So I would ask you to revoke their permit and not allow the building of a new tent.
Thank you.
So, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes.
My other violations are in there that they do apply, so.
Her name again?
Melanie
Melanie,
Buckholz.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was Melanie because I remember reading her comments.
Okay. Yes, Lara? And then let's get somebody else on deck here in the room, and then we'll go online. Okay, thank you. Hi.
Thank you for your time. I know you all have been here since noon. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Mark Whitley, and myself to share our support for this land use application. Mark grew up here. I joined him in 1998, and together, thanks to APSHA, we raised our two boys here in what is our hometown. And like many of you, we have witnessed great changes in the valley in the past decade. When I arrived, and certainly when Mark came here as a sixth grader in 1979, Aspen still had a funky, creative mountain vibe. I loved hearing that you guys referenced that in the beginning. There were still echoes of the cool local businesses that offered affordable services, independent ideas, and the feeling that we were all in this together. If Mark were here, I'm afraid he's homesick, he would tell you stories of the freedom he had to explore, both the mountains and hanging out in town at small businesses. He still talks about Chip Chip Hooray, the Pinball Palace, Pinocchio's Pizza, Burger Brothers, and RP's Pizza. It was a 10-year-old's vision of civic community. Today, the ante is so high, there's so little opportunity for small businesses to survive. The high-stakes real estate put a low ceiling on creativity, community, and fresh ideas. What we're left with is corporations catering to the uber wealthy. We've all seen it. That's why we were so excited when Abby and her friends were putting Bayul together. This retreat center provides an alternative experience, paying homage to the creativity and progressive ideas that this community was built on. In the face of so much change in the valley, their youthful vibrancy, ideas, and energy were really refreshing to the two of us. We are witness to the next generation embracing ideals and values of the past while creating and sharing mountain experiences in novel ways at accessible prices. This is what Mind, Body, Spirit looks like today. Bayul Retreat, with their vision to restore an historic, uniquely Coloradan space where people have gathered since the 1900s into a place where people can continue to renew themselves by connecting to nature, community, and creativity, reminded us of old Aspen. It gave us hope for the future of our valley when little else was. We felt so strongly about it that we made the decision to invest in the business in our modest way. As a teacher-artist couple raising two kids in this valley, we are not your typical investors. In fact, we've never had the inclination or means to invest in businesses. I like to joke that we're Aspenites with shallow pockets. However, we felt so strongly about what they're doing, what it means for the future of the valley, that we decided to chip in. We want to be a part of a future that includes funkiness, creativity, and community, and also being accountable and being good neighbors, where we can pitch in on a workday, participate in events, lead workshops, as Mark and I both have, and contribute to the effort of building a place where we're all welcome to be and restore ourselves in the mountains. Bayul's event space is key to them being able to continue as a small, locally owned business and provide these experiences to people like you and us. At Bayul, we have gathered in community, met new people, exchanged ideas, had discussions, broken bread, listened to music, and shared in creative processes, rituals, and ceremonies. I will honor your time, and I'll step down, but I ask that you please ensure Bayul's mission by approving their land use application for a permanent event space and extension of their temporary tent. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We
Hope
did
Mark
receive
feels
your written
better.
comments. All right. If try not to be repetitive. New things only. All right. Yes.
Hello, thank you commissioners for having a marathon for us here. Thank you guys for all the work that you did. My name is Tim Sack. I am a community member here in Aspen. I grew up rural and remote in Steamboat, Colorado, so very familiar with rural and remote lands. I have been to Bayul for pretty much any of the things that they put on over the last 3 years. I've been there 30 plus times. Most often my wife and I go there as an escape from the chaos of our town, and it's kind of the only affordable place that we can go within a drive, and I think that's the one thing I come to amplify here for the team at Bayul, is that they have created something that is for our community and somewhere we can all go as Aspenites that with shallow pockets that still love this community and want something to do, want retreats to go, and it is a retreat space that is sometimes wellness based, but I think sometimes dancing and having exuberance is retreating as well, and something often that people need. I've been up there a bunch. I was up there a couple weeks ago. A lot of the issues, obviously sound is happening. Traffic is something that I would like to address. I was there 2 weeks ago. I left there to a parade of traffic coming back up Valley on Sunday, none of which were going to Bayul because we were all there. I was almost run off the road by a truck with a snowmobile trailer that was coming to access the infinite public lands that are there. So regardless of their, 80 beds there's thousands and thousands of acres and hundreds of campsites, as I mentioned, that is all public land. This is a public road that accesses public lands. They have a private property that brings people in. They do a phenomenal job. And in truth, I found the property in 2019 when I first moved back here to work for the Daily News, and I had a broker contact and saw it and was like, this is incredible. Someone needs to do something with this. It's such a great opportunity to turn something around. I saw the project and was like, I don't have the bandwidth nor the gusto to put this together, and Abby and her team did, and I am so impressed with what they did with a very much aging property that would have been into disrepair, and they've brought it back to life, and they have impacted thousands of lives and brought thousands of people there to over the years to experience the space and have a accessible way to experience the space, which is something that we've lost in this community. And as a defender of our counterculture here, I love to hear the funky vibe because that's what they're providing. So I won't waste any more time. I think it's an incredible place. I think that the barn would be a great addition to the space. It'll help solve a lot of the problems. They'll be able to continue to do what they do and serve our community.
Okay, thank you.
Love your vocabulary.
No waste of time. Okay, let's go online. We'll do 3 online and then back in the room. I see Alyssa with your hand up. Please tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes. And you may not hear my timer, so I'll have to just let you know when it's up.
Hi, and thank you so much for your time and your commitment. I know that this has run really late for you guys. I just came from the memorial. Otherwise, I would have been in person. But I'm speaking strongly in favor of this idea to allow this land use to proceed. I just have had such wonderful experiences at Bayul. Again, I'm a lifelong Roaring Fork Valley resident and grew up in Aspen, saw how much has changed. Not yet 40, but seen some things happen over the decades. And it just really feels like, just to reiterate, like it feels like it's the soul of this valley kind of sparked anew up at Bayul. And I have met so many amazing people, had wonderful connections, and I also just have such deep gratitude and respect for the work done by Abby and her team, in that they are trying so hard to find compromise. And not only that, but they are just trying to be good neighbors. And, I think about, what the state of that property was when they first arrived and where it is now, like the stewardship and the care and attention to detail that they've just restored that place so lovingly. Again, like if they're not the ones to be there, say a corporation came in and bought it, I don't think there would be this level of compromise and kindness and outreach that they have so wonderfully demonstrated. And I just would love to see, again, like a young business, local business thrive that is supporting locals, keeping people here in the valley and really committed to something that I find to be really beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. And again, yeah, I really hope that we can see it through and come to a resolution that kind of brings people together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that Alyssa Rodman? She
Yes.
didn't give her name, so thank you, Alyssa.
Okay, let's go to Michael Fox. And again, we're just asking people to be eloquent.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Michael Fox. I live here and work here in the Valley. I live on the Pitkin County side of Basalt. I am one of the people who got married up at Bayul. I think I was one of the first weddings up there after the new ownership. I met my wife at First Friday in Carbondale. And I just wanted to highlight for you guys that what has been said about the adherence to regulations, and everything that was said was true. You know, things were communicated effectively, deadlines, curfews were enforced, and there was a very cognizant effort to be respectful for us as people who are hosting the wedding. I've also stayed there, I think, 2 other times. And I guess I've reviewed the application, and in terms of not being repetitive, would just highlight that I don't think there really is event space that's interior like this that allows this wonderful place to operate if this doesn't get approved, if the tent can't really be replicated. And I think that the permanent structure, like has been said, would resolve a lot of the issues. So just to put another voice in heavy favor of allowing these people to continue operating, I think this is really like a great event space and utility for people in the Valley. And I've stayed there in the winter. It's a wonderful place to stay year round. So I just hope that you guys approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, one more online. John?
Unmuted. Hi, my name
you.
is John Swamley. I'm a longtime part-time resident of the Valley. My grandfather was a government trapper from Aspen to Eagle during the Depression, trapping coyote and mountain lion on behalf of the sheep ranchers. My family's had a cabin up the frying pan since I was born. I bought Bigelow, which was a stop on the Colorado Midland, slightly across the street and a little bit up from Bayul. I am a proponent of Bayul, mostly because they bring the average age of the Valley down by a good 20 or 30 years. It's just a bunch of old timers up there. And I like that they bring a youthful vibe. And I am one of the closer residents. You can hear their music sometimes across the street, not so much that I'm bothered by it, but I actually think that having a enclosed structure would make it better for the close neighbors in terms of that. And I want them to succeed. I really do. And I want them to succeed the way some of the other people here want them to succeed, mostly because of their enthusiasm, their vibe, their willingness to do work and improve the Valley and keep it young, quite honestly. And I'm in favor of it. I get that their business model needed some tweaking, and that they do need to do this to be able to make this work financially. And I'm supportive of them being able to make it work financially. So I'm hopeful that there can be a way to make it all work. Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. Appreciate the stories and your input. All right, let's go back to the room. Let's get 3 teed up here.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Barry Rabe. I've been in the frying pan for 13 years. Before I moved there, I was in the Missouri Department of Natural Resources for 12 years. I sometimes work at the ABC, which is nearly an hour drive. Bayul is about a 4.5-minute drive from my house in Meredith. I've only been with these folks for a few months. They're awesome, they're nice, they're kind, and I think they want to get along with folks, and so I support what they're doing. And I appreciate your time and your expertise and your focus.
All right. Thank you.
An employee?
Yeah, he was in that picture. Were you in that
what I saw
picture?
in the picture.
No more fox feeding under your under your watch, right?
Yeah, we recognize.
So no
you.
more fox feeding under your watch. Okay, next in the room. All right, come on. And if y'all just want to, like, whoever's in support, you can stick your hand up if you don't want to. We'll just,
We've got all the comments. We've read them.
Okay,
I've
we
got
see
to
about
I'm going to read
5
them
in the
out loud
back
to the record,
there.
and I'm not going to do that.
Supporting the application. Go ahead.
I'll try to keep it quick. My name is James Gorman. I was born and raised here in the Valley, lived here all my life. I'm the property manager at Bayul. I've been part of the team since the start. And just a few things I wanted to say around sound and amplified music, as those seem to be some of the topics. I will say I am in charge of our sound and equipment and the sound mitigation. And since we have implemented got a digital mixer and a decibel readers and a decibel reader that I take to the edge of our property, we have only gotten one noise complaint since we have implemented all that technology. So I do want to say what we are doing is working, even though with some of the comments and whatnot it might not seem so, but since we've put in this effort, it really does seem like it's been working. And the other thing about amplified music indoors, I think limiting what we can do indoors in our space, such as amplified music, really limits what we can do as a business and what kind of business that we can have. And we're barely making it as is, and I think if you put that kind of restriction on us, it really will impact our business in negative ways and allow us to not operate. Amplified music is not just concerts. There's a lot to it, and I think it should be considered carefully about imposing such things. But thanks.
Thank you, James.
Keep it short. Thanks.
All right. Any other folks who came all this way who wish to be heard? All right, is there anyone else online? Can we go check? There's
Are they
quite a few
awake?
participants.
You make
If
sure
anyone
everybody's awake in the
online
room.
wishes to, okay, can everyone online who wishes to comment, please raise your hand so we can get a sense of how many are still waiting. You either press *9 or use the raise hand function in Zoom. All right, we got a few. All right, we'll start with Debbie. Go ahead. Say your full name, please, and you have 3 minutes. And you need to unmute. *6 to unmute if you're on the phone.
Gorman night tonight.
Okay, Debbie, we don't hear you. I'm going to move on to Josh. We'll come back to Debbie as she sorts out technology.
Wait, now. Is she off now?
You
No.
got me dizzy.
Okay, Josh, you want to go ahead and unmute? Give us your full name.
My name is Josh Pagan. Can you hear me?
We can, thanks.
Excellent. I don't want to reiterate anything, but I do want to comment to Commissioner Clapper's kind of question about the difference between a retreat center and a kind of guest ranch. And I just want to, I'm an event producer. I've produced a wide variety of events in and out of the Roaring Fork Valley. I am also a professional and a father, and totally understand that there's a variety of different environments and attitudes and vibes that can occur in an event. And I just want to strongly support Bayul in their diverse offerings. And I think what really needs to be conveyed is that people who come for a storytelling event or a workshop on outdoor education may also enjoy to listen to music in the evening and unwind and connect with their fellow participants in a kind of educational and professional setting. And I think being able to offer that diverse array of entertainment and engaging activity and gathering is really essential to what Bayul is offering. And that's that body and mind together. So you get the mind, but there is also that body awareness and the dancing and kind of that ability to unwind after the immersive educational content that Bayul offers. And so I really want to just support their diverse offerings and really raise a hand in their support in being able to offer music in addition to a retreat environment. So I've spent many times there with my family, and my young daughters enjoyed that. It's a very family-friendly environment. We've ice skated there and skied there, and strong support for this this passing of this resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, I see Michael Gorman. Michael,
Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all, we
Hi,
can hear
Michael.
you.
Hey, I just wanted to say, my name is Michael Gorman. I just wanted to say, I think what they're doing up there is a really special and unique thing for our community. I don't live in Pitkin County, but I frequent the county a lot and visit all the time. And I think the point I'm making is that it's just really cool to have a place that offers experiences that can be catered to locals like me throughout up and down the valley. That's kind of a unique thing here these days in an area where the hospitality industry typically caters to a lot of experiences that are for a different clientele. So I really appreciate that. I got to have a Christmas with my family up there last year, and my family from Glenwood and some in-laws from out of town all got to rent cabins up there, and it was a accessible kind of vacation getaway type of experience right here in our own valley. So I think it's great that we have that here, and hope that they're able to continue offering that. And it sounds like this barn thing would help them accomplish that. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Michael. All right, let's go back to Debbie. See if we can hear you. Debbie, can you unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, yay. I want to say thank you for you guys being here for this late this evening. And I know it's been a late evening, so I'll try and be quick for you guys. I'm the big bad Debbie Bain, I guess everybody is talking about. And I just want to say that my husband and I are very, very nice people. You can ask anybody up in the frying pan, and even Abby, because we've helped them many times when equipment was broken down, to plow their snow for them and to do other things for them. And so we are not bad people. All we're trying to do is have peace on our property. And I appreciate, honestly, some of the events that they have up there. I think are wonderful, but they're not being completely honest about the loud music that they've had in the past. And that is very frustrating. I would have more respect for them if they would just be honest and say, look, we screwed up, but we're trying to make it better. And they're not doing that. Even with their presentation tonight, we have showed several photos, many of us up here. We have proof, we have given you proof of the music, the concerts. And yeah, if they talk about weddings, but if that wedding has a live music performance, it can still be very, very loud. And the thing is if I contact them and say, can you please turn it down? The majority of the time they can turn it down. So why can't they keep the level down to where it doesn't bother people all the time? It's almost like the level goes up the very next event. And so all I'm asking for, my husband and I, is we want peace on our property. And we've already purchased a decibel reader, and it frustrates me how we're made out to be. You can't say, well, we can hear on our property just because you're doing what you're doing on your property. We are up on a hill just like you guys are. And I think that our home is in a spot where we probably get more of the noise than most of the other people. Kathy Block did complain 2.5 years ago. She is also tucked down behind the hill, right next to the river as well. So she doesn't hear as much of the noise as we do being up on top of the hill. So I'm just sharing this. We don't want them to go out of business. We don't want to hurt their business, but we also have a right to the peace on our property and to enjoy our home. And that's all we're asking for. And we're asking for the respect. And next time when we contact the county or the sheriff's office, that we get the respect that we deserve as homeowners up here. And I just want to thank you again for letting me speak. And have a good evening.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay. Do we have any other folks online who wish to provide public comment? All right, I see some real late comers in the room here. We were just
Somebody
about to
raised-
close
We had
public
one person,
comment.
Benjamin just raised his hand.
I'll go to Benjamin here, and then if anyone's in the room, come on up. Benjamin, go ahead, unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I hope you guys are getting paid overtime. Like, I logged in
Nope,
at noon.
we don't get paid to
and,
do this job.
Was ready to go, but I'm back. And yeah, I just want to let you guys know I was born in Aspen in 1985 and lived in the Valley my whole life. I've really only spent like 1 year away from this place. I'm connected to a lot of the community, and I just want to say that Abby and James are some of the most genuine people that I know, and just everything they do, they act with integrity and intention, and their business and what they've created up there is just very meaningful to me. I have a 7-month-old little boy, and I met his mother up there a couple years ago, so it's a very special place to me, and I hope that it can remain special to the Valley and to the community, and can be a place for that I can bring my child and in his youth and growing up, and share that with him. I think that it's such an amazing place to be able to spend time in the mountains and also connect with community. I see the people who are special to me there more than I do anywhere else in the Valley. And that really means a lot to me. Growing up in the mountains and being able to see the people who I love in the mountains is, you know, obviously we're in the mountains everywhere here, but the way that most people's lives are set up in this valley and the hustle and the bustle, I don't see very many friends unless there's, you know, a space or an event or something like that to be able to come together. So that's just really, you know, I cherish those moments and I cherish that place. And I know that the people who are running it, James and Abby, they care deeply about this valley, about the community. And, you know, I know that there's been, you know, I don't know the details of all of it, but, you know, noise and complaints from the neighbors and things like that. And I know that it's a hard balance for Bayul to have been playing for this. I know that they respect that community deeply and want to be a part of it and don't want to be upsetting people. And I know that they do their best, and as well do their best to maintain business. And
All right, Benjamin,
we're
we're going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, well, I just am voicing my support, and I hope that you guys can, you know, grant them permissions to continue their business. And with a permanent structure, I think that, you know, they'd have a lot better opportunity to be able to host events in a way that's more conducive to
Thank you.
the community.
Thank you. And as
Bye.
we're going to continue to hear comment, but I am going to just ask people again, like, please, it's very late for us. We still have to discuss the merits of the application and consider our approval or disapproval tonight. So any expeditious comments would be most appreciated.
I'm not. We're gonna, never mind, I'll bring it up later.
All right, Ryan, go ahead, raise your hand. Or I mean your hand, go ahead, unmute. You have 3 minutes. or less.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Young. I grew up in the Roaring Fork Valley in Carbondale. I also worked at Bayou for about a year and a half. I will say that as far as nature and music and the arts and creativity go, that place has been a hub for so many creative people to come together and to share their passion behind those things. It seems like the biggest voice concern that I've heard from the neighbors and different things is the sound ordinance as well as the traffic. And I think Abby and James and the Bayou team up there are looking to be able to comply with those things. And I would also suggest, and I'm in heavy favor of the proposal going through for this land amendment so that they can build a permanent structure, because I think the sound alone will be cut in half just by having the insulation and the framing and all of that stuff involved. And I also would just love to see kind of more community moving forward in how to actually make, like they were saying, maybe make some different changes to the land, things up there that allow people to just come and share their passion and be in community with people who are also passionate about nature and creativity and art. So I am in favor of it, and I just want to speak towards the sound and the music, and amplified music and live music are some of my biggest passions. And so being able to have a space that allows that has brought so many beautiful connections and friendships into my life just through playing the piano in the lodge there and connecting with other musicians. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for your time. I'll keep it short. And
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, anyone else online or in the room? AJ?
Hi, my name is AJ. I live across the street at the Bigelow Ranch, next to Debbie and John Swamley. And I would just like to comment on the sound level. It's almost imperceptible from where I am, and it's infrequent. I have to go outside and crane my neck and cup my ear, and I can barely hear any of their amplified music, especially in the last year. I think what James has done to address some of the sound issue is working. So I'm in big support for their event space, because I think that'll curtail any last bit of noise that people are worried about. So I hope you consider them and the success of their business. They're some of the smartest, thoughtful people that I know. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. All right, AJ wins for setting the example. I'll comment on that. All right, who else do we got here? You're all welcome to come, and we're gonna hear you.
Come on, Skippy.
You know.
He's back.
Bless you guys. I think I had a whole work day from the first time I came in for comments.
Yeah,
So I'll
Not like you did.
yeah.
All right, you're on the clock.
Not like you did.
So Skippy Mesereau, first time I've been back doing this in some time, and for good reason. I've known these folks for a very long time. I was up there with them when they were deciding if they were even going to purchase the property, and they have brought so much heart and soul to that land. They've invited the community in a way that we just don't, unfortunately, get to do much up here anymore. The economics don't allow it, and had they not gotten it when they did, and if they didn't treat it the way that they do, it wouldn't be what it is. Any property is going to have issues with neighbors. We all know that. It's how we respond to those, and I think this group is incredibly conscientious. We've heard that in some of the comments, and I think you should think of the opportunity of a permanent structure as the opportunity to really memorialize and improve those benefits for the neighbors, bring people together, and keep a property that is truly living the mind, body, spirit ethos of Aspen in order.
Great, thank you. Nice to see you.
Hi, Skippy. Thanks. I got your message earlier.
All right. AJ still has you beat. Okay. Anyone else? All right. And again, if you're online, please get your hand up quickly if you wish to comment.
Hi, Jamie Budemeyer.
been in Aspen 10 years. I am self-employed. I'm an entrepreneur, and having space to gather community is essential and vital to my business. And the affordability and accessibility in Aspen is really not possible. And also on a personal level, I can't afford to get married in the town that I met the love of my life, but having a venue like Bayul where I can memorialize a very important moment in my life is really important. And I know that that need is really here for everyone in our community. So I know we got to look out for the win-win-win. I hope there is a win-win-win for community Bayul and the neighbors. It really is an incredible place up there. If you haven't been, go. Just like Skippy said, it represents the mind, body, spirit Aspen way that we all are desperately trying to hold on to. And yeah, music and movement in that tent space up there. There are core memories in my head and transformational moments for so many people that I have the privilege to serve through my business up there. So whatever we got to do to keep that space up there and keep the peace, do that. Thank you.
And congratulations. All right, anyone else online? Gone. All right, I'm closing the public hearing, and I am bringing it back to the board. You know, I have to say, I really, what?
What was the question?
I didn't ask you one yet. But I do have a question for the applicants. I mean, I feel like I'm missing something here because, you know, the presentation to us is about weddings and retreats, and I look at the calendar, you know, and that's what's listed on your calendar, and I see that there's some music, but it's only for lodge guests. So, like, I'm really unclear as to how all these locals are using your space. Are they forming a group themselves and coming up for a day? Are they, you know, are you guys having like a AM yoga class and that's what people are coming for? Like, I'm just, because to me, like, I don't have a clear calendar of what's happening. You know, I have sort of an imperfect picture of what's happening, and so it's really hard for me to sort of assess when we talk about how many events with 87 people you're going to have and how many events with 120 people you're going to have, because I feel like there's a whole lot of other activity happening that's not been presented or quantified for us to consider. And so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's stuff in the packet that I missed, or, you know, I'm happy to have you guys respond, but I'm missing something. So go ahead.
They're staying overnight. So they're coming to what you're seeing on the calendar, and they're staying overnight. And some of the events that they're coming for are our New Year's Eve gathering, which only has overnight guests. We're very strict on that one specifically, just because people are up past midnight. They're coming for our ranch giving, which we do in the off season. They're coming for different yoga retreats. They're gathering for birthday parties. They're hosting their own men's groups. They're utilizing the space. So there's certain things that we're hosting, but people have now taken upon themselves to host their birthday parties here or to host their own gathering in our spaces. Is there any other public ones that
Yeah, like the locals are spending the night. We don't really have very many day guests at all, you guys, like except for weddings. And like, yeah, I mean, occasionally we'll sell a couple like day retreat guests. Like there'll be 30 people there for a yoga retreat, and like 3 people from Basalt will be like, we really want to come just on Saturday. We can't come for 3 nights. And we'll let those 3 people come. But like for the most part, people from Carbondale and Basalt who want to come to the 3-night yoga retreat, they come and stay for 3 nights. Like they're spending the night there.
We hardly also ever sell one night anything. When somebody reaches out wanting to come for one day, we tell them we don't know if it's worth it for you. If you're going to ski in Aspen, you're more than welcome to stay. We know it's affordable, but that's a lot of driving on your behalf. So when we're booking things, they're normally 3 nights.
Okay, well, I appreciate
But
that.
that
Patty, go ahead.
confuses me even more. Because if you have 87 units, but you're having events for 120 to 150, where are all those other people? They're not spending the night up there because you only have room for 87 people. So
those are the weddings.
Yeah, so that is
it's confusing. Right now, I'm confused.
So the weddings are those ones.
Yeah,
and
but
the wedding.
but Kelly asked, what kind of events, and you said, oh, they all spend the night.
Well,
that's
the
what you just
people that
said.
are talking about right now, when all these locals are coming, these people aren't coming to those weddings unless it's one of their friends getting married. So there's two things happening. Like there's these times where these people are coming and they're saying that they're having great gatherings and they're meeting friends. That's what I was responding to.
But Kelly was asking you, what about the 120, 150? So those people are not part of the 87 that are spending the night. So are they just day users because they don't have a place to spend
Mostly
the
they
night?
stay at the Yolander Placer cabins that are up there. So we have a list of other cabins and other Airbnbs that are in the area.
Well, I don't care about the other ones. I
And
just
we're
wanna know
getting
who's-
shuttles
we're
from
talking
there.
about your facility. I am trying to find a way to improve this with some limitations, but I don't have a clear understanding at this point. Right now, I would have to deny tonight because I have too many questions, and Kelly's just bringing up more, and about clarification of use and traffic and noise that I don't think we can answer at 9 o'clock at night.
Let me do a
The rest of the board may
check
feel
the
differently.
board, because we definitely tend to wither in these late hours. And so I want to find out if folks need more time to discuss this. I feel like we haven't totally clarified the conditions in the resolution, so I'm not prepared to just adopt it as it's presented to us in the packet. I can continue to keep working on it right now, but we can also have a more productive conversation on a different date. And so I'm just looking to see what other board members wish to do. Greg?
I would suggest, because I'm feeling a little worn and I'm not grumpy yet, believe it or not, but I'm feeling.
Because you had chocolate.
I had or something. But I think it'd be a good idea to continue this. Most of my questions have been answered. I think I understand where the conflicts with it are. I haven't figured out or understand quite what the solutions are. I have to say, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and it's great to hear from your community of supporters, and that they've all hung out and stayed with you all day is
Come
a
back.
testament. And I really appreciate that. And so I don't want people to go away discouraged. I just think that it might be better if we all had a fresh set of eyes on it the next time. And I think we have a little time. It's not like you're in a rush right now, are you? I think we've got a little time to sort this out. So I would ask that we continue it and come back renewed with all the information and answers, hopefully, that we need. Because
Leslie
we've
has
heard
a-
most of the
has
public comment.
Has a wagging finger toward us. Yes, Leslie.
I would also like the opportunity to take their suggestions on limitations, better clarify your question between a schedule of the tent, operational plan, annual review, and how that all comes together for you guys so you have confidence. If you were to approve this, that the parameters that you're going to approve that we can carry forward and how we're going to do that. That wasn't fleshed out enough in the resolution for you. So I would also like that opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, can I just really quick add to that? Then I know, but I don't want to just continue without giving direction. So thank you, Leslie,
Yes,
for that.
and I need that direction
Yeah,
too.
and the 87 guest clarification, and that's part of the how many events they can have with 87. It's very confusing. That's on page 9 of your Leslie, the information you provided for us.
9 in the memo or 9?
Yeah, of them. It would be your memo.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the other issue that I did find, going through this again, is the issue of the employee generation. It's on page 24 at the bottom, where it does. You said that your staff usually, cleans up, sets up the tent, but here it says, based upon experience with other venues in the valley, catering, tent setup, and cleaning the property are likely accomplished by outside entities. Does that mean the other venues or your venue? I just want clarification. So employee generation is of concern when you expand your square footage for commercial use, which is what this is doing. We just want to make sure that the baseline is correct. And so if we do approve the new structure, we're not missing that, because we have an issue with affordable housing and housing employees throughout the valley. So I think that's an important avenue here. The sound mitigation issue, I think the time frames of amplified music outside, is that outside in the tent because the tent's outside, or is it outside of the tent? I just need further clarification. Francie, said, yeah, when you have events, you have amplified music. I don't disagree, but, if it's affecting, and Greg, I'm surprised you haven't chimed in about wildlife being affected by amplified music at night or at any time. But I think we just need further clarification on, because the noise has been one of the greatest complaints. Traffic flow, yes, there's traffic on that highway. We don't want to add to that problem. We're not going to blame you for what's happening there now, but we don't want to add to that. So we need to look at traffic issues and traffic flow generated people who don't stay there, or who actually come and go from there. So thank you.
Okay, let's go to this side of the table, please.
Well,
Francie.
I'm not withering. I have lots of energy right now.
Good for you.
And
She
I'm a
can
night
stay.
person, sorry.
Did you have chocolate too?
Well, I'm
a morning person too.
I miss the
you know.
chocolate. That's because it's
Anyway,
almost morning again.
I am confused why you guys are confused, but maybe it's because I have two lodging locations in my family. But it's a lodge. It is a hotel, it's a lodge, and it has room for 87 guests. So we're not going to restrict how many guests can stay at their lodge. That's ridiculous. And then they have events. So like at the Flying Dog, they don't have very many events, but when they have a wedding, there's the people who are staying there, and then there's the people who come to the wedding. And that is restricted to, I don't know what it is, the Flying Dog, maybe somebody else knows. I don't know what it is, but,
remember what it is.
and it's the same at the Flying Dog. I mean, nobody stays there, but when they have weddings, they have a certain number of people, and then they go home from the wedding. And do they have amplified music? Yes, they do. And there's a time they have to turn it off. And I'm one of the closest places to the Flying Dog, and I never hear their music. So I don't understand what the problem is with the numbers. The numbers to me seem very clear.
I'm not trying to limit the number of guests who stay overnight. I'm trying to limit the number of events, or look at the maximum number of events for 87 people.
They're overnight guests at a lodge. It's not events every night they have people there.
But
anyway, I think it's a fantastic enterprise. I really, really congratulate you on being successful. It is really hard to start and run a small business in this community, particularly one of that nature. You're obviously making a lot of people happy. I had a text today from Oriana who raved about you, and I think it's incredible. I mean, it's an unusual thing that you're doing, and it has a small audience. So the fact that you have that many people coming there is amazing to me. So congratulations. I'm ready to support you whenever the board's ready.
I just want to clarify. I mean, so many of the people that we heard, none of them said, like, I stay there, I love the quality of the lodge rooms, I went to this retreat. Like, there wasn't any, there wasn't a whole lot of reference for that. It was talking about, like that
Met my wife.
they enjoyed some music there, and they participated in art there, which are all really important
there.
things. Yeah, we heard one or two of those. We heard somebody who comes and says, my wife and I stay there frequently. So that's why I'm just like trying to fill in the picture. I mean, I am supportive, and I totally want them to succeed, and I want everyone to be good neighbors. Those are my goals. I don't think the resolution is crafted in a way that lets us hold everybody to the standards for doing that. So it's not any indication for me about whether I'm supportive of the idea or their business or anything. It's just trying to fill in the picture of, like, how do we ensure that everyone is doing what they say they want to do and holding themselves to high standards and being good neighbors. Like, that's the role I feel like I'm playing. So I'm just like, I hope that clarifies for you why I just feel like I didn't have a full picture here, because that wasn't like, oh, I go up there, we stay there once a month, or so I just was like, I didn't hear anything about.
I heard that several times.
I didn't
so I don't know.
a lot of that side of it. So great. I just want to know what it is that we're interacting with here. That's all. It's just getting a full picture. Okay, Jeffrey, any thoughts?
I do. So I have advice to both the applicant and to staff. I would love to see you review Resolution 001 of 2024. So in that resolution, this body approved a special event wedding venue, 35 events annually, up to 150 people.
Say that
001 of 2024.
He always leans into the mic, even though he knows it doesn't make a difference.
First 24.
So in there, the conditions of approval were special event wedding venue to hold 35 special events annually, up to 150 people. 40 guests could reside at the property at any one time.
You're talking about a different place.
I'm talking about a different place, but I'm saying, look, we as an approving...
I thought you were talking about this place.
I'm actually bringing new information to the table. The castle.
Oh.
Okay.
Right? The castle has functions include reception, socializing, dining, employee housing, kitchen, staff lounge, treatment rooms. And the reason I brought up the castle is there's no curfew and there's no noise ordinance. Or sorry, we have in the land use code, we have a noise ordinance, but in the resolution, there's either no curfew on music nor any additional conditions in terms of curfew. And this was the way the approvals were set up.
I don't want to disagree with you
No,
in the room, but I'll look at that. I will disagree with you.
It was a previous approval because the music was
But I'm going to anyway.
All right.
The prior approval for special events definitely had restrictions on amplified music. Short
I would
answer.
love to be consistent is where I'm going, and that we've looked at similar event venues recently, and it might be nice to look at what we just drafted last year. And then where I am is ready to dot i's on the resolution. So
But that approval was for events that took place behind the building in a small patio with a limited amount of numbers, and I think there was a strict limitation on amplified music. I was part of that, and I remember things.
I'm happy to have 3 people disagree with me. That's cool.
You can have all 5 of us if you
That's all
disagree
right.
with
May
yourself.
I ask a question of Jeffrey and the board? Is Jeffrey has edits for the resolution. I would like to get those before I bring you back the new resolution. Is the board okay if Jeffrey just?
Well, we may not
sends
agree
those?
with his edits.
Okay.
Because we haven't
You'll
seen
have
them
a chance.
either.
You
So,
can look at 'em.
so I'm happy to review my edits quickly, and I have 2 copies, and I'll give one to Leslie. How's that?
Well, I'm not going to read your edits tonight because I've asked you
What?
not to give us white papers in the middle of a meeting.
I will correct the reso, and I will include what are Jeffrey's edits.
Thank you.
So you guys can all see it then the next time you see the reso. Okay?
Okay. We also had a question about the legality of our ability to approve this application in light of violations, I guess. And I don't know, I feel like we should resolve that question.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any open and pending violations for this property. If there was an existing notice of violation, we wouldn't have processed the land use application. So unless some additional information is out there that results in a notice of violation being filed against the property, then I don't think there's any prohibition on you reviewing the land use application that's in front of you right now or granting the resolution one way or the other or denying that.
Because they
resolution.
submitted their application after they cured their violation on the tent permit.
Yes, I believe that was a violation that was remedied when they obtained the building permit or the permit from the building department for the existing structure.
Thank you.
The tent.
Greg?
One of the commenters, Melanie, suggested that maximum square footage is 5,750, and I think that's for residential, as the caucus has recommended for the valley.
That's right.
That's for a residential property. This isn't in the same category, correct? Is that why we're
Sure,
not?
Suzanne will correct me if I'm wrong about it, but guest ranch, which I believe is the use that we're putting this under.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
You don't have to go. I mean, Leslie, I think already brought this up, but she said basically right. There's the residential limitation, the special review. Again, it's a special review use, an existing special review use. So any expansion falls within that. Looking at the special review and the amendment to the special review.
Got it. Okay, thanks. If I could very briefly, I just wanted to say, Jim Ward, I think, helped operate the Diamond J back in the day, and he's I don't know if you know Jim, but you should talk to him and get his perspective. But the point is, it's been sleepy, very, very, very sleepy up there for 90 years or however long it's been there until you guys came along and put some life in it. And I think that's the issue. So the conflicts that I see still are getting along with the neighbors, and then putting traffic on the highway. As an example or a comparison, when Toklot was approved as a space, the restrictions on the amount of vehicle traffic and the events that could be put there were actually very stringent, and specifically because of traffic on the highway.
How does that work at Toklot?
That's a question for you guys.
Because I'm planning on driving up for the RAFTA or APTA retreat.
Oh, really?
Am I
Wow.
not allowed to?
No, you're not. You have to walk. Anyway.
Better start now.
Better leave now. So anyway, I just want to say, you guys have injected some serious life into the valley, which means you have impacts and you're making waves, and we just have to figure out how to be respectful of the neighbors, and that's the challenge, the big challenge. And I think you can figure it out. You guys are smart, as Skippy points out. You're among the best and the brightest of your generation, and it's really great to see you doing what you're doing. But we've got to solve this, and I know we will. Thanks.
All right. Do we have a date certain too? I hope you feel okay. I understand we're not leaving you, you're running out here with an approval, but we're going to revisit it and dot our i's here in a coming meeting, which we've asked to not be the 26th of February.
We do have to do it ahead of their expiration of their tenure thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And have you guys decided you do not want to do
Oh,
a
yes.
site visit?
We did talk about doing a site visit. I no longer feel the
I
need.
need to. I think your videos and your
Yeah, the issues
Wanna go?
don't
I've been
merit
there, but
needing a
I'd
site
go.
visit.
Just because you like to
It's
go for
awesome
a
up
ride in
there.
the car.
You
How
know,
could you not want to go after that presentation?
I would go on a site visit if we can make I would do a site visit if I can, only because I want to experience the drive up and the approach and see the neighbor's house. And
We'll arrange a shuttle for you guys.
yeah, there you go.
We usually do shuttle.
We have
Yes.
our own.
Okay, well, we've had March 7th,
We have it reserved.
that we all carved out. I forgot and scheduled something at 9:30 that morning, so if we can do it kind of midday.
I can do it if I get out of Washington D.C. on the 5th. They may not let me leave, or I may be incarcerated while
We'll
I'm
put
there.
you on a plane to somewhere else, Patty.
Deport you.
Yeah, watch out. Shackled.
Come to the.
So we're looking at March 7th. Is that okay with the board if we do like a midday?
Block out 3 hours.
How long is the drive up
4
from
hours.
Basalt? 45 minutes?
Depends on the weather. You drove the
Noon?
last time. I'm letting you drive.
I do have a conflict that I probably need to be in Carbondale for by 4 p.m. maybe.
Why don't we do 10 to
Okay,
10
I'm
to-
in
10
the
to 2.
fashion show, and that's one of the
Friday,
nights.
right?
10 is going to be tough for
Yeah, I
me.
already have it on my calendar.
I have a,
11.
can we do
Well,
it?
yeah,
at
we
9?
blocked
I have
it
a
off, and
9:30,
that's
but
our
I
only
have to.
chance
Okay.
between now and.
12.
I'll be there.
12. Is that
First-
okay?
12 to 2.
We can go earlier, Abby.
12 to 3.
What
Kelly,
time do you need to be somewhere?
Kelly has an engagement in the morning.
9:30 to 10 that I can't miss.
Oh, well, 10.
Can we
So
schedule-
we could be
After
up there at
that's
11:30. Would that work for you, Abby?
That's great.
Okay.
So what are you saying?
You're afraid to leave us
11:30
there alone?
site visit on March 7th, and
afraid to
then we
leave us
can
alone.
schedule the continued hearing for the 12th.
11:30 on location.
Okay, Melanie, yeah.
Can we invite caucus members to join?
It's a
that
public
site
meeting.
visit?
You can join us. It will be noticed on our website
invited.
within at least 24 hours in advance,
Don't
and
take
likely
public
before
comment at
that.
the hearing, at the site visit.
11:30 Friday, March 7th.
Up there? 11:30 up there? So, I mean, I just have to
Oh.
put down like 9,
Why don't
10:30 at my
we
house.
will meet, we'll do the agenda like we've always done,
Mm-hmm.
and we will meet at Basalt at 11:30. You'll be up there at 12:15, 45 minutes, walking around, and we'll be back down.
Great. Okay.
11:30 in
And
Basalt.
it is a public meeting technically, but we don't take public comment normally, just to let the public
No
know
public
that.
comment or discussion.
11:30 in Basalt.
Okay.
And
where
I
are
have
you,
something I need to
folks?
disclose because it's haunting me.
Okay.
I have heard through the local young people's, conversations that there was an event up there where enlightening drugs were passed out. And I just want you to maybe be able to address that. I don't know who participated. It was, I just had to get that off my chest because I've heard it. It's been haunting me, and I could not move forward if I didn't disclose it to you. So.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks, Patty.
Okay, can I please have a motion to continue this land use public hearing on the resolution, the Bayou Retreat Center accessory structure to March 12th?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Moved by Francie, seconded by Greg. Any further conversation?
What, you can't be there, Leslie? Oh, you have this look on your face like.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you, appreciate it. The next one will go much more quickly. And I
What's her
would ask
birthday?
anyone who gave public comment, doesn't need to replicate their public comment unless they really want to. All right,
And if
we
you come back having
have
solved all those
open
problems,
discussion. We still have an agenda item to deal with, so
You
for the
do?
board, open discussion. John Peacock.
My dog needs to go out.
Sure.
I won't use my 3 minutes,
I thought that's why you were here.
Remember Newman used to do those?
just in case there's other stuff.
Okay, anyone else have open discussion? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Aye.
Okay, Greg, seconded by Francie, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Grassroots, thanks, everybody. Let's never do that again. I'll do better about the agenda.
And if anyone's leaving,
Sometimes we have